Going to establish a call after I just do a quick check to see that we're streaming. I was just responding to the Grand Magator, who has uploaded many of my works to Odyssey, the Odyssey Network, and I do encourage everyone to visit the Odyssey Network. I'll try and explain the some of the odds and ends of the Odyssey Network within a short period of time. And let me see if I can get myself uploaded. Well, not uploaded, just literally try and see that I'm on. Here we are. Okay, live stream. Here we are. Okay, live stream. And now we'll start the call. Marcus Grix says, call established. Hey, DD. God bless you, Marcus Grix. You're the man. So, all right, let's get into the phone call itself and bring on everybody that we can. That would help if I get the Skype up. And we'll start with Jameson Reese and pull everybody in from there. Okay. You get to hear the ring. I think everybody hears the ring. There we are, my dear friend Jameson Reese. Okay, son, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let's tell Solomon Sheikh that we're calling him, and then we'll bring him on. And, okay. And other than that, totally muddled today, so definitely want to you to hold the show, and for God's sakes, stop racing with Daniel O'Rolla to get into Facebook jail. I need you active on communications, not in some, not being unable to communicate. And
Gotcha. Yeah, I just, he sent me the meme and he told me about it, and so I just wanted to see it with my own eyes, and I did not suspect they were going to. Well, that was naive of me, but they, yeah, they there we go. They locked me up.
they did. You're off Facebook again. God, you idiot.
I mean, no, I could still message you. I could
Oh,
still
thank
message
God.
you.
Oh, no, thank God. But you know what I mean. It's just like
Yeah.
it basically prevents you from doing other things. Oh my God, if from doing interacting with the public. Well, we
Well,
it.
generally, when it comes to interacting with the public, the only reason I have well, yeah, actually, that is a bad thing.
Yes, there. I mean, on my
It,
behalf, if for no other
yes,
reason.
it reconnected. Yeah,
Yes, there we
I
are.
grasped that at that moment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And let me see what who else do we normally call? Oh, Pack One, of course. And let me see if I can reach Pack One here. And oh yes, we'll call Solomon for me, will you? Or shall I call him
Yes.
this?
Uh, yeah, I'll give him a ring. He has the yellow thing going. You wanna
Try
call
and add
Amanda
him?
you
Let
as
me see.
well?
Yeah, let me try and add him. There we are. And call. There we are. Okay, add. Let's see if this works. And hopefully so. Because he's going to be gone in September for a large part of the month. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yes. He sent me a heads up.
Oh, okay, good. And hopefully we will have him explain that to our listeners, because he's an important part of the family, of course, Team Dietrich, and we can go on from there. And now I'm getting a lot of let me see, input from different messages. It always hits at once. Okay, he says, give me 5 to 10 minutes, brother. Okay, great. That's fine. So we'll call him back in about 5:15, between 5:10 and 5:15. And
All right.
so aside from that, so glad to get this from you, the message for that. And just try and think beyond the thrill of getting yourself in trouble next time that you engage in Facebook. With that, one more person. Shall I call? Oh, that's Pack One.
What about Brendan?
Yeah, I guess we'll just try calling them both. Oh shit! Let me send something to Our Lady. Let's, so yeah, try both Brendan and Pack One, please.
What about Amanda you?
Yes, please. By all means.
All right. And pack one. I gotta erase Derek Talley's freaking content. I can't stand seeing that thing.
Yeah. I just don't pay attention. I've got those contacts left from everybody from 200 years ago, and I just ignore them when they're in that
I mean,
medium. Yeah, I'm sorry. The venue of the Skype, they don't bother me.
I've been entertaining the idea of bringing them on just so we could rip on.
Yeah. Oh God, don't even think about that. I mean, it'd be too depressing hearing his bullshit. He's so sickening in so many ways. Honestly, the things that we put up with while he was we had the misfortune of dealing with him.
Yes, he kind of reinforces every negative stereotype, sadly.
Yes, thank you. It's just the man who does nothing and then wonders why everybody's on his ass about it. It's incredible. I mean, I could go to town in so many directions with that creep, but it's just he was an asset from the word go, and always suspected it, but just kind of just dealt with it. So what we're going to do now is just really just burn bandwidth till we bring some of the other people on. I'm entirely addled at this point because I just have been very much in communion with the dead. This is, of course, the midst, the very heart of the ghost month, and in Chinese culture. And of course, the Japanese had their spirit season already, and I emphasized that. But I really didn't go into the details of the Chinese Ghost Month, and really should have written an essay about it to publish, but I just didn't have the time. I was hit at the same time by requests from my Chinese landlord, who is using this period of time to try to commune with her parents, to try and repaint the house, because she had the house basically the place that I actually live in, if you could call it living, or park myself in. She has that as it's kind of like a monument she maintained to her dead parents forever until we moved her relations in. And then when we moved her relations in upstairs, she was forced to tend with, of course, getting things operational again for them in the house that had not been operational for years. And then when they finally got that going, I guess she feels stable enough now where she's painting the house. And so she asked me to open a door in the back that is not a normal access point for myself. But there was no need for me to open it for years after my parents' death, because she had to essentially, she barricaded the visible or the most accessible basement door. She barricaded to prevent home invasions, basically, through the basement from the back, because that's been a problem in the past with other people around us. And so since she reopened that again, because we have people upstairs, then she wanted me to open the door that I haven't opened in 20 years, essentially. And so just just a nightmare to deal with that. And I have to deal with that and get that open in the next few days. And that just coming home to do that responsibility amongst everything else is a royal pain in the ass. And let me write something here to Costa Brendan and take
do you want me
a bandwidth
to try this solicitation that I
please,
wrote
by all means, please.
All right, so let me know how you find it. All right, salutations, folks.
I'm going to be distracted. I may not be able to tell you that until later. I'm just terribly distracted right now, so forgive me. But just go through with it, and I'll hear it subconsciously. I'll absorb it.
All right.
Yeah.
Douglas Dietrich is the only man on the face of the world who gives you nonpartisan current events that affect your surface world. He is the only public informant who has stood against the pedopathological, sub-satanic military insurgency and has paid dearly for it. Please support him now. He is the only ray of light standing between you and total annihilation, and I am not kidding, of your world. From the anti-life, anti-woman insurgency that lies to you and wants you dead. So support him at PayPal. bit.me/Douglas Dietrich, all caps.
That's
I
cute.
repeat, that's
Go on.
Buy and access his books, co-authored by Peter Moon, at www.amazon.com. Well, actually, this is a very long link. Should I read the entire link out, or should I just tell them to search for your name? And
I think you would just say skybooks.usa.com rather than refer them to Amazon. It would probably be the best way to do it. Yeah, you would say www.skybooks.usa.com. There we go.
Okay, so, all right, where he exposes the true origins of vampires in vampirology and the true history of Area 51 in the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. He is the only man who has your back in these anti-godly times, so don't wait. Donate today.
That's cute. Oh, that's adorable. Remember, we don't need to concentrate so much on asking for donations, though. That's a nice little, addition, but mostly it's to sell the book. But definitely it was well done. There's some things I personally would change. When you say anti-woman, I would change that to misogynist, and it's the correct word for that. But anti-life, misogynist, so aside from that, let's see if we can bring on Salman Sheikh now at this point, or maybe give a few more minutes. But in the meantime.
He's here.
Oh, he's here. Wonderful. Good man. Salman Sheikh, if you could present us with your usual greetings, sir, and insert yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. Much love to you, JMO, and greetings of love and peace be upon all of my brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, as Brother Douglas will stir up the nest of the Cthulhuids tonight.
And I want to thank you for raising everybody's hopes. Tonight is not the night I'll be doing much of anything other than just really checking in, honestly. But I want people to know how wonderful it was to speak to Salman Sheikh before I went to visit with my son and with him honor my dead relations, because of I'm very much in communion with my dead parents on this is the very heart of Chinese Ghost Month, and the Chinese have much longer spirit season than the Japanese. The Japanese spirit season is much shorter and much more intense, but it gets very intensive for the Chinese at this period of time in the heart of Ghost Month, and therefore the communion with the ancestors is of a necessity. I've kind of interrupted that today to conduct the show and then go back into that, but I'm really just kind of checking in. I'm not really consciously here, and I will re-explain to everyone soon enough why that is the case, and tell people why I'm distracted with some responsibilities towards my landlady. And aside from that, I'm just really just checking in more than anything else. So I'm counting on these two gentlemen to really hold the opening hour. Then we'll bring Peter on, and he'll kind of help us hold. And then after that, unless we can get Amanda on, or Penny Bradley or something, for a little bit of talk. Honestly, I'm seriously considering checking out early tonight, kind of, just to tend towards some of these other responsibilities. And again, I'll be happy to explain them later, just for everybody's morbid entertainment. I'm certain it's amusing to most other people. And everybody, remind me, of course, to promote John Henry McMills Warrington, the Grand Magator, and his Odyssey channel. And we will be bringing up more about how he's transferring many of my materials into Odyssey so that people can go there. That is kind of a repository in the case that the YouTube channel ever gets shut down or something happens. Certainly, we're no longer providing the archives to the general public within a short enough period of time. So if you want to access them now. And with that, I'm going to let these two gentlemen just kind of take over, speak about whatever strikes them as current and currently relevant. And I want to express how much I dearly love them both. And when I get back on, I'll tell a bit more about the conversation I had with Salman before I left. And And of course that was in its own way very comforting, and at the same time demotivating, in the sense that he brought up several aspects of the reality of this situation, where I do a lot of work, and there's really no reward for my being here, other than therapeutic, really. So it's something that, as I said, this is not something I want to be doing forever. And now that we're starting to publish books, I'll turn towards putting more of my energy towards that. As a matter of fact, that was one of the other things that when our man Jameson Reese brought up Derek Talley and annoyances with him, that was one of the more negative aspects of Derek Talley, where I just took it as malevolent when he was saying, "Oh, you're going to be doing this forever. You're going to be doing this forever." And I said, no, I don't want to be doing this forever. He doesn't understand how non-productive this is. There's nothing productive in my doing this other than the therapeutic nature of it. So it's if he were trying to say that, when he says you're going to be doing this forever, is basically like a curse or a condemnation, would mean a total failure of my life if I were to be doing this. So bear this in mind, people. I don't want to be doing this. So we're going to try and enjoy it while I'm doing this. But it's not something that I want to be doing, 5-6 years from now, even. So I've been doing this all too long already, and it's meaningless. So other than the fact that I got into contact with the various people who comprise Team Dietrich now, there was really no benefits from it, aside from the extended electronic family with the audience, of course. Those who support me, I adore you all. And but other than that, it's just not enough of an outreach from this particular venue of YouTube. It takes something different to get things going, and we'll deal with that as the years progress. But in the meantime, yes, Jameson, continue what you were saying, just how idiotic that assertion was, and why it's not a good position to be in, etc. And Salman can take it up with you from that point.
Yeah. Well, he was just being a downright asshole by saying that. Yeah. I mean, I tend, knowing your personality, I tend to think you would rather be, screwing some really cool escorts rather than, doing this. So yeah, man. I totally can understand not wanting to, make this real life. I mean, other than that, it seems like there's the public, for what it's worth, the world is going to disintegrate. I shouldn't go there.
No, don't go there. No, that's.
Well, what I will say is, it does seem one of the more positive things is that it seems like your words are having an effect. I mean, in the very least, at least your book is definitely having an effect on the UFO narrative, where now they want to turn everything over to the Russians, of course, which is just nauseating. I don't know why the hell they want to do that.
It's just the usual insanity. It's an effective surrender to the Russians, really. I'm not aware that they were going to do that, or where do you source that from? But provide a link or whatever.
I've been seeing things like that around Popular Mechanics, and there've been like YouTube videos where I would just browse, and they would recommend these videos to me where the Russians and I'm like, oh my god, don't. I'm not even gonna entertain this shit.
It sounds stupid as fuck. First off, Joe Biden is not. He doesn't have a good relation with the Russians, so I don't foresee that. So that's just something bizarre. It sounds like shit. Just sounds like shit to me. But go on.
It is shit. I mean, they seem to worship. I think the only reason why they worship the Russians is because the men who worship the Russians are misogynistic assholes, yes, who are all incels, and that's pretty much what Russian society is based on now.
Right now, yeah, for the moment at least, yeah, under Vladimir Putin, and this is so bizarre to me. What did I just do? Okay, did I just do something with the? Okay, I'm going to take off the earbuds so I'm not distracted. You two take over, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, brother JMO. I mean, that's absolutely right. And what we see society heading towards is basically this societal collapse, not just in America, but even what I'm seeing on the news in Afghanistan and Pakistan, all over the world. It seems like humanity is kind of falling at the seams. So it will be interesting how like things will go within these next 10 to 15 years. I mean, even with great brothers like Douglas that are out here educating the public, I can understand his frustration that people just don't listen. Collectively, majority of them have made a decision on which side that they want to stand on.
Yeah, and it's not only that; it's that at this point, I'm very thankful to those of you in the audience who have been listeners and who have been loyal to Douglas, because he's actually given us a of things to come, in advance, Yeah. And I remember transmissions where he predicted, Trump would get into office. I remember transmissions where he predicted the breakdown of America into civil strife. He made all these predictions, and they're unraveling right before our eyes. Whereas all these other people in the alternative media have been masturbating to blue aliens and, and demonizing everything that's Japanese as under the moniker of the reptilians are gonna come and take us. Yeah, I mean, it's just idiocy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's so unfortunate, and at the same time, like we are lucky that there are voices like Douglas that are out here doing what they're doing. And I was watching the news, JMO, and you remember seeing that picture of Iwo Jima, right, with the Marines holding up the flag that Douglas debunked in his book?
Yes.
And what the Taliban did was that same event that Douglas had debunked, that it was just a stunt to make the Marine Corps look good. What the Taliban did was the equipment that they stole from the U.S. military in terms of their uniforms and their weapons, they wore that, and they got their Taliban flag and reenacted the raising of the flag of Iwo Jima.
Oh my gosh, that is so that there's something that's sort of grim but hilarious about it in a very macabre way.
Yes.
So it almost goes to let people know who was responsible for the sort of rise of the Taliban to begin with.
Oh, of course. And what's going to happen is it's going to get scary within these next few years, because a lot of people are saying that a lot of these refugees that might be coming in, because a lot of the sleeper cells might be mixed in with all of these refugees, and it's not just a lot of these intel agencies that are responsible.
Well,
what were you saying?
Well, if I can say one thing, I don't believe for a second that the refugees are the main ones we need to worry about at this moment. I believe the ones that we really need to worry about are the freaking Trump fanatics who would be more than willing to, make themselves look like they're who would be more than willing to ape as if they are Islamist and, carry out their terrorist acts and, try to use, Islam as a scapegoat.
Thank you for mentioning that. And because it's funny, that same day that the U.S. had basically lost to the Taliban, there was an event that happened at the Capitol where this guy had a bomb next to the Library of Congress, and everybody started blaming the Muslims. Oh, it's them, we're letting them in. But it turned out to be a white Trump supporter. So I thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, and that's what they're going to do, because I don't think anyone who is fleeing from the Taliban is going to come here just to disrupt shit and be violent. No, that's not going to happen. These people want lives. They want to live. They want to educate themselves. They want to further themselves. So we don't have anything to fear from the people from Afghanistan. We have everything to fear from the people who are white Americans who are here. It's the homegrown terrorism, and it's the homegrown terror networks that are being ignored. And again, it's always convenient for them to do this. They always do this. They're always going to look for a scapegoat before something major happens, so that they can, fucking blame someone who's not white.
Yes, and I thank you, because that's exactly the narrative that they're pushing, and the purpose that I brought this up, because that's exactly the division that they're pushing. Because these people, we went in there and we basically ruined their country, and now they need humanitarian aid. And the people that ruined their countries, they owe it to them. You know, if you break it, you fix it. So
Yeah.
they owe it to these people that are basically in so much danger right now. And it's so unfortunate, some of the pictures that I've been seeing. And the people here are the ones that are storming capitals and causing all of these divisions and chaos. It's the real enemy is here. It's not the Muslims 5,000 miles away. The American people have to realize, especially those of a sound heart and mind and judgment, that your enemy is here. It's not the people over there that are taking your so-called freedoms away. So I thank you, Brother JMO, for pointing that out.
Yes, and all of this is in Asian is a phobia of anything that comes from Asia, and
Yes.
and that's what they're doing. You know, they couldn't do. You know, they did it to the Chinese, they did it to the Japanese, and now they're doing it to the Southwest Asians.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I mean it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's right. How do you see, Brother JMO, this year and 2022 in terms of like all of this tension that's kind of rising up? How do you see things going within these next 2 years?
Well, what I will say is that if anything, it seems to me like we have our hands busy with this Delta strain, and we have our hands busy with the weather.
Yes.
I'm honestly thinking that, you know, despite whatever strifes we might have amongst each others as human beings, that the climate is going to be one of the bigger issues that are going to come into the foreground.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, what I see happening is all of these natural disasters that are taking place. It's basically Mother Earth's tolerance level has kind of reached its limit, where she's kind of letting the humans know that enough is enough in terms of the natural disasters that are taking place. And people still, I go to the park and there's still trash all over the place. People don't respect their earth. They don't respect their environment. They're not respecting each other. So I believe these, not just these next 2 years, Brother JMO, these next 5 to 10 years are going to be on a very interesting level, which at the end of September, like the second half of September, when I go to England, it's going to be interesting to see how things have changed over there since the last time I was there, because of all the stuff that I've been hearing about that place as well.
Oh, yes. I mean, what I want to point out is another thing. I don't believe that this is Mother Nature doing it to us. This is something we did to ourselves by not taking seriously, you know, the impact that our actions have on our environment. Because as human beings, one of our superpowers as humans is we're a species who is able to alter our own. We're able to alter the environment to our whims. And what we've done is we've completely ignored that. And because of that, you know, and there are many parties to blame, but overall, humankind is reaching a point where it's forcing itself into a new evolutionary phase.
Yes.
And it's forcing itself into a new adapt or die scenario. So in all honesty, Earth didn't have to do anything. We're pretty much the ones who caused everything that we're seeing now. The melting of the glaciers, these horrible weather patterns, the freaking fires, everything.
That's an interesting perspective, because that reminds me of the Sufi teachings, where they tell you that I myself am heaven and hell. That doesn't apply to your life only, but the collective humanity, Brother JMO, in terms of the kind of world they want to create and the kind of life that they want to have, that everything is kind of within you and around you. So if individually and collectively you choose to create heaven, then you can do so. And if you choose to create hell, and I believe that's what's happening. And I agree with your analysis that it's our own individual responsibility to do the right thing while we have the time to do it.
Yes, and there was something that Douglas always said that resonated in my mind, that these are the times where magic can be worked conjointly with Mother Earth. And that's something that has been lingering in my mind for quite some time. It's reverberated, and the question is, what can be done to, sort of bring a new balance? How can we balance this out? We certainly have no shortage of technology. The problem is the sort of this rogue capitalistic model. And now
that might be, how would I say it? Well, I'll join in later. I think you're doing all right. You're doing all right. So go on.
what I mean is this can go either way. A sort of the global capitalistic model can be a boon in that it can steer policies that are, it could steer us out of evil policies that might be racist or misogynist, whatnot, or it could go the other direction where we're just going to dump everything, and Exxon and companies like that, where they're just going to clusterfuck everything. Right. So when I speak about the sort of runaway capitalism model, I'm speaking mostly about companies like the oil companies, like Exxon, like other, and it's funny. I remember there was a post on Facebook. It was like some advertisement, and it was like something for Exxon Mobil talking about going green and all this shit. And all these people had these comments, and they were like, yeah, Exxon's good. And I decided, oh, what the hell? Why don't I just drop my 50 cents in? So I said, you guys are liking the very industry that has clusterfucked the planet from square one. What the hell is wrong with you people? Are you that stupid? Are you that eager to let them just, I guess them polluting your water with toxic runoff from oil refineries and whatnot is a good thing. Yeah. And after that, nobody commented.
Oh, yes. Well, there you are, ruining everybody's feel good. It's sad that had to happen, but I suppose you just need to disabuse people of some notions sometimes. So
it's kind of fun sometimes, but what I really encourage people to do is to dig deeper.
Of course, at this point in history, we have a lot of people who think they're digging deeper, and they just dig the first shit that comes up, and it warps their mind for the rest of their lives. So what I want, let me see, in terms of what you were saying, or either respond to that, or like I said, kind of explain to people another part of the general situation. I guess I'll leave you two gentlemen to handle it. Honestly, I think both of you are doing well. I'm just going to refresh myself, maybe see if I have enough liquid around me, and then come back in a few minutes. So I do want to thank the people in the chat room, and I guess what I should do is go a little bit through the live stream before I refresh myself. I want to say hi to Conspiracy Kitty, because Sean and Bando, she never stays with us too long, so it's always good that I can give her a shout out while she's here. Let me do that with the rest of these people as well. Sarah Shields and Nancy Volker. So Nancy Volker, mwah, love you dearly. Sarah Shields, I believe, is listening, and shout out to her. We have, of course, Vicki Johnson. And so Vicki Johnson, what a wonderful lady. God bless you, honey. Love you dearly. And so with Marcus Griggs, he, yes, Marcus Griggs said, hey, Assface Cole, I see you hit the down button fast today. Yes, and he's joined oft times by Derek Talley. I noticed that one of the, that's actually a fact, because Derek Talley, after I severed him from us, he began to hit that regularly, and I noticed that until then there was this irregular number of people who would join with Richard K. Cole in terms of hitting that down button in any immediate sense, because that's something that usually is with any sane or rational people. If they disagree with something that I say, that would come up like if they review it later. That is almost never the case. I notice with every single one of my episodes, and anybody who's ever bothered to look, you can verify this yourself. With any single one of my episodes, you'll notice that there's like 1, 2, or 3 people who hit the down button, and then after that, nobody hits it. It's very seldom that I'll say something that apparently is controversial or triggers enough people or touches enough buttons where 3 or 4 other people will join in.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah,
and these people always hit the down like right at the beginning.
It's right at the beginning. It's right at yes, and or within within a few hours, or but always usually just at the beginning. So the people that hit it, it does vary though. So Richard K. Cole Jr. obviously has some people who work with him who are not there all the time. But the one person who began when it was after we got rid of Derek that the other downvoter began to join regularly, and it had to be him. And based on what he tried to do to the channel to deactivate it, then we know it's him as well, because I didn't go into that fully with the public, but I'll go into that later. I never named the person behind the latest attack. I don't feel there's a need to do that just yet. Maybe I'll do it tonight, but if I do, then I have to actively block him, since I'll be calling him out. They say keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. The enemy friended myself on Facebook, and then so far I haven't blocked him because I just didn't want to bother to alarm him or trip any alarm bells with him. But
it wasn't one of those. It wasn't one of those guys who are like, "Hey there, lady."
No, it would never be one of those. I mean,
those messaging creeps who are like, "Are you single?"
Yeah. It would never be one of those, because they just wouldn't have the energy. They wouldn't expend that amount of energy. I still haven't responded to that one poor dope who was telling me how it's really rude not to respond when people are reaching out to you. And I'm like, I still haven't responded. I feel tempted to do so only for the sake of morbid entertainment, but that'll have to wait until later in the week. It's not even that I want to lash out at him. It would just be to tell him, and of course Penny, Bradley, and yourself argued that I shouldn't say something like, you do know that I'm a boy, right? Because you'd say, oh, you should say man. It's funny when you said that. I just didn't even know how to respond at the time, but I'm sure everybody that might have resonated with how I was vibing to that. It's just like, at one point, it's nothing against the term.
Wait, was it me who said that, or was it Penny? Or
it was both of you simultaneously. Penny and yourself both felt, oh God, you should say man instead of boy, because there's men out there who will respond to boy just as positively as they would to female.
Oh yeah. And, that's right.
And I didn't respond to that at the time, but the point is, I like the term man when we refer to general things. And even then I feel guilty about using it or applying it for all mankind, like in the traditional astronautical sense, or what became a kind of cliche with, one small step for man, one giant step for all mankind. I mean, that sort of using it in that dramatic kind of emphatic type of application is poetic to me. So it resonates better than humanity, which is politically correct, but at the same time doesn't have the same poetic vibe because it's a longer term. It doesn't have the same emphatic definition that a single syllable does. So man is a useful term, and I like the term a lot, but when it comes to applying it on a personal level, he's a man, or it sounds like this ombre kind of machismo thing that just grates with me. I get it. It's like, so with if I tell him, you realize I'm a man, right? It's almost like it's not like I feel guilty about using the term because somehow I feel I don't live up to the term in terms of some kind of definition. It's simply that I really dislike even identifying as a man in that sense. As I'm a man, right? It almost implies there's an expected kind of parameter there that I've never...
it's become kind of derogatory.
For me it would be, yeah. I would apply this to other men, like say Pac-1. I would say, okay, yeah, Pac-1 is a man, but that's something that he would find that complimentary. I would apply that to men who find that complimentary. There are men who take that as such, and then I would apply that to such. For someone like myself, it just is. It's almost like, how would I say? It's almost it's almost insulting for someone to say that to me at this point in my life. Like, yes, he's a man. It just implies something that I don't identify with. It's not that I'm trans even, or it's not that I'm trans or not. I am a heterosexual cisgendered male, but it's not.
That's the word. That's the word I meant to use. Male, not man.
There we are. But
male would have made more sense.
Thank you. Yes, rather
because
than
it's more generalized.
Man sounds almost complimentary, or even men sounds complimentary. It would be like positive, like you're rewarding men for doing a good job. Like those are fine men. You would say something like that. And when you're talking about assholes who are like suspects in serial murder or engaging in mass rape, you would say all these identified males. You would say these identified males or something like that. So that would be a more it's almost a derogatory connotation because it dehumanizes them. To say the word male is rather dehumanizing. So is female, by the way, like single white female.
I didn't realize that.
Well, subconsciously. If you think about that, it's something like on a form, right? Are you male or female? It would be like, okay, they don't ask, are you a man or a woman? You notice that? Because that's too personal. That's too personable. So just a little bit about this, all this inflected nuance here that a lot of people just don't grasp. I honestly, yes, I'm a male, but I really don't identify with so many of these macho kind of, how would I say it, expectations that people project upon the term man. So that's why I was kind of like reluctant to even respond at the time that Penny and yourself brought that up. It was just like I didn't know how to respond at the time, and I felt that there were other priorities. But in terms of Marcus Grix, then he was talking about poking the bear, which Jameson is doing. And yes, for God's sakes, Jameson, I've scolded him already, about that Facebook shit. And then Marcus Grix says more than half of Australia is in lockdown and has been for almost a month now. Delta is not possible to suppress. Jameson, you just need a second spoof account for Facebook rages. Yeah, why don't you do that, Jameson? Come on, it's not that difficult. And then so Vicky Johnson says, please everyone hit the thumbs up. God bless you, girl. Honey, I mean lady. I don't know her age, but of course girl is applicable to any female of any age. Hopefully she takes that the right way. And Marcus Grix says, what happened to the Tally saga? The Tally saga. Tally. Derek Tally? Oh, Tally? Derek Tally. Oh, yes. Like, he's probably asking what he did with the channel. Again, I'll probably explain that again some other point soon. I did before, but I didn't really include the guy behind it who he coordinated with. And then Marcus Grix says, I think Bubba was just born when that happened. And what were we talking about when he said that? Anyhow.
That I don't recall.
Okay. And by the way, then Moed Mechanics came in, and Moed Mechanics, he's a genuine person. I looked at his channel. He's a genuine individual. He says, good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Douglas, do you have any... Okay, so this is where Moed Mechanics is... all I can say is, the one thing that I guess it's all right. I mean... do me a favor, Moed Mechanics, just understand this. When you start throwing like, hey, what about this? Or what about that? Or what about this? I mean, you don't seriously expect anyone to respond to that, do you? I mean, it's like the idea of asking a series of questions about a multiplicity of completely unrelated incidents and subjects, and then expecting someone to respond. How would someone respond to that? How is someone supposed to respond to that? With a, he's asking, by the way, for those of you who don't understand what I'm talking about, basically I can just read it and you'll get what I'm saying. This is all entered in a row. Moed Mechanic says, good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Douglas, do you have any information about the book Incident at Sakhalin, involving the Korean airline 007 shot down by U.S. planes and air combat with Soviet planes? Yes, I do. Of course, I'd have to dig some of it out of the attic of my mind and then actually look some shit up to remind myself what I remember, because I've done a lot of drugging and drinking so that I forget everything. And it's with the full intention of forgetting everything, because that incredible amount of information overload is what can drive a person mad. There's no other way to express that. So I do a lot to forget and to prevent myself from thinking, because otherwise I would be overthinking and it would not be good for me. So then he says the U.S. lost 10 to 12 F-18s and F-14s and an RC-135 SIGINT, ELINT, which is a signals intelligence, electronic intelligence aircraft. And, okay. And then he compliments me with Douglas Dietrich as hardcore info. Okay, so when he's talking about the U.S. losing this amount of aircraft, I will be the first to confess, if that is true, I do not consciously remember it. But by the way, you would think something like that would be a big fucking deal, where you would hear about that. It's conceivable that something happened. By the way, this is entirely conceivable, where something like that happened, they totally fucking covered it up, and it only leaked out by something that's unsourceable. It's possible, but I doubt it. Something like that is very difficult to hide, and then what happens is, they just look like the idiots that they are. Say, for instance, they could have conceivably hidden what happened on the USS Bonham Richard, but it happened, and they couldn't hide it. So they really aren't that good at hiding these things. So, it's possible, but they aren't that good. And then what about Stalin's Roswell, the Siberian Roswell in the 1920s? I presume. Okay, I presume he's referring to the Tunguska incident. If there's something else, then I mean, honestly, I'm sure he's talking about that. But if there's something else, then you don't know about it offhand. Moed Mechanics then says spider people in central Japan. Okay, he's a very real individual, so just how would I say it? I'll just put it this way. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but understand that when you ask rapid fire questions like that, in fact, anybody asking questions or positing questions in the chat room like that, it's very seldom that I respond to it, because I like to be complete in my answers, and there's just no way to really do that when most of the time on shows I'm on a different thread. And so then what happened was Conspiracy Kitty said, by the way, Moed Mechanics, I may start talking about all of those things at some point in history, okay? Or again, but I have a general idea what some of what you're referencing. Others, they are something I never heard of, or, but anyhow. Aside from that, Shauna Bando says, we adore you too, Douglas, so God bless you, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. And then Daniel Arola says, I think incels are a product of the failures of former... Oh, see if you can bring Daniel on, by the way. It's better that he just says those things, with us, rather than... and then Marcus Creek says, Australian soldiers were killed in our training compound by Taliban, who joined infiltrated the Afghan army, and soon as he got a gun, shot everyone around him. Some groups love playing the long game. There we are. And then Daniel Arola goes on with his normal thematic, which is fine. And then Nancy Volker, she also, has a tendency to blitz, which means leave a lot of messages at once. And Daniel Arola says they like that kind of long game. That's cute. That's funny. That's a good answer. All right. Nancy Volker says, for UD's Google, I have no idea. Oh, just some video. Okay, music video she's referencing. Then the Saudis made an announcement. They're getting away from the oil industry and looking into alternative energy. Yeah, a lot of these Middle Eastern Gulf Emirates are saying that, because they know that the fossil fuels aren't going to last forever. So, they've been saying that for a while. Their ability to actually do that, well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, personally, I think you're probably going to have a few regime changes before that happens, simply because their intrinsic corruption, they know enough where they know what they should be doing. Their ability to carry that out is something else entirely. So then she says, you go through that live stream, laugh out loud, check the music video. So she's very enthusiastic, and Moy Mechanics says at this moment, 16 up and 13 down in the Netherlands. Is there some sports game going on? And then 12 down, excuse me. Bazaar HD.
Yeah, I think that's the number of likes and unlikes.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, what he sees. Weird.
Yeah.
Oh shit, weird shit. Okay, and then Bazaar HD George Knight says, "Much love, Douglas. Much love to you, sir. And we do have to speak, and I'm gonna try and use them to run. Well, I can't say it out loud because I don't want to tip anybody off. Got to use them to do something for me. And in the meantime, speak to him about some of the things he's involved with. This is great. He's doing great. I mean, I'm so proud of him. He's got this wonderful new job now, helping to bring 5G to Britain. And so Daniel was talking about, I bet there's only one person with more than one YouTube account hitting the thumbs down button through each account. But then if they did that, Richard K. Cole Jr. has no control over himself. He would do it all at once. You would just say 3 automatically, like that. You would see 1, 2, 3 like in a row. That's just how he operates, because he's an idiot. He couldn't do anything other than that. So it's not that, because it varies. It varies day to day, and he wants to maximize the negativity. So he couldn't maximize the negativity unless he did that, and meaning pump them all at once. And then after that, everybody's just kind of going around. Then Maria Grigorich joins us. So, hey, honey, hope you check your private messages. Do check your private messages, darling. And then here we are. So there we are with Daniel. So Daniel's talking about conservative talk show hosts, evangelical pastors, and GOP politicians throughout the South have been dropping dead like flies from COVID-19. They were all anti-mask and anti-vax too. Yes, that is true. There's a lot of that going down. There's some Darwinian selection with that, very definitely. And with that, okay.
Well, I don't mean to be negative, but I do want to say that in that respect, COVID is doing us a favor.
There we are. I mean, there we are. I mean, there's that. I thought that. I'm not going to deny it. And so it's and then Sammy Romero says, we're sounding loud and clear. God bless you, Sammy. Love you dearly. Hugs. Salman Sheikh says, may Allah bless my brother Douglas always.
Yes,
Assalamu alaikum.
always.
Yes.
And what's going to happen, Brother Douglas, in the month of Muharram, anyone who leaves you downvotes, including Dickie Cunt Cole, are going to be punished by Allah on the Day of Judgment with hellfire.
Bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And it's all your moral support. Again, remind me, I'll talk about the private conversation I had with Salman Sheikh in a matter of minutes. I'm going to say hello to Robert Campbell. He says he's watching it tonight. God bless you, Robert Campbell. We love you dearly. We hope your back is doing better. And also a happy birthday to, oh my God, who was it? Had a birthday recently. I forget his name. He's a native Canadian. In other words, indigenous Native American in Canada. Oh yes, and Shauna Bando gave me those lovely little Japanese girls with the fascist caps. I love you dearly, honey. Mwah, love that. And Sarah Shields does say she loves the pic of the action figure of myself my son had made for me for Ghost Month, and particularly for Ghost Day. And so there we have that. He can do little things like that. He has quite the talent. And aside from that, then, let me leave these gentlemen here to hold us to the top of the hour. Do me a favor, Jameson Reese, and at the top of the hour, within minutes, bring Peter Moon on. By that time, I should be just returning, and then we can start a conversation involving all four of us at that point. I was thinking 3 of you and 1 of I, if you get what I mean. But 4 men and one hybrid. And aside from all that, let me go mute, and everyone enjoy the company of Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese till they bring Peter on at the top of the hour.
All right. Well, to drive the point home, there's a claim that, they're saying that the explosive California wildfires can burn into December. So, I mean, there's, 22 dead and many missing after 17 inches of rain in Tennessee. So yeah, I mean, we have Storm Henry drenching the northern east coast of the U.S., which I got to enjoy today, a little bit of. So I mean, yeah, the weather is really taking more. It's take. I mean, it's honestly welcome to the political back and forth of the sort of bullshit artists that run our nation, but honestly, this should be sort of, how do I put this without being the one who crashes the party? What I'll say is this should raise some eyebrows.
Yes, that's
And
definitely right.
yeah, and you know, it seems like there's you know, there's no containment to the Northern California fire. Of course, what's even more alarming are the fires that are going on in Africa. West Africa is literally, there's so many fires happening there, it's not even funny. So, I mean, there are websites where you can monitor these fires that are going on globally. And what happens is all those fires from West Africa, now this should be a concern to anyone who lives on the east coast of the United States, because all those fires that are burning, what happens is all that particulate, you know, attracts moisture, and we get hurricane after hurricane after hurricane as a result of it.
That's exactly right, Brother JMO. And even looking at my home country, of what's not just taking place here or in Africa, it's been a lot of flooding and rains, and just like people are just suffering. There's like this cycle of suffering that's going around in terms of the weather that's been changing very drastically year by year. I even realized that even this year, 2021, I know you felt it in New York too, that it's been like one of the hottest summers that I experienced in this country. So it just goes to show you that what is going to be next year or the year after that, and what are we doing as the human family collectively to try to come together and bring a resolution. You have a lot of these activists and great leaders that talk about climate change and doing the right thing, but again, majority of humanity, it looks like it falls upon deaf ears where people just refuse to listen.
Well, you see, this is what I notice, and when it comes to the majority of the human race, you can't expect anything from them. Most of the leaps and most of the main decisions are made from a minority.
Yes.
Out of that majority, a very small minority. And those are the people who need to be either pushed by the masses or need to, you know, I mean, these things can only happen, big changes only happen from an individual level, and those big changes seem to be breakthroughs for the human species. You know, such as inventors who invent, you know, things that, you know, like Nikola Tesla or, you know, people like that, you know. It's like the biggest breakthroughs, the biggest advances for the human race come from individuals. So
Yes,
from the
that's
masses,
absolutely right.
so from the masses, you can't expect anything. And the idea of, you know, people coming together to create a good change, it sounds like a good idea, but it's not possible.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Because if it was possible, it would have worked.
Yes, and you know, it's funny, JMO, that have you ever read Mark Twain's book, Satan's Chronicles?
That I haven't.
So when you read that, it basically describes this boy who's basically Satan in form, and he knows that these people are going to tear each other apart when they have the resources to do so. So he kind of like sees what these humans are going to do when they're provided a certain way, or if they're shown a certain way of knowledge, and how they quickly turn on each other. So when you get a chance, read Satan's Chronicles by Mark Twain, and you'll see how it truly reflects the human situation today. And Mark Twain was a Masonic brother also, who was close to Nikola Tesla, just like Swami Vivekananda, who was another Masonic brother who was close to Tesla. So they knew that the darkness of the human being, how it could be used against each other, no matter how much, I guess, opportunity we have But that story basically shows you the suffering that we're seeing today. So I highly do recommend that when you get a chance.
I will definitely check that out. And now I am going to add the Moon Man, Peter Moon, to this conversation. Here we go. Let's hope this works. Wait a minute. Sorry, folks. I'm a little awkward at this moment, but yeah. What I will say is sometimes sometimes it seems tempting to like try to introduce something to humanity that would further it to just, I don't know. How do I say it? Destroy itself. I mean, one can find a sort of humor in it if one detaches oneself from one's own humanity, and oftentimes these days I find myself more and more detached from my own humanity. I'm sad to say that, but the truth of the matter is, you know, it's a person can only take so much despair before they depersonalize.
Mm-hmm.
And that depersonalization, I think, serves as a sort of defense mechanism to prevent one from feeling especially if one has empathic, you know, capabilities, it sort of prevents one from really just taking on all the pain and misery.
Yes, and it's important you mentioned that, Brother Jamo, because in a lot of the Sufi, occult, Islamic, esoteric teachings, they tell you that you just got to be still sometimes. That it even says that in the Holy Bible that be still and know I am God. So the aspect of being still and not thinking anything, just like how the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, coming from the Naga line, he himself had a wife, a beautiful wife, riches, women. He was a rich prince, and he just sat under a tree, and he's like, I don't want to do nothing, because he knows the cycle of nature, life is suffering, and all of those things that even the Sufi tradition is teaching you, that sometimes you got to fall back. And that's what even Brother Douglas expresses beautifully as well, that even himself, like 5 years from now, 6 years from now, where do you see yourself seeing? Which even with my spiritual retreats coming up in September, like, for all listening, I will be with all of you the remaining Wednesdays and Sundays for critical omissions. And then September, the first half of the month, I will be in a spiritual retreat, and second half I'll be traveling, because these things are needed in terms of just making yourself still and preserving your energy. And then I will be back with you all on October 3rd, Sunday, which will be the first critical omissions of the month. Great. So it's important that sometimes we take this time off and just to preserve our minds because of all of this chaos that goes on. So the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran do expect this teachings of the stillness of the mind, that they tell us that sometimes just sit down, relax, breathe, don't think about anything, because your thoughts also create your reality in many ways. The power of thought and the law of thoughts, that it's important that you just kind of have this balance in your life where you preserve some time for your community, for your family, for your loved ones, for your friends. And it's important, even now, like there was a family gathering going on for the month of Muharram, but I'm with Brother Douglas for the rest of this month because he's part of my family as well. So it's important that we honor these traditions amongst one another and just love each other with the short time that the divine has given us for however long we're meant to be here. So with that, I'll say good evening to Peter and hand it over.
Yes. Thank you, Peter, for joining us. And that, of course, is Salman Sheikh explaining that he will not be with us throughout September, but we'll certainly miss him because he's such a balancing part of us, and he helps to burn bandwidth when he's here. So hopefully you'll be able to join us and take up the slack, Peter. I might start calling you through the months of September in the opening hour.
Well, he's leaving because of Ramadan.
Oh no, it's if you could explain it to us, Salman. We were fortunate enough to have Salman on the second most holy day of Muharram, which was our latest transmission before tonight's, and as he said, it is still within that period, that season when he could very well be with family, but he is with us because he considers myself extended family, and I am so blessed by that and deeply moved, deeply touched, and had a great conversation, which I'll bring up with yourself, Peter, with Salman before I left for the Spirit Festival this weekend, for Chinese Spirit Festival. And so, Salman, if you would explain to Peter, now that he's here, exactly what's going on with all of these different festivities, and in terms of the Islamic lunar calendar, and why you're going into more of a spiritual retreat. I believe this is much more personal with what you're doing in England, yes?
Yes, Brother Douglas, of course. So like I said, the remaining Wednesdays and Sundays, such as this Wednesday and Sunday coming up, I will be with you all. And of course, the part 3 that I'm going to do with you on Saturday, the 28th, which will finish up H.P. Lovecraft and Islam. So going into September, what happens is the first half of the month, I will be kind of meditating a lot, preserving my energy, in terms of speaking less and just kind of preserving on the breath, preserving my thoughts, and just preserving that energy to connect with the divinity. And the second half of the month, I'll be going to England for my Sufi and Masonic endeavors. There's a place called Rumi's Cave in London that I'm going to check out, and some Islamic communities in England that I will check out, and plus my Masonic social events that I will attend as well. So that will take up most of my time in the month of September in terms of my spiritual stuff and my social stuff. And then October 3rd, which will be Sunday, the first critical omissions of the month, I'll be back on with you all. So I will miss you all too, but I'm going to enjoy the remaining of August and my part 3 of the interview. And then before we know it, October 3rd will be here, and I'll be back on with you all. But of course, I'll still be in the background like I have been for several years, just donating and praying for you, and just doing what I do to be a part of your life and your team, and just to keep the evil and darkness away from you in my own way.
Yes, thank you so much. And your company's always a blessing. Before Peter and I respond, maybe you could tell us a little bit more about Rumi's Cave. Is this what was his connection with England?
So Rumi's Cave is basically the Sufi community who follows the Mevlevi Sufi order, which Rumi was the Grand Master of, or the founding master of. And these are the whirling dervishes. And you really got to be in a good mind and good energy to be able to spend time with them. So that's what I'm going to do the first half of the month, is to basically prepare myself to be in their company. It's like what we say about the Sufis, Brother Douglas, that there is a reason why they can coexist with the ghouls and jinns and angels and the vampires who don't see them as a threat, because they ascended above a certain human energy and mindset that your average person, let's say here in Philadelphia or New York, can be found themselves in terms of their energy field. So you got to make sure that you prepare yourself before you get ready to meet a lot of these highly adept people and masters that are like following these paths. It's just like in the aspect of going to Pakistan, you have to be ready to be able to deal with them. Otherwise, it can get very overwhelming spiritually and emotionally. So that's the beauty, that even with Rumi, even if you look at the Sufis that were in that area, they were communicating a lot with the Europeans, not just with the Knights Templars, but they always had this connection with the European esoteric communities. And as you see, the Sufi influence upon the Masonic Brotherhood as well, which comes from the Knights Templar in many ways. And it's Rumi's connection to England is always there, because of a lot of those communities, they immigrated from these different parts of Europe and they connected with each other. And that's why you always have that connection that's there, these remnants of these communities, just like how you have the Italian travelers, Marco Polo, who supposedly ran into Hassan Saba and the assassins. So there's always like these legends that are there, some that are confirmed by history, some that are just out there and passed down by legends. So it's basically all part of that one collective. And so I got to prepare myself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually to meet with a lot of these people in the second half of the month when I do travel. And of course, I'll have a lot of stories to share when I'll be back on with Team D on October 3rd.
All right.
So, Raman, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
And, kind of ironically, I woke up, I went to bed early last night with the storm, and I woke up to watch maybe the last 40 minutes of an episode of what was my favorite show as a kid, The Time Tunnel. And they had gone back into the time of Rudyard Kipling. And Rudyard Kipling sort of saved them, and then they saved Rudyard Kipling. And they were dealing with people, of course, in India on the border of, it was probably in what is now Pakistan today. It was kind of vague as to what was going on. But what occurred to me is the Aga Khan, and for those who do not know, the Aga Khan is the descendant of Asen Saba and the assassin or Hashishin cult. And because I always thought it was curious that he ended up, the heirs of Asen Saba went to India, whereas the predominant followers of Islam are in Pakistan. So I wonder, is there a connection at all between Pakistan and the Aga Khan, or that? And I know that cult it's been identified as being connected to the Thugi cult. But could you tell me if there's a connection to Pakistan with the Aga Khan or his descendants?
Oh, of course. Yes, so going into Rudyard Kipling, so Rudyard Kipling was a Freemason whose lodge was in Lahore, Pakistan, which was at that time under the District Grand Lodge of Bombay, which has now been absorbed into the Indian side. But the Grand Lodge of Pakistan is exiled under Scotland for now. So with the Aga Khan III at that time,
when you say exile, that means its charter has been suspended.
Yes.
Somebody's making a lot of noise. Somebody's making a lot of noise. Could you please mute?
Is that myself, Peter? Or
it might be.
How's it now? Is it good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yes. So basically, when the military juntas took over in 1972 in Pakistan, they banned anything that was not of Islam. So in their eyes, Freemasonry fit that category, even though they themselves didn't know its true history. So ever since then, it's been exiled under the Grand Lodge of Scotland, just like how the Grand Lodge of Iran is under California and I believe Massachusetts. So the Aga Khan III was also a Mason himself. And through his influence with the British royal family, they were able to, because, Muhammad Ali Jinnah usually gets the credit for being the forefather of Pakistan. So Aga Khan III and the Ismailis, they were the ones with their influence who were able to influence the British at that time during the partition to create this non-secular state of Pakistan, which was for non-Hindus and Muslims. And that in 1947, that's when the partition occurred. And the Aga Khani people, if you go to Pakistan, they live in mountainous regions, which kind of holds true to the old man of the mountain and them being his descendants. So they hold a lot of power and influence over Pakistan. So if you look at the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, it was created through the Masonic influences of Aga Khan, which I did a presentation on this a year ago, which I cover extensively, George Bernard Shaw and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Aga Khan, and how they were all like in this one collective. And it was that experiment, just like how America is a Masonic experiment, that also was in many ways. And that they created that in 1947 and to basically create a state for non-Hindus. And many of the people who support that vision, they look at India today with the caste system and the way non-Hindus are being persecuted, saying that what Aga Khan and Muhammad Ali Jinnah did was true, that there was a safe place for non-Hindus to go to. to have their own country after the British had left. So that's basically, their influence is still there, because the current Aga Khan IV, he's got a lot of money. I think he has a castle down in Switzerland, and they own a lot of stuff in Canada. They own majority of Pakistan, and you should see like the type of welcome that they give him every time he comes. It just goes to show you that they are the ones who own that country. So the Ismailis are very influential people. They have a lot of money. Even when I was in Texas, I ran into a lot of Ismailis who were like rich business owners and were very well set. And what's interesting about their community is, even though they're Muslim or Shia Muslims, they stick with their own. They don't deal with anybody that's outside of the Ismaili community, which I kind of found interesting, seeing how they like operated it.
That's very, very interesting, because I had no idea, because the Aga Khan is portrayed in history as being kind of inert. And from what you're telling me, he's far from inert, even though he might be rich, far from inert, and that he actually is foundational for the country of Pakistan, which is something I did not know, because that is also obfuscated by normal reading. What I think is interesting is that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Rita Hayworth who had married the Aga Khan, I believe, and she was also married to Orson Welles, who abdicated heterosexuality for being gay. So that's very interesting. And of course, Orson Welles was tied to so much of the esoteric. And so this is very interesting, and it has a lot of implications. All ties to England. And,
definitely, because most people think that England doesn't have any power anymore. They still do, even in.
This is the hidden power of what I would even say today is going on in Afghanistan. I don't know all to connect all the dots, but there's always a hidden English power in Qatar, in all throughout the Mideast, because they divided up the Mideast, and of course they divided up Pakistan, and they created India, or created India as it is today. The British are so imperialistic. Very interesting, and I thank you for sharing that.
Yes, I've gone in depth before into Britain as basically a soft power empire, just based on its offshore accounts. Is its third incarnation of imperialism, is providing everybody the ability to launder their money through England, and of course is what's made them such a satellite of Soviet Russia, to the point where Vladimir Putin felt entirely at home and confident enough to deploy a weapon of mass destruction, Novichok, in the middle of London, where he tried to kill a spy and his daughter, who had defected from his country, and wound up killing a few British citizens, certainly rendering dozens sick, and the British did nothing, absolutely nothing to him. So all this talk about British power is certainly viable in one sense, but then again, they're nothing but a weak satellite extension of Russia in another. So you really have to always put these things in perspective.
Yeah, but I mean, Russia is
itself irrelevant in so many ways, and only
in other words, it's like these people have influence. Like, if you had $100 million, you could play a lot of games in foreign countries by feeding money to certain people. I mean, I'm not talking about on the level of what Putin and other people do, but you could, manipulate groups and organizations with $100 million and just play games with people, just with sick power games, and with companies, and to your own amusement. And in fact, that's what one of my friends said, who was, she was subject to a lot of rich, very rich people in New York City. Mm-hmm. And she said they were very sick people, the way they would just toy with people. And this is not like high-level toying. They might just get off on, some sort of mental abuse of an employee, or or some venture capitalist. They play games just because they like to hang people on a string and just play with them. It was very sick.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sick. And she met her husband through these people, and she opted for him because he wasn't like that.
Okay.
He was dealing with these people, and she said, this guy has integrity. He's not like that.
Okay.
So, it was like, wow. But, so these people are in positions to exercise their sadistic impulses.
Yeah, we always kind of, it's what we've all been groomed to assume anyway. I mean, everybody kind of assumes that or presumes that. I'm certainly not going to argue with that.
But it's not emphasized because, the press doesn't say, well, this is Joe Biden's impulse to watch people die. In other words, he has to get up and act like he cares about the people in Afghanistan. He has to act like he cares. In actual fact, he was immune. He didn't understand or feel what was going to go on. He had no compassion until he was told that he had to have compassion because that's the politically correct thing to do. So now he's feigning compassion. Because he's got a bayonet to his head. If he doesn't, he's going to be further disgraced. Right. So in other words, these people are not, they're not feeling and caring. They're only feeling and caring because it's politically correct to do so.
Well, again, nothing to argue with. I think, again, we all presume that. It's not something you would expect from people in that he wouldn't have gotten to that position of power if he weren't some kind of sociopathic psychopath with a total lack of human empathy in the way the system is right now. The way it's established is for people like him to make it to the top. There's no other people that can. By the way, a shout out into the chat room to Peggy Wood. Very glad Peggy Wood could join us. Shout out to she. And Marcus Grix has taken his leave for the night because or at least for now, because his baby is woken up over there in Australia. But one thing that I did notice from Moed Mechanics is he's mentioning that he himself is a practicing Muslim. So what he says is most Muslims in Holland are totally secular and gang stalk other non-secular Muslims like me. So that's what he said. So it's interesting. It places him in a different context or a deeper context or a different one than otherwise one would assume in general just by his general, demeanor. But so what's interesting tonight, Peter, is that certainly glad to have you. I'll go a bit into why I'm checking in tonight is mostly just to say hi to everyone. And if I am able to enter some kind of zone where I talk for a bit, that's fine. Other than that, pretty much it's going to be yourself and Salman and Jameson until both of you leave with it getting towards midnight your time or so. And at that point, Peggy might join us here. Penny Bradley, I mean to say. I was thinking of Peggy in the chat room. Penny Bradley might join us on transmission for a little bit. But other than that, I have no real plans for entering the zone where I speak or monologue too much tonight, which I said at the beginning. And it's very interesting because at the beginning, this was brought to my attention by everyone in the chat room. Somebody hit multiple thumbs down. So this is why Daniel LaRolla said, I didn't get where he was coming from. And this is rare because it almost never happens. But yes, I got 16 down votes and 18 up votes. So in terms of that, a shout out to Amanda Yu to saying hi. And so she says that she may be joining us later, or I don't know exactly what she's saying, but it sounds like she's implying that and getting something ready for her family right now. She's always, of course, very involved, just as is Brendan Zoge. And so she's getting some job prep for tomorrow and something ready for the kids, she says. And Brendan Zoget, of course, is dealing with something as he always is. More and more so, Brendan Zoget is very isolated from us simply because he's so overwhelmed. And obviously I'm overwhelmed as well, as you'll find out in a few moments. But when I checked in tonight, I find it interesting that they decide to attack tonight, the gang stalkers, with their multiple thumbs down, because either Richard K. Cole suddenly established multiple YouTube channels with multiple accounts where he could do that, or they've mobilized a bunch of incels, the involuntary celibates, to suddenly jump, because there was nothing of significance that I said tonight, because all I've been saying is how overwhelmed I am, and I'm just checking in.
May I make a suggestion? Or a comment?
Yeah, of course. That's why I brought the subject for it, was because your suggestions or comments, of course, are always welcome.
Well, this is the thing, and is that yeah, for you to have this many down thumbs, I mean, and really look at it, it says 19 versus 16. This is like, you know, a football game that's 3-2. It's nothing. It's like, you know, who even wants to watch a 3-2 game? You know, it's you know, from perspective of statistics, it is insignificant that 19 people would be watching this, or 19 would like it and 16 would not like it. Now, if you were to have more dislikes, I think it would be fantastic. Now, I'll tell you why. Because nobody has that many dislikes. Find me a YouTube that has a lot of dislikes. I don't think they exist. I mean, in comparison to a lot of likes. You might have a lot of dislikes on some particular person, but a lot of likes. So, in other words, people, like, if somebody doesn't like something, why the hell do they listen to it? In other words, you just dislike it and move on. It's like you're attracting dislikes, which means the book is considered threatening.
Yes, yes.
And
well, it's complementary because they demonstrate their fixation, their morbid fixation upon myself, morbid in the sense that they are so threatened by myself, but they have to come here like flies. And it's just what it is. It's one of these things that reveals their weakness, and it certainly has to be taken that way. There's no other way to take it. So when it comes to what you're bringing up, of course, there are people who would get a lot of dislikes if they were saying something that was repulsive on the face of it. Something that would be like, I don't just hunt animals, but I like to watch them suffer. It would be somebody saying something like that would get a lot of dislikes. But when they're honing in on myself and doing this, if indeed it's not Richard K. Cole just establishing a bunch of alternative channels and he's mobilized a bunch of incels, then we're in a situation where...
Think about how slick that is.
Yeah, well, that... Yeah.
That is, it's like, okay, Richard, you're going to go get a bunch of channels, you're going to do this, or maybe he's got, you know, they've taken some of the Army guys and say, okay, Richard, these guys, you make sure that tell them what to do, and they'll all go put down. How powerful is that? It's like anybody who's listening to you and appreciates you, they don't care about those thumbs down.
It's true. It is true. And it does go to show, though, a mobilization is erupted because it's... of course, Jameson's saying he's got a dozen computers just for that, but no, I don't believe that, because this would have happened all the time. If he had a dozen computers to do this, or, you know, it's definitely, he has multiple computers when he's in the right environment. We know that for a fact because they arrested him at one point for all the multiple computers he was running the child porn off of. And that was, of course, under his alias. So when it comes to what's going on now, it is probably others have been mobilized, but it may not necessarily be linked to him directly or personally. It has to do with likely the book. So if the book is that threatening, then wonderful, that's good, and more power to it. Or if I'm that threatening as a person to these people, then that's good. That's a positive as well. So everything that Peter says is deeply appreciated, and certainly Salman Sheikh, one of the conversations that I had before I myself took off for the Ghost Festival, and just to put that into perspective for people, of course, the Japanese recently had the Spirit season, and that lasted about a work week in terms of their celebration thereof. The Chinese have an entire month that's dedicated to the ghost. phenomenon. It's actually the month when the gates of hell itself open and the dead are unleashed upon the world. So this is a period that is not necessarily a celebratory time in China. So it's more of a period of communion and of placating the restless dead. But it has its roots in several different faiths, Buddhism and Taoism. But in terms of the month itself, it's the 7th lunar month of the Sino-Viet calendar. So the 15th lunar day of that 7th lunar month is the very core, the very heart of it, which is today. And so today is, it happens to fall on the Gregorian solar calendar on the 22nd of August. And so because of that, this is when the gates are most open. This is when the ghosts who are ravenous, forever famished, wander the earth. So it's fitting that we get all the thumbs down on this day. This is when the gates of hell are open and the ravenous dead are basically haunting us. This is the time when you'd get the thumbs down from these kind of egregores infesting the internet. This is what all these people personify, what they embody, is this kind of ravenous ghost kind of persona. And so in that sense, of course, one does their best to try and, shall we say, hook up with the more pleasant ghosts or one's ancestors, and see what one can do to visit them in a sense, commune with them, in that sense, transport yourself to the other side in a time like this where you can relocate yourself in both worlds at once, and ultimately prepare yourself for the afterlife as well. So in a day like this, it already has a kind of somber mood to it. There is a kind of celebratory compensation in the sense that you're feeding the ghosts. You may as well feed yourself as well. I'll try and go a bit into the culture of that sometime, soon tonight. But people get the general message. And the general message was, before I went into this, I got hit by my landlady with a task that was just thoroughly unpleasant, which I have to deal with over the next 48 hours. And things won't be stabilized until after the repercussions, the results of what I'm doing are dealt with as well. Basically, of course, for people who are aware of where I live, this is a place that is very old. It is so old as a building that in San Francisco, we're on top of Russian Hill. If you ever visit San Francisco, one of the things that you'll notice is that there are these little yellow buggies that people ride all around San Francisco. They're tourists, and they don't really ride all around San Francisco. They ride on a pre-planned path for the buggy, where you're driving the buggy, but you're receiving directions as to where to go next. And this way they keep you on what they hope will be the most accident-free route. But, at the same time, it's amazing they don't have more accidents, because they try to get you to see what the tourists want to see. And as a result, you're going to be going through some pretty challenging traffic. And you're on this little buggy that's very dangerous. If any car were to hit it, well, you're dead. So it's basically, you take your own life into your hands. And I presume they take people down the crookedest street in the world, which our man Peter Moon drove down along with myself and his lovely wife Paula when she was and he were visiting myself in San Francisco, around with other areas of California. We were able to catch a day when it wasn't crowded. And sometimes that crookedest street in the world can be crowded back for literally miles. So we were very fortunate in that we were able to go down that street. But if sometimes those buggies get caught in some kind of traffic where everybody's waiting to go down that street, I can only imagine it couldn't be too fun. By the way, Rose Belizia says, is this your Big Attic book room? Oh, shout out to Rose Belizia. Hey, honey, good to see you. If she means the photographic image that I've embedded in a thumbnail of Livestream, no. And by the way, she says, please reintroduce your guests. So, of course, Salman Sheikh is with me. He is our resident Muslim chaplain. Peter Moon is with me. He is my co-author of the book, The Roswell Deception, subtitled The Demystification of World War II. Or rather, the proper title is The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, now available at www.skybooks.usa.com. And he is, of course, famous in his own right for everything he's done up to this point in his career, which has been to partake in Scientology, ultimately sever from Scientology as it became under Muscovich, actually before even Muscovich really took over properly. But he managed to take a lot of that training and put it to good use. He's disciplined in the martial arts, particularly breatharian, or rather breathing techniques of Tai Chi in particular, that have helped him immensely, enables him to play football at a spry 60 or so with much younger men. Yeah, there we are. And and with myself, of course, is Jameson Reese, our resident occultist and wonderful young man who has helped me with maintaining the show. I would not be able to do it without him, if he can only refrain from doing incredibly silly things like getting himself banned off Facebook just for the sheer fun of seeing that happen. So, Rose Belizia says, Peter Moon helped me in 1998 regarding John von Neumann. Wonderful. So you may remember this, dear lady. And in terms of my home, honey, Rose is referring to probably the infamous photograph of the sub-room or back room, which is just books and a bed. And this part of the house I'm in now is like that. So this house is so old that when those little yellow buggies go by my house, they actually have the announcement that they make that the homes in this street are built above an old Russian cemetery from the Barbary Coast days, when people were literally killing each other over gambling and gold and hookers, because there were many bordellos in San Francisco to service all of the gold miners. And the Russians congealed, they ethnically enclaved in this area, hence the name Russian Hill. They're all gone now. And what happens is that the house was so old that when we moved in, there was a wine press in the basement. So she does love the photo of that book crowded room. Okay, thank you, honey. I appreciate that. And it goes to show a lot of what the whole place looks like. Well, there is one room. There are several little... It's somewhat like the Winchester Mystery House. There was a lot that was done to this place because of its history. And the landlady is focused on what was visible to her and easily accessible to her. And so she basically kept the basement closed that she knows of. And she wanted to bar that basement door. She did, from outsiders, because she was afraid of home invaders, because it's quite a legitimate concern. There are people who break in to many houses in area. I've been personally witness to that. And with COVID, it's just gotten worse. My gang brother Beaver, who lives in a neighborhood similar to this, has had people. He lives like he lives like 2 stories up basically, and behind several fences. Just like my yard's behind several fences. And
does he live north of you, Douglas?
I would call it that south. I mean, he's on Greenwich Street. You kind of like go down, walk down. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, when you were here at my place, if we were to go towards the bay, then you go left down towards Marina, that'd be in the area he's in. So that's north. Okay, that's north of you. That's north of me then. And so
Greenwood Street.
Yeah, and so
verify that.
Yeah, okay. And so he just had he saw me today to help me with something, and when he was talking about what was going on with his home, there's been just with the COVID. It's just been all kinds of attempted break-ins. With the property he manages, the apartments he manages, all kinds of attempted break-ins. In other words, with the COVID, people are becoming increasingly desperate. They're becoming increasingly violent. And they're doing crazy things. I mean, people have to go over 2 fences to reach his room where he lives, and somebody did that. And his mother said, "Oh, why don't we put a gate on your balcony?" And he says, "Why the fuck would I want to do that? I want them to try and break into my room so I can kill them, just for the fun of it." And so there you have that. But he's lived all his life with, what this might be a direct threat to him. But he's lived all his life with direct threats like that, and nothing's ever come of it thus far, or at least nothing that's ever really taken him down, just like in my case. So, our lives are what they are. But when it comes to where I'm at, so my landlady had this what she felt was the accessible basement blocked, and therefore there was this one door that could access it from where I'm at, which is above it. Because basements in San Francisco are theoretically above ground most of the time. In this case, they're sublevels. But I thought there was this one door I was never going to use again when she did that. And so I just put all this crap in front of it. And then what happened was that she rang my doorbell the other day. And before I took off for a spirit festival to rendezvous with my son, and be taken to the different estates and mingle with the blood boys and an escort. Basically, she says, "Oh, I want to paint that door inside and out." She said, "Inside and out." And I said, "Why do you want to paint the inside?" And she said, "Well, it's my house. I can do what I want." So I can't argue with that. So I said, "Okay, when I come back, I'll have to do something this weekend. But when I come back, I will hit that door." Now, she's ethnically Chinese as well. And so what happened is, the way I understand this, or the way I perceive this, was that for many years, her parents, after they died, and they both lived upstairs, she maintained that for many years as what they call in Asia, a spirit trap. She kept everything exactly the same as when they died, didn't move anything, and just left it there for her parents' spirits to live in, to dwell in. And so they could never really leave or escape the earthly plane. Why she wanted that is beyond me, but that was her choice. And so then when we finally moved her relations in upstairs, then she had to deal with, first of all, getting everything operational again. What plumbing they had was very, very backed up, hadn't been used in years. I mean, decades, like at that point, probably like close to 20 years. And then this caused backup everywhere. Once she got all that operational, I guess she felt stabilized enough at this point. She decided she was going to honor them by painting the house. So she's painting the facade. She's painting some areas in the back, which our neighbors can potentially see. And so because of that, I just have to deal with it. And, so it's an odious enough task. I mean, it's just, how would I say, overwhelming enough to move tons of shit where I was talking about to Salman, where I didn't know if I was going to make it to tonight's transmission, saying that, with everything I'm doing to honor my own parents, and then coming back to home to deal with that. And of course, Salman was being very supportive. He's being nothing but supportive, but he's like, the way he's reminding me of the transmission is like, he's telling me you do these 12-hour transmissions, and, it's really, that alone would make it like a part-time job, and the work you put into it, it's really a full-time job, and no one is really paying you, certainly not regularly. And so it's enough to really sink home just how, aside from the therapeutic nature of what I do with the transmissions, they're obviously not something that is supportive in some way financially. So it's just, definitely want the people to know that, yeah, I foresee myself doing this for a little while yet, but this is no way I see myself doing this in 5 or 6 years. This has got to stop. I can't keep doing this. Now that we're working on books together, Peter Moon and I, we've got to start doing something different. And so Peter and I will discuss various options as time goes on. But, one of the things I spoke to him about privately, which I won't bring up here, but Peter and I will discuss it privately later, was one particular person I brought up that I might give a copy of the autograph book to. Certainly, I got to give a copy at least to Ben Estenius, my sponsor. So I spoke to him briefly the other day. And he's a wonderful human being, and he's doing okay as best as he can. And I want people to always maintain him in thought and prayer. Ben Estenius of Man of the Soil, and of course the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. And when I spoke to him about what's going on, it was just, it is what it is. He's holding up. I'm holding up. But he brought up somebody who was a bit of a celebrity, who lives in an area that he's been dealing with. And I exposed who that was to Peter Moon. And Peter Moon said, I don't think they'd appreciate what we're saying in the book. But unless I miscommunicated, from what I understood from Ben Estenius, this relation to the super celebrity didn't really like the individual. That apparently she's writing a book that might be a bit of an expose. Of course,
you didn't tell me that.
Oh, I didn't have time. It was just, I had to go.
Oh, no. So therefore, she might indeed like the book.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I'll find out more from him. But I should have explained that to you, of course. But it's like,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that you didn't. I mean, I just made a comment. I didn't. I'll still send you the books.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and
it's
and the comment you made was totally rational. It was totally logical, of course. Blood's thicker than water. And it still might be the case that the book is taken negatively simply because blood's thicker than water.
Well, yeah, they might not like you saying it. They want to say it.
Yes. It's amazing.
Or there's also a situation where people try to clean up their heritage or the genetics, like descendants of L. Ron Hubbard. What is this guy? His name is, he's changed DeWolf. He calls himself DeWolf. He's not really a DeWolf, I don't think. Jamie DeWolf. He's sort of a comedian, and he, just exploits the name of L. Ron Hubbard in a very negative way, who's his ancestor, and tells horror stories about him and says, I wish somebody would explain my genetics, and I'll explain his genetics. I understand them very well. I won't necessarily, tell him, but but he's like, people have come and he's exploiting,
is this guy really in relation to L. Ron Hubbard? Is he claiming to be?
Yeah. I think it's his great grandson. He is L. Ron Hubbard Jr., I think, is his grandfather. And he uses the name DeWolf, but I think he inherits through his mother the genetics. And he says his family is very weird. And there's a lot of weirdness in his family. And this totally, and he doesn't say it that pejoratively, he says it objectively. And I totally understand the weirdness of the genetic family, because Hubbard is a genetic anomaly. He's from a genetic line, as was Marjorie Cameron, as were many people.
Right.
Of that Wilson Cameron lineage. I understand it because I encountered it. They are a wild card maverick. It's almost as if somebody spliced the Christ Antichrist gene, and it comes out, and it can come out any which way. In Hubbard's case, it came out with an astute brilliance that was colored by other factors. And whereas it is I would call the Christ gene, the messianic gene. And when you say Christ gene, it's got the Antichrist in there too. If it was the Antichrist gene, it would have the Christ gene in it. So it's very complicated. It sort of parallels your situation, but in a different strain of genetics in a different way. I mean, everybody has that inside of them, but it's just that certain genes have different, just like every gene has muscles in them. Some genes have muscles in particular ways. I could go into this, but it's the messianic gene. So when it comes out with him, he's sort of saying, God, I got this weird family, and I wish somebody could explain it to me. And then he panders to the lowest common denominator himself.
Of course.
He's not somebody you would, hold in esteem with regards to his refinement.
That
Nor does he pretend to be that, nor does he seek that out. It's kind of like he's a promoter. He would do good promoting wrestling, although he promotes, he was promoting shows in the Bay Area that, and one time he featured, or maybe more than once, Scientology stuff, and it's just, and he getting younger people out there. It's, it's what he does. But he was expositing his family, which is, admittedly strange. And he said the one dark secret in their family nobody wanted to talk about was L. Ron Hubbard himself. But he's basically saying in a strange family, it's already strange, this is something they just can't, it's the great secret, because they don't want to own up to it. But I could tell you that Scientology as a subject is so damn misunderstood, and Hubbard is so damn misunderstood, but there's a certain point is who cares about the misunderstanding? It's like, really, who cares? People just want to milk it for whatever it is, get as much juice out of it, because it's a juiced subject. It's similar but different than Charles Manson. If you really want to get into Charles Manson, you have to bypass all the stuff you hear in the media and start going into the mechanics of the case and the people that were fostering the case and the behind the scenes of the case. You don't throw out Charles Manson himself, but you have to look at him from a different viewpoint than what the media is feeding you. I'm not saying that he is innocent or deserves exoneration. I'm just saying is, so, you get this like media feeding frenzy, and then you get Charles Manson in a standoff with Geraldo Rivera or somebody in an attempt to intimidate Geraldo Rivera, and Rivera being righteous and adamant, like he's some righteous guy.
Of all people. Yes.
Yeah. And it's just like, okay, can we get to what's really going on? And Manson is playing games on it. And you've got to get past. And I can tell you from what I've seen of Charles Manson when he was alive, if you would talk straight to him, he would talk straight to you.
Yes.
You'd have to, carefully choose your words and your avenue to him. But most people aren't taught. He could see through most people. And that's what was so intimidating about him. He was like a good poker player.
Yes.
And he could scare people.
Yes. It was I remember one individual named Vale, and I'm trying to remember his last name. I'd have to look it up to tell you the truth, but he was the publisher of what was once a fairly famous periodical. It wasn't monthly or anything like that. It came out pretty much as they published it, but they published it with enough regularity where they had their little offices and printing press here in San Francisco, and it was called Research Magazine. And it was like RE/search, like in re/search. So with Research Magazine, they went into such subjects as Charles Manson, because of course he was a local California, San Francisco resident and infamous local boy, and as well as going into alternative culture, much of it musically oriented, also alternative literature. But by that I mean what was considered alternative in the past, which is nothing like today, very different. In other words, they did books on William Burroughs. The other person that comes to mind, of course, was the individual who did all of these post-apocalyptic novels that were always about decay. I forget his name now, but he did the book on which they based the film Empire of the Sun. J.G. Ballard. So it was J.G. Ballard is who I'm thinking of. Just these very kind of, not necessarily mainstream, but nevertheless really well-known people. So anyhow, V, as the guy's name was, for Vale, and that's why he changed the name Research Magazine later on to V-Search Magazine when he severed from Andrea Juno, who was this very attractive Jewish girl with a big nose. And in other words, she never bothered to get a nose job, which I guess was just kind of her defiance. And whether, I don't know what they severed over, because you would think they would never have gotten together in the first, because Vail was and this was, take some explaining. He was a neo-Nazi, but not in the sense that people understand neo-Nazis today. He was like a neo-Nazi from this Wednesday coming up, for instance, is the anniversary of the assassination of George Lincoln Rockwell. And George Lincoln Rockwell, of course, was a quote-unquote neo-Nazi, but he was the old-school American who had basically found himself aligned with Nazism when he began to understand the crimes the Americans had committed. And in other words, he was alive when Hitler was alive. And then after the war ended on the surface world, George Lincoln Rockwell was an attorney. He began to really understand the Americans as the enemy, or certainly the system, which our man Jameson was referring to earlier. This kind of later stage capitalism, as they call it today, late stage capitalism is the term they tend to use for what Jameson Reese was discussing with Salman Sheikh. At that point, George Lincoln Rockwell became an American Nazi. He started the American Nazi Party. Now, the reason Vail became involved was because he was born in an American internment camp, because Vail is Japanese. I'm forgetting his last name. But Vail's a Japanese American. He was born in an American internment camp, and he too saw the Americans as the enemy. So it was during his lifetime, he had a brief meeting with George Lincoln Rockwell. And so bear in mind, George Lincoln Rockwell was this white man, but when George Lincoln Rockwell met this very young Japanese guy, Vail, he took him under his wing for a brief period of time, and this is how Vail became part of that Nazi tradition. That Nazi tradition no longer exists. We're not talking about men who have an understanding of what Hitler was about and then identified with Nazism, went on marches, and did what George Lincoln Rockwell did. This is why they killed him. And so when he was killed, nobody carried that on. And Vail couldn't do that because Vail was Japanese. And everybody in America who's some idiot just thinks, well, he can't be a Nazi. So they never understood where he was coming from. Yeah, he wound up with this Jewish woman publishing Research magazine. And the reason that I bring that up is, of course, like I said, I'm going to be muddled and all over the place tonight because of what's been going on lately and what I have to look forward to, which is, nothing to look forward to until this gets settled down and, I clear that door and open a door I haven't opened in 20 years. By the way, that's one reason I had a rendezvous with Beaver, is because he's agreed to come on from the other side and jam it open from the other side, because we both know what's happened, is that this house is settled, and the house is settled. When it settles around door frames. So that door's not going to open. And so we know we're going to have to literally bang that door open, and then if she gets these guys to paint it, they're going to have to plane it, or that thing's never going to open again once they paint it.
What about the hinge? What about the hinge?
Oh, it's just, oh my God. It's just, let's just put it this way. It's the hinge is what it is. That, what they're going to probably have to do is that either they're just going to paint over it and say, fuck it, or they're just going to replace the door, really.
She said both sides of the door.
Yeah. It's just she wants to paint both sides of the door. Yeah, it's for the hinge. I doubt.
To do that for ghost reasons.
Yes.
But the thing is, if the hinges, even if they're old hinges,
yeah,
it's possible you can detach the door with just the hinges by sticking a screwdriver or something similar up there and hammering it out the hinge and take off the door that way.
And that way she can paint it. No, paint the door.
Well, you have to take off it so you can paint both sides rather than open it. You might just get the door off that way. And then if you want to replace the door, the best, when you replace the door, you do the whole frame of the door.
Oh,
so
God. Yeah.
You bring in you buy a door and its frame at Home Depot or somewhere.
Yeah.
And then you have to attach it to the wood that's surrounding it.
Yeah.
You paint it ahead of time.
Well, they're going to either do that, or I suspect for economic reasons, what she's going to do is, by the way, I was impressed by the fact that she was responsive to me when I was telling her I can't do this till I get back. That was cooperative of her, which was appreciated, but it was just, and I'll take what you say into account and relate that to her. It's definitely, as Maria Gregorich asks about my landlady being a little unhinged, one could say that.
Unhinged is a good pun.
Yes.
As they say, I've been, replacing doors and stuff like this, and usually when you replace a door, you want to replace the whole frame. And as they say, this might need to be replaced because as they say, if it won't open, it's like it could also lead to complicated construction in and around the door if the wood around it is rotted or which could be the case. And being that this is so damn symbolic and so ghost ridden, it could be a can of ghosts.
It is. Oh, it is.
Well, we already know there's a can of ghosts, and the fact that she wants to do it is highly significant because you've talked about this before, and it's like she's actually spot on here. This is actually not harmful to you. It's a task, because I've been undergoing home renovation myself, so I can appreciate. She knows from her talk about the ancestral stuff. This is right in line with, she's celebrating it in her own right.
It's true. Despite
whatever malefic aspects she might have to her.
Yeah.
It's this is a project that is of interest to me, just in terms of its what it's going to do. It's going to have an effect on you, and it might be a very positive effect, because that door is probably going to seal off that stuff from you.
I think that's a profoundly positive way of looking at it. I appreciate that. I mean, it does make me feel better. So I do want you.
Yeah. Well, it's a tough thing. It's tough on two counts. One, because three counts. One, she's asking you to do something, and that's always something that's a hassle. Anybody, a landlord coming and asking you to do anything is a hassle.
Yeah.
And then the fact that it has to do with this particular door and this particular heritage of the door, and then in all that it represents, and it could involve construction problems, it could involve esoteric problems. But I think, feel free to talk to me about it as it goes on. I'd like to hear. I wouldn't even mind looking at it from a distance or a live camera, if I could put my 2 cents in on it.
Sure. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. We'll see if I can arrange for that. More than likely, I'll just, be, how would I say it? Just making certain, barreling my way through it. And, but
I also, Beaver will know exactly what to do with it, because he's used to dealing with this stuff with the apartment.
Oh, God,
He can tell you whether it needs a new door frame or not. You tell him that, he'll know.
Yeah. Well, he already kind of looked at it from the outside, because it's he's familiar enough with my property where basically he has the keys. I needed him to have the keys because he was helping to take care of my parents when they were alive. I remember now why I brought up the research magazine story was because Vail was one of the people who landed an interview with Charles Manson, which was very difficult. There were several reasons why it was difficult to interview Charles Manson, and not for the reason that many people would assume, which is basically that he's been on death row all his life. Of course, he's dead now. But Charles Manson basically did not accept many interviews. He was, because most people, of course, were just, as Peter will describe, I mean, what are they coming in there for other than to exploit him? And so when Vail wrote to him, Vail wrote that, he was straight with him. And as our man Peter says, that's what Charles Manson responded to. And then Charles Manson showed some story with Vail. I mean, this is the part that I remember. I'm sure that there was much more to the interview, but the only part I really remember was the most repulsive part. And the most repulsive part was that Charles Manson was bored and in prison, and basically at one point a cockroach made it into his cell, and Charles Manson didn't let the cockroach go. He just basically trapped the cockroach and made a pet of it, and basically got the cockroach to respond to his hand movements after, like, wouldn't let the cockroach move past his hand here, there, and then the cockroach learned to stand in the middle when he had his hands in a certain position. In other words, like a flea circus, he trained a cockroach to respond to him, and fed it. And I just thought, if I were in a cell and a cockroach came into my cell, I would never do that. Jameson says that's actually kind of cool. I mean, oh my God, that's how Vale described it. I can't see that. I'm sorry. It's just awful. It's just awful. If you're at that point, life is horrible. I'm sorry. Where you're dealing with a cockroach. But this is because I came from this ghetto background where I had to deal with cockroaches in my childhood. It's something that I would never want to deal with again. Okay, maybe they're exotic to other people or who haven't grown up with a roach infestation, as I did in the Tenderloin. Oh my God. So yeah, Jameson says I can't stand them. Yes, of course not. No one should. So there we have that. So that's a silly little story that when Peter brought up Charles Manson, that's what that reminded me of. But in terms of Andrea Juno, so yeah, you had this Jewish chick working with Vale, this Japanese American Nazi, and I use that term to disambiguate it from the term neo-Nazi, which is the kind of scum we got running around today who've misidentified everything about Nazism and think, you know what they are? They're Hollywood Nazis. The neo-Nazis are Hollywood Nazis in the sense that all they've got out of Nazism is what they see on the screen. And they think that's cool because it's projecting Nazism in this frightening, vile, ominous sense. And they want to be part of something that's frightening, vile, and ominous, and large and looming. So they joined that, and but they don't understand what it really was historically. Anyhow, and so Maria Grigorich says of the cockroach, I presume, she says it's a sentient being, mind you, far more preferable at a distance, a very far distance. So I don't know how to respond to that. You know what? I'm sorry, Maria. I'm giving that a thumbs down. I hate cockroaches. I cannot consider them. I don't care if they're sentient. They're evil. They're just horrible. Yes, there we are. Jameson says smash them. Don't care how sentient they are. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, one thing about cockroaches, though?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
If you go after a cockroach,
yeah,
it'll know you're going after them.
Oh, yeah. Flies do, too. Yeah, most animals do. Yeah. Insects, I mean to say. Yeah.
There are some that are rather not so sharp at it.
Okay, true.
But a cockroach, man, they know you're coming for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Jameson said they know the air currents. Yeah. It's more like the frequency. It's your thoughts. Because all you have to do is think it. And if you're particularly tuned to the cockroach, like apparently Manson was.
Right.
And of course, in the novel Dracula, he was attuned. He could control all the bugs.
Yes, that's true.
He was on the frequency of the bug. It's possible to be on that frequency and influence that frequency. It doesn't mean you're the Lord of the Flies. Doesn't mean you're not. It just, you can tune into that frequency.
Well, what they discovered with ants was if you, because this happens, people get ants on some kind of food and they're trying to microwave it. The ants get on it because ants go for food. And so the people say, well, fuck it, I'll just put it in the microwave to kill all the germs. And they stick the ant in, this happens at times, with the food in the microwave. And the ant will always survive. And so they scientifically investigated how is it that ants survive in a microwave. And they found out that the ants are able to sense where the radiation is directed. And so they evade the beams of the microwave and are able to escape being sizzled or burned.
That reminds me of a great story. There was this guy who was so full of his knowledge that he was talking about why Daniel was not eaten by the lion in the story of the lion's den, Daniel in the lion's den, because he knew to stand by the dung of the lion, and the lion would not go near his own dung.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. I don't even, but he was so proud of himself
for figuring that out or coming to it.
He was very, antithetical to the
any sense of
Bible.
Miracle. Yes, I see.
And I mean, I thought it was clever. I thought it was interesting, but he was very, very full of his own opinion, and he was very smug about a lot of things. And
who was this guy?
Problem is I would say, if I were to mimic a Chinese wise man, I say, too much cleverness, too much wisdom.
Thank you. Or two, well, intelligence and wisdom are completely separate things. People can be quite clever, but certainly, like the nuclear scientists who work with bombs all over the world. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about the creeps at Los Alamos and later on at Lawrence Livermore Labs or anywhere else on Earth. When you get nuclear scientists, you can get intelligence and a degree of cleverness, but that doesn't mean that they're wise. They never reflect on what they're doing. Certainly, as I said, the physicists in America in particular raise my ire because, they're out for the blonde trophy wife and the kidney-shaped swimming pool, this upper middle class lifestyle. But, they have no care for the repercussions of what they're doing. They never produce anything that helps mankind. We don't have any flying cars. We don't have any free energy. Instead, we get more and more bombs. I mean, that's all these guys produce because that's what they're paid to do. So, fuck them. I mean, it's you can see why Mao Zedong said, fuck the intellectuals. So then Maria says, actually, you know what doesn't qualify as sentient? Earwigs. I'm just going to put a ha-ha on that. I mean, we could go into the different insects at this point, but I'm not quite sure I want to. But in terms of one of the things that Peter Moon and I were, oh my God, what was it? Well, let's just put it this way. What I'm going to do is maybe grab a Tylenol. I think I got a mild headache thinking about all the crap I have to move. So what I'll do is
just to get at the door, right?
Yes, just to get at the door. Well, we got at it from the other side. We went down through the basement, got out from the outside, where we immediately saw some issues. We could see the settling that the house has done around the door frame. We know this is going to be a bitch to open. Also, just several aspects of this that are just bizarre. Everything about, well, of course it would be bizarre. This is an old house and it's very haunted. And so
you can access it from both sides, so you could paint it without opening it.
No, I wish we could do that. No, the inside is what I have to move everything from so that we can open the door from the inside. We were able to look at it from the outside. They painted the outside, which is ridiculous. I don't know why they did that, because they're going to have to paint it again when we get the door open to paint the inside. She just wants the whole door painted. And like you said, there's something spiritual about that. I believe it's based on her communion with her parents. Okay, that's understood. I respect that. Gonna move that crap. I mean, it'll be done. And it's the right thing to do because, as Peter said, this is a positive. It's a positive because I will feel psychologically better having moved all that crap. It's going to benefit me. It's a benefit for me because that means that there is, quote unquote, a fire exit, which, was kind of not there before, not because I piled stuff in front of it, but because she had blocked the basement door, which would be the logical exit. In other words, the only reason I'd run out that door in a fire would be to go down through the basement door to get out, which... this
is symbolic of your escape from hell, Douglas.
Yes, there we are. That's right. It is.
It is. It's a good sign. And I've been able to extract great favors out of people that you wouldn't think would give anybody a favor. It's a knack I have, and that would explain in part why L. Ron Hubbard is somebody who's confused so many people, has serviced me well, and it's because I take what I can get and learn and don't throw rocks at him. Never did.
And how do you feel that when you wrote the book, The Tao of Madness, is this something that people just aren't ready for? I mean, because my impression is that it was very few people could really appreciate what you wrote about him or really understood where you were coming from. Is this
there are some people who really enjoy that book. I think some people, it was accomplished for two basic reasons. One, it was in my head and I needed to expel it because it gets rid of a lot of spiritual accoutrements, for lack of a better word. You could call it demons or attachments, egregore, that are just lurking, and it kind of like flushes them out of your psyche. I don't need to be thinking about Scientologists, ex-Scientologists, and it just kind of like shoots it away. That was the spiritual reason for writing the book. The other more pragmatic reason, it helped me pay for the printing of, I think it was the Etheric Crystal, whatever book I was doing. So it just, now it's done. I put it on print on demand. I didn't want to warehouse it. I didn't want to be particularly known. I don't want to be overly well known for the L. Ron Hubbard connection. I don't mind it. It's part of my history, but I've done so many more things than L. Ron Hubbard, So it's nice to have it as it's a part of, just like Aquino is a part of your life.
Right. He's
not the be all and the end all by any means. That book, one of my friends who really appreciates my work and has come to know me quite well, said that she thought that the most brilliant part of the book was how I identify Hubbard or Scientology as a magical instrument. What's the word? What's the word for a magician? A familiar of L. Ron Hubbard. It was his magical familiar, much as a witch might have a black cat, much as a magician might have a wand. Scientology was his familiar. It was his magical familiar, and it was his creation out of his magical mind. And therefore, if you see it in that context, you understand what it is. And then some people who read it and don't get on so well with it, it might, and if they were failures at Scientology, which not all people are, it stimulates their failure, and it's not this, it's all a bunch of bullshit, so they have to throw rocks at it in their own mind.
Right.
It doesn't really bear throwing rocks at publicly. And then I think I had a dream of Leah Remini, the celebrity ex-Scientologist who had TV shows about it. She appeared in one of my dreams, and somebody asked her, I guess I saw her and identified myself. She says, "I know who you are." She says, "But I can't process this. I cannot process this." In other words, it's just not in her wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Because Scientology is something she grew up in, and she found to be, and she was trying to go around and do exposés on Jehovah's Witnesses because the show ran out of steam. And I could tell you why it ran out of steam, but so she wanted to start doing other cultish stuff. If she would have come to me, I could have fed her all sorts of stuff. I could have partnered with her and started, okay, let's look at the Temple of Set, Leah.
Yeah. No one tackles that.
She's not up for that. She's only, she does celebrity game shows. She's an actress. And actors and actresses can be very, what's the word? Pigeonholed. In fact, the industry pigeonholes them into roles. If you ever want to know why the professor on Gilligan's Island was chosen, you watch an old movie from the 50s and he plays a professor. So they say, "Oh, professor. He can be the professor." Well, he was a good professor.
Yeah.
But, people get stereotyped. If they play a role, that's what they're going to be, particularly in the 50s
Yes.
40s.
Yes.
Dwight Fry, who played Renfield, could only get a job as a nutcase.
That's
when he was
awful.
actually a very good actor. He played a nutty Renfield so well that you'll see him in one of the Frankenstein movies. He's one of the guys digging up one of the bodies. He's playing a kook.
Yeah.
It's like he could only get jobs playing some wacko.
That's awful.
But that's what Hollywood, that's how casting directors work. In some cases, you'll get somebody like a Marlon Brando or a Jack Nicholson or Dennis Hopper. But even those guys, because they were so good at playing neurotic people or psychotic people, they tend to gravitate because they're so good at it. They could get different roles in that. They were also capable. I think Jack Nicholson really kind of won the hearts of the audience when he got the Oscar for The Easy Rider, because he was a very empathetic character in that. He was eccentric and empathetic. He wasn't the typical neurotic that he later became so good at. It's like neurotic on steroids, and sometimes psychotic. And Dennis Hopper, same thing. It's like, I tell you, Dennis Hopper and Jack Nicholson could have played Renfield and given Dwight Fry some acting lessons.
There we are. Yes.
You can imagine them playing Renfield. Marlon Brando, he could have played Renfield, but he would have taken Renfield into realms nobody wants to see.
Yes. I mean, when you see the last film he did, which was The Island of Dr. Moreau, in terms of just that mess that was, and of course he wanted to make it a mess. I mean, him and that God, we discussed that before, and I can't even remember. I always forget the younger actor he was pitted against, but whoever starred in that last final remake of Dr. Moreau, Val Kilmer, Jameson Reese remembers him. Jesus, how do you remember that? So Jameson, come on with us for a second. Speak up.
Val Kilmer is from his generation. He would probably know everything Val Kilmer's done, including Dracula. But I always thought that Marlon Brando would have been the perfect person to play Preston Nichols. Jesus. He wouldn't have been exactly like Preston Nichols, but he could have taken he could have just done wonders with the role of Preston Nichols.
That's amazing. And now that I think about that, yes, it's sad that he did not have that opportunity. The Preston Nichols story is bizarre enough where I don't think people were ready for it. Did you ever approach anybody to try and write a script or a screenplay for a film?
I began one.
Wow.
And actually, it's really accurate in terms of the story. Preston would have liked it. And that is what led to my current association. When this guy had heard that I did it, he loved the idea. He read it and he loved it. Unfortunately, he's changed it. And I say unfortunately because he's fitting it into he fed me one script that was written by a professional scriptwriter that was absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible. Because it was horrible because it was corny. They were taking the characters of Duncan and Preston, and I said, this is not what Duncan was. This is not what he said. It was completely misrepresenting who he was. I had, no, this is not what. And then another screenwriter says, don't show this to Peter. You can't show him this. It's just going to offend him. It's like, because it didn't understand the characters. So
they tried to make something up, basically. So they were making things up.
Well, yeah, it's like this person's a screenwriter. They know how to write screen, and it's like they know how to write dialogue. Well, the dialogue it's wrong. It's like, if it's almost on the level of, Beaver, if we're writing a story about your house and Beaver comes in and say, hey, Douglas, let's go to the opera. It's kind of like, no, it's not what he's going to say. Or, let's go down and, you know, let's go bowling, Douglas.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, that would be totally, yes, it would be laughable. It would be so laughably just incongruent. By the way, just
exactly. You go down and the guys bowling at the next to you on the lane are the guys from the Temple of Set.
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah. And this is how it went down, right?
It just doesn't quite work, and that's kind of how you meet Michael Aquino. It's like they're trying, but they don't understand enough of the scene to understand.
Oh.
And
There we are. Something else to bring up that you reminded me of, since we're just on kind of like almost a free association here, which is fine by me. The funny thing that you said about the opera, Beaver has a Caucasian girlfriend who he's been involved with forever, and Wendy. It's fine to give her first name, Wendy. She was training almost just as like a hobby to be an opera singer. I don't think she's ever done it professionally, but she may have participated in the San Francisco Opera with some parts or something like that. But she does this because she has a voice, and so she does this. She took advantage of it and decided to do some stage work with it. So he would never invite me there, of course, because he doesn't want Wendy to know me. He just feels it would throw off her image of him, which is I'm fine with. You know, I don't care about that. But it's funny because I do know quite a bit about her.
If she were your girlfriend, you probably wouldn't want her to meet Beaver for the same.
Actually, I've never had that problem, but it's different.
I know, but if she was, I could see it the other way around.
I hear you. I appreciate that. I haven't ever been that way. Maybe there's someday I might be like that, but I understand where it's coming from. I take no offense. I'm just too much for many people. If they have a certain image they're trying to portray, it's like of some acceptability to some, say in his case, this Caucasian young lady, but she's no stranger to streetwise situations. I mean, she was dealing with drug
You can quote my wife.
Yeah.
And we can let the audience know. You can quote my wife who met you, and as they say, we spent the whole day with you.
Yes.
When we picked you up in the afternoon, and I said, and so I didn't dare say a word to her because I knew damn well that I subjected her a whole day of Douglas Dietrich. and I knew damn well that I wasn't going to say, let's see you tomorrow. But she originated it.
Yes.
She said, oh, would you like to see us tomorrow?
Yes.
And when she said that, I said, great. And I told her on the way back, I said, I wasn't going to dare say that, but I'm glad you did. So she invited you to be with us the next day, which pleased me, and which means she liked you.
Yes.
And then it was, I don't know, it was a few months ago. We're sitting at the dinner table, and she says, I miss Douglas. She said he was good company. She said you were good company. I didn't.
Wonderful.
I didn't say that. And I think the first time I was really talking to her about you, I told her about your Hitler connection, and she says, "Is this person crazy?"
Of course, that would be the natural response.
Yeah, but I'm saying is no. She thought you were good company. So here it is, and she's, you know, for all practical appearances, she's going to be normal and conservative. She's far deeper than that, but she's going to appear normal and conservative, and she doesn't, you know, she can tolerate high strangeness, but it's not really what she takes to identify with.
Well, she met Preston Nichols before he died, right?
Oh yeah, her whole family did.
Oh.
In fact, I took her up to meet Preston. He did comment how cute she was. He went out to comment on how cute she was. Because, by the way, your wife is really cute. I think he said that on the phone to me. But and then I took. She met him. I remember I took her boss up there with us. He was my friend, and she says, "No more. Take more trips with him," you know, because she didn't want to be with her boss on the weekend. Right. So we went up there and stayed at my friend Alan's house, and we visited Preston. And then we went up again. Maybe she had an out-of-body experience being on his machine.
Paula?
Yeah. and she didn't talk about it because my other friend had such a deep reaction. And then we went back up with.
But your other friend having a deep reaction, could you give us a bit more detail there? That sounds so intriguing.
Well, it was one of my friends who went to Romania. She sort of time traveled. Mm-hmm. She sort of time traveled, and I don't remember. She could tell you about it sometime. She knows who you are, but she ended up getting cancer after that. I can't say that that's the reason. I can't say it wasn't the reason. She got intense cancer. She did overcome it with extensive radiation treatments.
Oh my God.
And she was like neutralizing the radiation. She's very psychic. And she did survive it. I taught her the exercises I shared with Pac 1 and with Derek Talley, and those really made her blood count really good. Mm-hmm. So she has survived the cancer, last I know. And then there was and then I took her family to meet Preston at least once, and we were able to get all of the frequencies. He had all of the frequencies for NASA for diseases and curing frequencies. So they use these to get rid of parasites.
Interesting.
And I remember they wanted this thing, and I got one of my friend's friend had somebody who worked at a high level of NASA, mm-hmm. Or her brother did, but anyway, we got this whole book, and I think I Xeroxed 2 copies for them. They wanted it, and they do their frequency treatments out of this book from NASA to get rid of parasites. And they do whole programs on people. I've had one general treatment. It's been improved since then. I will probably do it again. Mm-hmm. But in any case...
But you did this just for the sake of kind of like a preemptive, I presume, some kind of like a preemptive cleansing, so to speak?
Yeah, but I mean, I got really upset because Paula kept telling me, okay, it's going to be 8 hours. And the time was bullshit. Don't tell me it's going to be 8 hours, and then it turns into like 13 hours.
Ooh.
And that pissed me off. Oh. I don't mind if it's going to be 13 hours. Tell me it's 13 hours.
Yes.
Don't keep changing it. And then I had to keep up, going to the bathroom. So it was very awkward. The process is better. The electrodes are better. I will try it again some point. But yes, it's prophylactic. It's preemptive, but it's like it gets rid of parasites. It kills parasites, and people have transformational experiences with it. A doctor friend of mine had once told me that people are generally sexually attracted to each other by reason of the parasites.
Jesus, isn't that romantic?
Yeah. Well, he had a out of wedlock baby with a woman, because he was Islamic and polygamous, although he had a wife.
Did he consider the baby a form of parasite?
No, he loved that kid. In fact, I didn't even know it was his kid. And,
loved it so much I didn't know it was his. I like that.
Oh, no. He was a good kid. And he says, I'm Dr. So-and-so. He was just a kid and saying, oh, he says, he's my dad. And I thought he was just talking because he didn't look like his dad. He had darker skin. And I said, oh, so you really are his kid? He says, yeah, you thought I was lying to you? He goes, you thought I was lying to you? Yeah, but the thing is that he was saying is that, people have these, parasites kind of are an egregore. they can have a whole attachment. So it's like,
that's the kind of parasites he meant. He meant like metaphysical as opposed to like physical.
No, he meant physical. But a physical parasite could have a spiritual egregore attached to it. It could easily have that, because you might find when the parasite chain of parasites dies within you, you might find a spirit or spirits leave you. It's almost like a demon is sitting there feeding off of that.
Okay, I see. So aside from the physical parasite, then you have the entity which is attached to that. So it's a double infestation.
Like the orchestra leader.
Yeah.
And so he was saying it's like, these parasites will attract. Now he's getting more into the energetic field of the parasite, saying, I see you, you see me. Now, that's a negative way to look at it. But of course, he was probably even talking about it in the context of pheromones. I don't know. It's like, you can't look at things too negatively.
Well, it's hard not to when you bring up a subject like parasites. And then
yes, but the thing is you'll hear many stories of people who are attracted. Why was I attracted to him? Why was I attracted to him? Well, you could say because you were sick.
Yeah,
and that's the sickness to you. That doesn't mean that.
But by the way, that's a valid point. You might remember the young lady that I had on that one night who was married to this abusive individual, and she was trying to get child support from him. It was Crystal River brought her friend on. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay.
Not real well, but I do remember it was not a happy story.
Right. Though something happy did come of it, in the sense that she said that after I learned from Crystal, I never spoke to that girl again personally, not that I'm avoiding her, but she hasn't chosen to reach out to me. But Crystal did inform me that she credits me with helping her to realize that she was a victim, and that she's going through the motions of getting this guy to pay his child support. Of course, he's trying to avoid that, and it is what it is. But she was obviously involved in this sick kind of relationship that you're talking about. That's parasitic, and so I begin to see what this person is alluding to. Since we're kind of like, again, the free association aspect of this, the aspect that I didn't bring up in the past because no one ever asked, which I guess I appreciate to a certain degree, and everybody just accepted it, and I guess they all interpreted it as art. Was the photograph that I put up for Salman Sheikh in my interview with him, the last interview that I did with him. Okay. Oh, yes. Jameson, is there something you wish to share with us before I go into that? Do remind me to go back to that subject, but I'm sorry, is this something you want to share with the public? Perhaps we could all maintain you in thought and prayer. James?
No, that's fine. I like to keep certain things secret.
If you say so. But this is the kind of shit you enjoy, right? You enjoy going through this shit. I don't know. I just have to do, they do the pre-COVID screening for procedures and stuff. So I got to go through that. I guess they're just going to put a swab up my nose and say, he doesn't have COVID. And,
But why do you have to have this done? Who's saying you have to do it?
The hospital that's going to be doing the procedure.
The procedure. Let me share this. It's the endoscopy. He's gone through an endoscopy. I've been through the endoscopy because I did want to make a clarification when some people had some questions to ask about the endoscopy vis-a-vis the colonoscopy. So he's just doing an endoscopy because explain it to Peter and Peter can.
Oh yeah. They want to rule out. They want to make sure I don't have H. pylori. An H. pylori infection, which I did have years ago. So they have to make sure that the treatment actually worked.
Okay. So what I would recommend, if they will do it, is a saliva test rather than having something swabbed up your nose. A saliva test is much less invasive. And
yeah. They probably do that for all I know.
Ask.
Okay, I will.
Insist on it if you can get away with it.
I definitely will, because I don't want anything up my nose.
Oh no,
last-
those aren't good. There's nothing good about those. But
Yeah,
you know,
I had one of those done before when I took a test at CVS, and unfortunately, it caused like inflammation. My sinuses were inflamed for months after that.
Jesus. Yeah, and when I had that shit done at the UCSF at one point, because they made me do that 48 hours before every visit, I had to, spend $100 to get there and back just to take the goddamn COVID test. And then that one I took, then they compromised the fucking sample. Then when I went there the next time, oh, we can't work on you because the sample was compromised. It's like, eat shit and die. Yes, fuck, I mean, it's so stupid. I don't even know if that shit's even valid, really.
well, let me say something. Is the first thing, and I don't even remember, but I looked into the test, and the test made no sense.
Thank you.
And investigative reporter John Rappaport has made he constantly repeats that the test isn't a valid test, and that per the CDC's own statement, they have not isolated and or identified the coronavirus itself. So that's per the CDC's own statement. So it's like there's so much smoke and mirrors here.
Well, something's killing people.
But that's beside the point. Okay, something's killing people, but this whole narrative has been created that is a false narrative. It's just it's the narrative that's so full of shit, and then it creates this whole social reaction. It's magic at the highest level.
Well, I'm familiar with Rappaport because I used to hear him when I used to listen to Fade to Black. What I will say is that I am sort of wary to trust some of the things he says.
Go to the CDC's own statement. It's not what he says.
Right.
He's quoting
right.
the CDC.
Yeah. Right. Just
so
put
you
this
have
in.
to take the personality out of it.
Right.
He constantly promotes his book, which gets very irritating.
By the way,
extremely irritating.
Yeah.
If I wanted to read your book right now, I would have read your book. And it's not. It's overdone.
Right. Right.
And and he says, he's big on imagination, but his most, there's some things he says that are just, he's a windbag. Other things, it's when he actually starts quoting the CDC. That's when he's at his most powerful and his most.
You mean when he's actually working with some facts? So to put this into.
But I mean, he does talk, and I wish more people would iterate the way he does. Because intelligent iterating, it doesn't mean he's spot on everything. And he's very right about imagination. He talks about imagination and hypnosis and this and that. But his most damning and powerful statements are when he quotes the CDC itself.
Yeah, well, that's easy to believe. To put this into.
It's not so easy to find that stuff on the CDC's website, if you go on your own.
Oh, of course not. No. So just to put this into perspective for our listeners, the Peter Moon is not promoting a narrative of COVID-19 denial. Rather, what Peter is saying is that the narrative that we have been provided with has been so self-contradictory over the past several years by now that at this point people have really given up. Many people have given up.
They respond to the narrative and not the facts. And as my doctor friend said, people line up on ideology. They're either pro-vax or anti-vax.
Yes.
So they're going to gravitate to the pro-vax or to the anti-vax. And the facts and objectivity get left behind. It's the people controlling the narrative are ideologues. They're not objective, and there's no dialogue. It's like, let's make fun of the vaxxers. Let's make fun of the anti-vaxxers.
But to clarify on that, I mean, certainly what you say is true, but the story is actually a bit more complicated. It's actually worse.
Very complicated.
I'm sorry?
It's very complicated.
Yeah. It's actually worse in the sense that with the CDC, the CDC's, it's just been unprofessional and corrupt. I mean, that is something that we agree on. It just has not handled this well. It doesn't make any sense because another very bizarre aspect to all of this is how the Surgeon General, as I've said before, except for a few appearances fairly recently, for the entire first year of COVID was gone, was missing, and nobody ever asked where the hell is the Surgeon General in all this. It was all very bizarre.
Now he comes out and he's gay and he's acting weird.
I didn't even know that. I did not even know that.
He's coming out now. He's coming out. You know, he's coming out of the closet.
Jesus.
Okay.
I mean,
That's it's like, who cares?
Thank you. Yeah, people are dying, and that's what he's got to tell us. People are dying, and what the Surgeon General has to tell us is that he's coming out of the fucking closet.
He doesn't announce that he's gay, but he might as well.
Okay. Okay.
It's like he's just, you know, it's. Yeah, well, it is what it is, but it's powerful. It's become a more powerful meme than Jesus Christ.
At the moment, at least, yes.
And if Jesus Christ comes back, he's going to have a syringe in his hand.
Yeah. That's
make sure you get the vaccination.
I understand both Brendan Zoget and Peter Moon and Crystal River are basically that they're not trusting much of the narrative when it comes to vaccinations. But this goes beyond the vaccines. As I've pointed out before.
Let me just point one thing before you continue.
Sure.
O.J. Simpson was basically found not guilty because the DNA evidence collected was done so sloppily and unprofessionally.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that the cop on the scene testified lied.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have the same problem with, the COVID stuff. You have Fauci lying, the world's most profound disease expert. He's lying. He's just lying, and he's been caught lying. Oh, but we don't care about the lie because he's the expert. And a reason for lying.
Yeah, and Fauci, of course, I've pointed out before, is very flawed.
And so the procedures and all this stuff we're talking about is flawed, even to the point where, they get caught with their pants down. The first thing that happened with the vaccinations not working is when the sports people the vaccinated people started getting tested for COVID, and they had COVID. Now, aside from the fact that the tests are faulty, they don't say anything. And then all of a sudden, the variant comes out. It's almost as if the variant is there to save the vaccination. And they're saying, well, yeah, people who are vaccinated get the variant, but because science doesn't know. See, we're scientific because we admit when we don't know. And it's like, it's like, what about all the scientists who told you this already?
Well, I hear you. I would say that personally, I would take the stance that the mutations are occurring because not enough people are taking the vaccines. But that being said, I understand the dissatisfaction with the CDC.
There's also the mutations are occurring because they're taking the vaccines, because the vaccine protects you and my doctor friend said this was valid. They're protecting you from one strand, so the virus gets smart because of the vaccine. It's reacting to the vaccine, not the disease, because the vaccine is saying, aha.
Oh, no, I get it. I get that. But the argument would be made that if we had the overwhelming majority of the population vaccinated, then the disease would die off effectively, and then it wouldn't mutate. And so,
if you had herd immunity and they never vaccinated anybody, that's how herd immunity occurs. That was the initial statement.
That was how the British wanted to work it. Originally, Boris Johnson said, no vaccinations, I want herd immunity. That was originally their stance. There is that approach, but that approach, of course, was considered... who else took that approach? Sweden actually did it. Sweden took that approach. And so the result for Sweden, compared to the rest of the Scandinavian nations around it, didn't hold up very well. That's their senior population, effectively, a lot of them died off, and their economy suffered more so than the people around them. It was but people, it's a theory that people decided, some nations decided they were going to go operational with that, and so there's validity to that to a degree. There's but in terms of the what I can say is that the CDC, the narrative has been suspect, but not necessarily from the way that some people might think. What I will argue is that when it comes to the arguments about vaccine, counter-vaccine, there is that, but it's really contextualized within a deeper perspective of the politics, and the politics are that many of the people who are fighting the vaccines are really in denial of COVID-19 itself. In other words, there's a COVID-19 denialism that is out there. And bear in mind that for someone like Peter Moon, he's not in the same situation as the rest of baseline humanity any more than I am, because Peter Moon has a very disciplined lifestyle in which he conducts a highly specialized form of breathing that most other people may try and emulate, but they really don't. And so
it's not something. It takes years.
Yeah.
And as I said, I was just saying to somebody, I say, like, I'll be sitting there in a moment of pause, as we all have moments of pause. Like, what are we doing with this moment? And I'm taking in a tremendous breath. That was not something I was doing when I first started. Well, I was breathing. I was taking in long breaths. But even the action of taking in long, slow breaths in and out 100 times a day, 3 times a day, I was doing that. But so what happens is, as you move into it, you're just like all of a sudden sitting there, and hey, I'm taking in one hell of a long breath now. And when you're doing push hands with somebody, it was often pointed out to me when I would fail. So you stopped breathing.
Yes.
And this is going to be the case when you're doing something. You stop breathing. And when you stop breathing, the life goes out of you.
Yes.
It's so there are so many things. And as they say, I will repeat the best defense from a chemical standpoint, from what my doctor friend told me, is vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc every day. I take this every day. I send it to my daughter to take every day. I make sure my wife takes it every day. It's 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C, 10,000 international units of vitamin D3, and 40 or 50 milligrams of zinc. 40 is the correct amount, but you can't find 40, so you take 50. And that fortifies you. It's one of your best defense, and is probably even better than the vaccine. And because it was found with people who this was in the hospital, they were depleted of their C and their D, and they put this in. And this was a prophylactic effort to help people back when we didn't have vaccines.
Right.
So when they're in the hospital, when they get them hydroxychloroquine and stuff, the authorities did not like them giving vitamins. They did not like it at all.
No.
But they did it. They let them do it because they had nothing else. This is how repressive and stupid I don't like this vitamin therapy.
Right. No. I hear you, and I can reinforce that. I can actually validate that. And in terms of my point, my point was, before I get to my point, and I've got a few points here to make, but one of them, we're going to let Maria Gregorich join in by, she said something that I will relay. She said, COVID is real, but the manipulation of the public is just as real. Remember, I told you a few weeks ago how Delta was not an issue here. She lives in Canada. She's up in Toronto specifically. She said, sent you the article. A week later, Quebec announced the health passport. Reason? Delta variant, with a question mark. There was an unnamed variant, which was a cause for concern, but now no more talk. When Legault, Legault, was asked about why he held no public debates on the passport, his response was because it would expose conspiracy theories. We have enough access to media to be more than aware of these theories. The protests here are not so much anti-vax, but more that the government is using it to control us. Okay, so that's what many people argue as well, and that's essentially what Peter Moon is arguing as well. Okay.
The vax passport has been mentioned, and it's mentioned by all the wrong people, the people that want to control. This is not about your health. They don't give a damn about your health. There's even, it was even told to me, I'm trying to think who told me this, but it was, those top men from the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Okay. Who studies top men? Top men. There's some people, top men, who are, what's the word, elite, that really believe in this 144,000 figure, and that the population needs to be reduced to 144,000 or a harmonic thereof, so that, revelation can occur. That's how crazy, how elitists think. That's how powerful the distortion of the Bible can be. And you can go into the geometry of 144,000 and make an argument for it. It's not a valid argument, but it's like, oh, does that mean we have to kill everybody? Or the way it will be implemented with insanity.
Well, this is kind of insanity you see when people are trying to complete the construction of the Temple of the Mount, the Temple on the Mount in Jerusalem, and reinstate the sacrificial bulls to be taken out so that they can bring about the apocalypse. And you have people who are breeding red heifers in Texas specifically for the Jews to sacrifice on the Temple Mount so they can bring about the second coming. Eschatology, as Jameson Reese says. Thank you. And I should have referred to him earlier as an arcanist as opposed to an occultist. It's just a much better term.
Well, yes, and the disease is definitely, and some people, this disease could even be being bred to live up to the plagues mentioned in the Bible. You're going to have plagues.
Yeah.
It's like, so you see a certain mentality that wants more variance and is promoting more variance. And it's almost as if the disease is an egregore that feeds on people like Fauci and others of his ilk.
Well, as Jameson would say, that's a manifestation of Histalic, the anti-god of plagues. But honestly, it's one of those things that I think that takes it into a different realm. It
does. And the real battle here, more than the disease, is insanity itself. Mm-hmm. And this is, my book, The Tao of Insanity. Mm-hmm. L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity.
And could you explain how that title fits with your intent for the book, how that fits with the message of the book? What exactly was the message?
I think I said it more eloquently in the book than I could say it right now. The book's not fresh on my mind. Okay. But basically, the Tao is a balance. The Tao is a balance between yin and yang. Inside of the evil, you find good. Inside of the good, you find evil. And that's what that yin-yang symbol is. You were even explaining that in your treatise on Japanese magic.
Yes.
And so, which was very interesting. But so basically, Hubbard was a character who was dealing with insanity. No holds barred. He dealt with insane people. He dealt with people with PTSD. And that's how Dianetics evolved, his dealing with mental phenomena. And he was dealing with mental phenomena on a scale and spectrum of which psychiatrists do not deal with. They just don't. The average psychiatrist. They're dealing with patients that are, I got a problem. I drink too much. I smoke too much. I'm neurotic. I hate women. I hate men. Whatever the problems are, they tend to be very personalized and not broad. Hubbard studied under a man who directly worked with Sigmund Freud. He was sent to study under Sigmund Freud. He was an MD, Commander Thompson, who was in naval intelligence. So Hubbard was exposed to, like, I guess what you call inside dope right out of George Washington University,
Mm-hmm.
and St. Elizabeth's Insane Asylum, where he was privy to, and you know, it was almost like he had to have been working out of naval intelligence, which upsets certain people that it doesn't fit the narrative. L. Ron Hubbard was a chronic compulsive liar. Therefore, he could have worked in naval intelligence. Well, if he was that, and I don't mean to say he was or he wasn't, but if he was that, it would make him a perfect subject for naval intelligence.
Yes.
So there is so much inbred insanity in what he was dealing with. And he would have told you that. And so, as they say, when you got involved in Scientology, insanity became a watchword, a day word. It's like, I'm trying to think if there's some slang term, use slang terms in baseball. You know, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but you know, you're around baseball players, you hear terms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, around Scientology, you hear the word insanity. It becomes a word that is used almost every day, probably several times a day. And whereas you don't necessarily use it in the normal context of work. If you're just in a regular job or going to school, you might mention it, but in Scientology, it's a word you use every day. And then you get into procedures of it. And then you get deeper and deeper into it, depending on what you do. And so it's something you traffic with. I define the word sanity in there from a regular definition. There's also a Scientology definition of sanity, which I don't even think I define it. I just go to the regular definition of insanity. They're not altogether that much different. But so the Tao is basically a balance. It's you're seeking. Tao is the name that can't be named, but it's the underlying principle of existence. So the book is there to design to show a pattern of it, and one encounters insanity in Scientology in different forms, because one encounters insanity in life, and it's all a matter of, it's like riding a wave. A wave is going to be chaotic, but the whole idea is to ride it and ride the crest of it and take it into shore. So, and what we have here with this madness and the social madness, it's a perfect virus. And I don't mean in a virus in the biological sense. It's a virus. It's a social virus. It's more than just a physiological virus. And if you got rid of somebody's parasites, if you ozone people, there are cures. The whole medical industry is corrupt. They don't even know how to approach this disease. They're approaching it with, first they didn't know how to approach it at all. Now they know how to reduce the symptoms and ease people off. And then you get the political rhetoric of saying, so-and-so wasn't vaccinated and they died. Vaccinated, no, blah, 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 blah. You have a lot of political rhetoric. And then you'll see other articles will come out and tell you the opposite. Mm. So it's hard to tell which is authentic, but whatever they are, they're agenda-driven. And yeah, there is a disease. Often you have to question the disease. You have to question the physical reports. The only thing you can negotiate is your own personal health and your own personal well-being. And, you know, when you have a mask, you're cutting off your oxygen supply, which is already reduced if you're a normal human being. You're not breathing in enough oxygen. So you're not taking in enough, you're taking in less oxygen. And oxygen, all diseases, most of them, 99.9% are anaerobic. They can't exist in the presence of oxygen. And COVID is basically a disease which reduces your oxygen supply. You can't take in oxygen. And it's like the opposite of Qigong.
Right.
And I would highly recommend to anybody who's having breathing difficulties to work their lower back, to have their lower back worked, massaged with the elbows, like really working that lower back. In fact, when I was out at Montauk, this guy came to the gathering and he started having breathing problems. So somebody went out to his car and got his oxygen tank. I didn't know. He said, "No, he's having breathing problems." So I said, "Bend over." I started to work on his back, his lower back, until he started breathing better. That was like, and it's like all this healing started occurring, and I'm telling people what to do. And I'm not. It's like I'm not normally. Doesn't stuff come up, but everybody was receptive to what I was saying, and it was very positive. So it's like I'm exuding all this healing energy by just saying what I know and putting it into practice.
Yeah.
It was really nice, but that's not, most of the time I'm sitting around right now, most of the time renovating the downstairs, which is going along not as fast as I'd like, but it is moving along.
Well, I mean, just be glad of that. I mean, especially
it's a big deal.
Yeah. And
it's like when I finish this, it's like it's kind of like, you could say, one sense, it doesn't really matter, but when it's done, it's a statement to the universe that I'm done with this. It's repairing a situation that goes back 20 plus years when I left my other house, which I had, completed in a year's time, a fully functional house. This one has not been fully functional only because I've been working on it for 25 years, because I've been doing work in the meantime. So it's kind of like repairing the marriage dynamic, or the fully, to have a full house. And it's like when you go, and it may not matter. Not everybody has to do this, but when I go on to the next venture, the next world, you want to have certain things done. Like, okay, I completed that. You don't want to reincarnate saying, I got to build a house. I got to build a house. I got to build a house. It's done. It'll be finished. So it's like, and people have different approaches. They have different time. They have different. So it's like a big deal. Just like it's a big deal that you get that door fixed.
Yes.
And it'll make I would also be curious just to know where that is feng shui wise in your house.
Same direction where you would drive if we were going to see beaver from my home, up towards the bay from, over
within the house, within the feng shui of the house. There's the bagua, the 8 directions.
Yeah.
And is it in the marriage corner, the partnership corner? Is it in the helpful friends corner, in the knowledge corner, in the wealth corner?
Oh God, we'd have to go over that personally together. Yeah, so that would be funny.
This can be tricky, especially, although, it's even tricky with my house, which the front door is in the right place, more or less,
right,
facing the north. But it's better if yours faces the south.
Yeah. Okay.
Door. So, whatever. It's but nevertheless, where it is, and I have noticed if there's a major leak in the wealth corner, it's indicative of a situation with wealth,
right,
or finance.
Right.
Marriage corner. I was bailing water out of my marriage corner. Jesus. I realized, God, this was in a shed that was on my property, and I was bailing huge amounts of water to, try and protect. I mean, it was, so I'm saying, God, what the hell is this? This is, I'm sitting there. So it can turn out to be very symbolic.
Yeah.
But in any case, the whole medical profession is so corrupt, and this is what should be being attacked. So, of course, it's just like the OJ's cops and OJ's the DNA party and all that. They were so corrupt. We can't trust the police. We can't trust the DNA procedures. Therefore, there's reasonable doubt. And there was reasonable doubt in the way that trial was conducted. The defense did a very good job. The prosecutors looked like assholes or idiots in that trial.
And It was also, you had the Judge Ito, which, you know, that's not how they pronounced his name, but the Japanese American judge. My mother, of course, explained that his correct pronunciation of his name would be Ito, but everybody just called him Ito. And that was...
I have something to say. Did you know that the senator of New York, Alphonse D'Amato, the senior senator of New York, was basically humiliated and forced to step down because he was making fun of Judge Ito.
Yeah, I remember vaguely something like that. Yeah.
He was on the radio with Don Imus, and he says, Judge Ito,
Right, like an idiot. Yes, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, and what Imus pointed out, he says, well, we're comedians. He's not a comedian. He's a senator. And, they condemned him for that, and he was basically forced to step down. Now, we had another instance. It was reported on a former Hall of Fame. Well, he's a Hall of Fame pitcher. I think he's a Hall of Fame. Jack Morris. He was one of the greatest World Series games ever for the Minnesota Twins. He's an announcer now, and they asked him how he would pitch to this new Japanese star, Ashoni or whatever, this great Japanese star.
Right.
And how would you pitch to this guy? And he's announcing a game. He says, I will do so very carefully.
Oh, Jesus.
And, oh, boy, he's been suspended. He has been suspended. Now, you will see on certain TV shows where you will have Japanese caricatured or Asians caricatured. And, I mean, it was notorious back in the cartoons of in the 1950s and 40s that I watched as a kid. But the thing is, it's okay to do when you're doing comedy. Maybe it's not okay, but you can get away with it doing comedy, doing Japanese accents or Asian accents, but not when you're doing something serious.
No.
Or semi-serious, like a baseball game. The most famous or infamous one was Russ Hodges, the San Francisco Giants announcer, was doing a game in Japan. The San Francisco Giants were playing a game in Japan. It was a goodwill exhibition game. And he goes, there's a little nip in the air tonight.
Jesus.
Meaning it was cold.
Right.
But a nip is a pejorative term for Japanese. And that was a scandal, although he didn't mean it intentionally.
Still, he's an idiot. I mean, it's like someone using the term niggardly in an all-black neighborhood and are speaking to a largely black audience. And this, it's a classical word that means cheap. And it has a totally different connotation than the word nigger, but it's always read as being an affront towards blacks. So
Dick Cavett once used that on Muhammad Ali on TV, national TV, and Muhammad Ali looked at him like, of course, Muhammad Ali's always playing clown faces, and he looked at him really hostilely, but he withdrew it because it obviously Dick Cavett loved puns. And it's not an understood word, but of course it's offensive. It can be used very offensively. So, but Judge Ito.
My point was he was obsessed with being on camera, and because he was obsessed with whether things looked good or not on camera, that also helped.
From Los Angeles, and everybody in Los Angeles likes to be on camera.
Yes,
it's part of the culture.
Yes, So it was one of the decisive factors in that trial. And I remember now what that individual that you were referring to said. He said, I judge Ito, I judgy. He was saying that with this heavy Japanese caricature accent. Well, like Jameson says, not to mention never letting Asians play Asians in such comedies. Yeah, I don't think many comedies really do the Asian accent anymore. It's just not considered funny. But they might have Asians who will portray that accent for the humor effect, or speak like that for the humor effect, but not white people.
I saw a good one on. I've never seen the whole movie, The Call of the Wild, by Jack London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're
It
talking
was
about the old one or some new one they made?
the old movie.
Okay.
And Clark Gable is in it. He's I guess the star. And at the last scene, his partner comes in, and I guess he tells the partner, or that he's got all this gold, and they make it, and then he brings in this Indian woman with him, and he goes, "Who's that?" And the partner says, "Oh, she's so and so. I won her in I won her in a poker game." And it was the most pejorative, disgusting thing. And they kind of laughed and ended the movie that, his partner had won this Indian woman in a poker game.
Disgusting.
And it was like, that's Jack London. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that was the movie. Yeah. But I think it exposited who Jack London was, intentionally or not.
There we are.
The best Judge Ito thing they had was during the trial, they had some guy in Connecticut who looked just like Judge Ito, dressed in his robes, waving at people that went by, and everybody was stopping. They thought it was Judge Ito. He looked just like him.
No, that's funny. Yeah,
it is funny.
So
it is very funny.
Yeah. So in terms of the when we speak of all of this, I guess what I'll do is. As I said, let me see. What time is it where you're at?
Oh, it's time to go.
What? Already?
44 or 1444. But the other thing is about the whole trial with OJ is like they rejected it because they were all full of shit.
Yes.
And because they were full of shit, OJ got off.
Well, all
the players around it were so incompetent and corrupt or stupid.
But there was also the things that the defendants did that were somewhat semi-brilliant. I mean, I wouldn't even call them brilliant because it was just what they're catering to.
Effective.
Yeah, they were effective. One of them was like when it came to the gloves, right? That the prosecutors were so fucking stupid that they allowed him to try the gloves on. And the night before, they had spent all night basically putting O.J. Simpson's hands in ice water and then beating them with rubber mallets. I mean, this is what they did so that his hands were swollen twice their size. So, of course, the gloves wouldn't fit. I mean, that's a fact that they admitted to later. So the fact that they did that and then said, hey, let's try the gloves on, and then the prosecutors handed the gloves over. So this was like, that's visual. That was just visual brilliance, which effectiveness, not brilliance, but
theater is very good for the courtroom.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate because I was not convinced that OJ was guilty myself until I saw the civil trial and I saw his testimony. It was obvious that he was guilty.
Yes.
But I couldn't be, as an objective observer, it had nothing to do with my opinion because they were so disgusting. And then the self-righteousness of the prosecution, particularly the black guy, I forget his name.
Marshall. I don't remember either. Yeah.
Braden and Preston. He ended up having a relationship with Marcia Clark. But it was like they were so self-righteous in their prosecution of OJ that it made me suspicious of them because of their attitude and demeanor. Whereas, the defense was kind of laid back, with the exception of F. Lee Bailey. They were kind of laid back and kind of calm. And, but
at least they projected that appearance. They projected that appearance. So we were talking about when you brought. I'm sorry. Go on. The
FDA and the CDC. These are corrupt institutions. They are corrupt as hell, and as is the Biden administration, as is everybody on the television. It's it's like I wouldn't accept. They just convinced us that there was this horrible storm. And it was a strong storm. But my friend at Montauk said, this is way overdone. That's where the storm was, at Montauk. She's sitting there, say, my store is open. And I say, I write to her. She says, no, it's it's fine out here. Of course, it rained all day, but it was not this. I mean, we had Governor Cuomo back in action, saying, be careful of the storm. You got to do this. You got to do that. And the storm was, it was completely overblown.
Well, I'm glad it was.
I'm glad too. I mean, I'm sure it did damage somewhere, but
so
the media is not even trustworthy. And I know several people who've just plugged out of the media. They're so disgusted by all this. What becomes important is your health and your ability to negotiate in society. And it may be that you have to, and it's not one vaccine they want, it's one every year.
Well, I mean, this is what people are fearing. Of course, I would argue that
Biden has said so.
Yeah, he may have. I haven't checked into that. It was like I'm honestly haven't been looking lately. Other than after I did the analysis on Afghanistan, I was so disgusted. I just needed to give it a break in terms of anything coming from Biden.
We're going through insanity on steroids, and the vaccine and the disease is all part of it. It's just a part of it. It's by no means, the whole thing. So we have all of this madness, and what is true today might look 180 degrees different in 2 months from now. This is the way things are going. You might have, it's so crazy that you might have Trump haters now on Trump's bandwagon in a couple months. I'm not saying that'll happen, but things are that crazy that that kind of craziness could happen. And it won't be for the right reason either.
By the way, Daniel Roller brings up Johnny Cochran, but Johnny Cochran was one of the defending attorneys. He wasn't one of the prosecutors. So in terms of the theater, Johnny Cochran was very masterful at controlling that theater and presenting the theater. He's the one who put on the hat that they made fun of on Saturday Night Live. Our Maria Gregorich says boosters too, not just yearly. They're talking about third one here for Delta. And it is what it is. When it comes to that, we'll discuss that more as time goes on. I'm sure this is going to be with us for quite some time, this subject. So we were speaking earlier about Research Magazine. I just want to close this off before you take off for the night. And then when Jameson comes back, I'll probably close off some of what I was going to say about myself and Beaver. So Jameson's back, and I was bringing up both Research Magazine and, of course, the concept of Beaver not wanting his girlfriend, Wendy, to meet myself because it's just he didn't want that to cramp his style with her because he just felt she couldn't handle me. This is understandable because it's different with Peter Moon. Just like I was saying, Peter Moon is different from Baseline Humanity in that he's disciplined himself to such a degree his body doesn't function like a baseline human's. So with Peter Moon, he could literally probably be exposed to COVID-19 and contract it, but it would not affect him anywhere near the way it would impact other people. By the way, Jameson says maybe Beaver's afraid she'd be intrigued. Laugh out loud. I really don't think it's that. It's really, this is the point I'm going to make here. It's like with Peter Moon being exposed to COVID, and it probably wouldn't even bother him, and therefore it's probably, in that sense, Peter's almost not the person to really speak of COVID-19 because he's almost, for all intents and purposes, he's kind of immune. So with his health being as aerobicized as it is, he's just not going to suffer the damage your average baseline human would, because your average baseline human, like he said, is pretty oxygen deprived anyway, in the sense that they're not really breathing right. So when the COVID hits them and literally takes their breath away, that's a dire threat to them. Whereas with Peter, he's oxygenated enough, aerobicized enough, where it probably won't take a hold in his body. So, it's almost like, in that sense, Peter almost doesn't have a right to speak to the problem, other than as a social problem, which is what he's trying to speak to it as. So, obviously Peter does not trust many of these authorities, and we've brought up the reason why many of them can't be trusted. I mean, obviously the medical industrial complex has its own agenda, but I don't feel it's a genocidal agenda. I feel it's very corrupt, and it can lead to mass deaths by its corruption. Certainly it was genocidal during certain phases like World War I and World War II. So but I don't see the motivation for it to be genocidal right now. Rather, I see motivation for corruption. But the politics that has entered and impacted the situation has made it one where it's far more dangerous. So let's all agree on that. We just may disagree on who it's dangerous to or specific reasons as to why. But we all agree it's a very dangerous situation, and it's highly politicized, and it's highly manipulated. So
and insanity is the main problem. And as they say, all the machinations in and around the disease are symptomatic of the core insanity.
Thank you. I'll go with that. So when it comes to the kind of, so just as I was pointing out how Peter has this very different situation than the rest of baseline humanity, it's like when it comes to Beaver and his exposure to myself, he's seen much more of myself than anyone else. There's very few people on Earth who have seen as much of myself other than my parents as Beaver has. So that brought us back to the photograph that I was using for promoting Mr. Salman Sheikh's interview the last time we had an interview, which he integrated into the overall montage he put together for the interview, which I have to say I appreciate the effort. The problem is when you get that many images together, none of them stand out right. So just a little bit of let's put it this way, that can work out sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't. It's one of those things where you have to be very basic, like maybe a picture of what Salman could have done with the last interview was if he had taken the picture I had used for the promotional banner and put that next to a picture of himself. That would have had much more impact, because then that in itself was such a disjointed image that most people would say, what the fuck, and just tune into it just by looking at that. But as for the photograph itself, the interesting thing that I found about the photograph was that when I put that up for the promotional banner, everybody just took it as art and just roll with it. Nobody asked about it. But that's an actual photograph. And that was in one of those moments where Beaver and I were working together with the team, and we were taking care of something. And I am always the vanguard, and I'm always, of course, dressed in drag. And that's how I get into basically getting the door open. And when I really pretty much cut loose at that point, and then really at the moment that Beaver took that photograph, it was almost as if he wanted, I don't know how to express it. It's not like he wanted it as evidence against me to turn over to the police if he ever had to, because that's out of the question. He's involved in the same criminal activity. It's not something that he could do without incriminating himself. It was almost as if to prove to himself later on that what he saw was what he actually saw. That's when he pointed out to me. He made a comment at that moment about how insane I was. And of course, I basically snapped back at him that that's what I get my check for. This basically once a month I receive my Social Security disability insurance because I'm chronically post-traumatically stress disordered, complexly so. I'm sorry?
It shows you're not faking it.
Yes, I said basically this is what I paid for up north because we were south of the border at the time. And that's when he said to me, yeah, but you don't got to be that crazy. It's not like you get a bonus.
Well, maybe you should apply for one.
Well, it was so funny. The time that I was applying for it, and I brought him down with me, to try and get him to be made my representative payee, because I didn't know who was going to be my representative payee. And because that's what the judge said, was I got to have someone receiving the check for at least a year. And that way he couldn't award me the check at all, because he was giving it to me for mental reasons. I was obviously not considered stable enough to receive the checks on my own and be trusted with what I would do with the money. And it was actually Beaver's girlfriend, Wendy, who saved my ass from my psychiatrist very innocently, with no agenda of her own. This is, of course, Dr. Tao Tran, who, as I've said, is terribly scarred from the napalm attack she suffered as a young lady in Vietnam, and wears forever a porcelain mask, except when, of course, she's comfortable with someone, which, like as she was with myself. There's very few people in her life that she's comfortable with like that. And in the case of what she recommended, when I told her about the situation, she says, well, why don't you just go to one of these homeless shelters where they can become a representative payee, and are these drug rehabilitation centers, because I couldn't think of anyone I knew who had a conventional lifestyle. A person who's your representative payee has to be someone who's paid taxes all of their life and is able to show that they've been employed all their lives. In other words, a responsible adult. And I didn't know anyone who was a responsible adult. I didn't know anyone who had a conventional lifestyle. But when she innocently suggested that, it was Beaver's girlfriend, Wendy, who worked at several drug rehabilitation centers, who said, oh, God, don't ever do that, because once you get your check received by them, they will never let it go. And basically, they will only give you the merest fragment of the check, saying, oh, you only need this to eat. And as for shelter, you can come here and live. Or they won't even give you anything, and just tell you that, oh, if you want to eat, you have to come here to eat. In other words, they'll entrap you in the shelter, and you can't say that you need to get the money yourself, because that would mean you were competent, and therefore you're trapped forever as their slave. I mean, if you can imagine that horror. So I explained that later on to the psychiatrist. She had no idea that they were that corrupt. But Wendy knew, because she worked with such places. And so when it came to, finally, I found this one woman who, she's public about her quote unquote schizophrenia now. I've seen her talk about it in a publication, like an online magazine, where she was kind of like featured with other poets. But her name's Esther Fishman, and she became my representative payee. And she had been a tax-paying, responsible adult all of her life. The first person I brought down was Beaver. When I brought down Beaver to the Social Security, and by the way, let me finish with Esther after that, but when I brought down Beaver first to the Social Security Administration, it was a Chinese woman who was processing this attempt. And she says, well, we need you to prove your responsibility as an adult. So she asked Beaver for tax receipts, all this kind of shit, proof that he paid taxes. He says, I don't got that. He'd never paid taxes a day in his life. Honestly, I didn't think they were going to be that anal about it. Honestly, I thought that they were just going to say, okay, here's this other dude, and they look like that the guy will take on the responsibility, so give it to him. And I just thought that this is a process they might want to just get over. But no, they were serious. And then the woman said, are you crazy? You've never paid taxes a day in your life? And he says, no, of course, he's a gangster, right? He's never fucking paid taxes a day in his life. Of course not. I mean, any work he does with straight stuff like property management is just for his family. So everything's in family, right? So then she said, well, you can't have this position of responsibility. So then later I brought Esther Fishman. She was this woman who worked at a bookstore. And she'd worked at different jobs all her life, but she always had worked, and she had a family, and she was responsible. And then she took me on, and they said, oh, okay, you're a responsible adult. They gave her the position to receive my checks. And within months, she went stark raving mad. I mean, like, literally her family found her in the morning, cutting herself to ribbons with a broken bottle, and writing the name of demons in blood on the wall. And it was completely out of nowhere. No history, nothing. I know what happened was, however they got to her, whether it was they put some toxic brew inside of her drink or her food, or whether they beamed her real heavy, or somehow they got to her and fucked her all up. And she had to be institutionalized. And at that point, I'm certain Aquino and all of his affiliates desperately sent every notification they could to Social Security that I no longer had a representative payee and was therefore renegade, rogue, and the checks had to stop, because they couldn't possibly keep issuing them to someone like myself, who was potentially unstable in a violent enough manner where the judge forbade me from ever driving again, even though he allowed me to maintain my weapons for self-defense, because statistically firearms kill far less people than automobiles, or rather people with firearms kill far less people than people do statistically with automobiles. So the road rage was far a greater concern to him than the firearms which were maintained in my home. So in terms of that, thank the gods of my ancestors, the Social Security, of course, whatever notifications they received, by the time they responded to them, it was too late. They're so slow. They're so slow with response to any other organization sending them any information that by the time they did inquire, I had already reached the stage where I had vouched for my own independence at the end of the year and was able to get the checks on my own. But she has been in and out of institutions ever since, and has recovered at least to the point where she tries to maintain this quote-unquote schizophrenia as an explanation for her poetic creativity or something. She's trying to rehabilitate towards that. It was just so tragic that happened. Of course, while she was my representative payee, I tried to funnel what money I could spare, and I could spare nothing, but I still, gave her at least 100, 200, sometimes 300 every month to, because she had taken on that responsibility, and look what it did to her. Obviously, they struck at her immediately. So when it comes to this sort of thing, it's of course, Beaver just makes that may be another reason he doesn't want Wendy to see me. He always makes the point that, everybody around you goes stark raving mad or winds up doing something like that. Never happened to him, of course, necessarily, but he's...
Well, he grew up around you. There is obviously an egregore around you.
Yes.
But the problem is, it's not that you're evil. It's not that the egregore is evil. It's highly charged issues around the information that ties into the axis. It ties into your mother's heritage. It's it's like if you had a box of information that is important. It's like, in a movie where there's like all these things attached to the gold. You go after the gold, it brings all this death and stuff. It's like a box of revelation. Not necessarily in the Christian sense, but not completely divorced from it either. So it's like, because you are who you are, and my whole life has been highly specialized to deal with it. And of course, Jameson's study of the occult complements it, and Salman Sheikh's Sufi orientation can deal with it. So, it's like, it's not for everybody. And if they're going to get deeply, so it's almost like he's protecting her from any influence of that.
Yes.
Beaver is immune to it, just to the degree he's immune to working with the tongs. He grew up in it. Yeah. He's okay. He's trucked things. He's, but he knows. He's trying to protect her because she doesn't need that. It's not even personal.
No, I get it. That's why I take no offense. And I can see exactly why he does what he does. It's just one of those things that, exactly as you say, you've expressed it best, and it is just simply too much for most people. And the only way people handle it is they take such evidence and they take it as some form of art expression. They take it as something that, oh, okay, it's just art. It's just, but the reality is, of course, that I am certainly not functioning as a baseline human in terms of, and people will just, the way most people will handle that will just be to attribute it as another symptom of insanity. And in a sense, that's fine too.
But listen to this. I'm looking at it says 25 ups and 5 downs. What happened to all the 16 downs? People have changed their minds.
Well, something's happened, yes. So that's
the only people that can change that, as far as I know, are the people who had the down thumbs. They changed their minds. They listened to it and they said, we like Douglas. We're not going to give him so much attention.
Well, there we are. And
we're going to like him instead of hating him, because now people won't suspect him.
Well, Maria Grigorich was saying that what is going on, she said he's had a change of heart, and it could be something to do with Google's aggregator, but it could be a change of heart. But it's an interesting phenomenon, and certainly I appreciate seeing it go more towards the positive. It's one of those.
It's also possible that people, when they get the context, I'm not saying this is the case, but it's possible when they get the context of who you are and what you're doing, they go, oh, I thought he was just some son of a bitch who had to be stopped.
That's what I thought. I thought that, this has happened more than once. This actually has happened more than once, and I haven't emphasized it as much in the past because this time it was actually brought to my attention right off the bat. So I brought it to yours. It's one of those things where I do think that a lot of people are drawn in and mobilized, where they're told that I'm something, and then maybe they do have a change of heart once they actually hear where we're coming from. And but this is the problem, is that people believe what they're told in the beginning without looking into it themselves. And I guess we can't fault them for looking into it themselves and changing their minds, and that's appreciated. But honestly, people have really got to not even hit either of the thumbs until they've made a decision. It's amazing that they just come here and then do that. If that's the case, which it probably is, because it's hard for me to imagine some Google aggregator somehow impacting the thumbs up and thumbs down by juggling them, which doesn't make any sense. I'm
wondering if I could go. I'm going to go right now. I just clicked, and I was number 26. I liked it, and right after I clicked 26, somebody clicked 27. I'm going to try something. I'm going to go into a different search engine, and I'm going to see if I can do it from just another search engine. See if I can get number 28 here, unless somebody beats me to 28.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Because you're not on my I'm not subscribed to you on my different search engine account. Right. Now, excuse me here. I have to turn off the. Okay, now it says, here on this different search engine, it says 25. On the other one, it says 26. It looks like somebody switched you to a down. And it only says 25, where, this is interesting. So on search engine A, which is Google, you're at 26. On search engine Safari, it's 25. 25 and 6, right. And 26 and 6.
Yes.
So I'm going to make it go like this video. It says sign in. I have to sign in to make the opinion count. So I'd have to sign in. I have to sign in as something. Therefore, I can't do it. Now it's back up to 27 on Google.
Yeah, 27 to 5. That's correct. It just changed. It just changed before our eyes. Yes.
Somebody's playing games. They're going, I can make it 5 to 6. I can make it 26 to 27.
Right.
So I suppose I could sign up under a different YouTube. I have to, because I have a YouTube account, and that's what I'm in.
Yeah, by the way, Sarah Thomas brings up, she says her girlfriend is anti-vaccine, her and her children. She says she doesn't want abortive fetal tissue, mercury, etc. injected into her body. She says we've been taking vitamin C and zinc daily since COVID, which Brendan Zoget brought up. Brendan is convinced that simply being a honest vegetarian, by that I mean very disciplined about it, renders them statistically immune. So he's very confident in that. And then she asks, isn't the Gamma variant out now? I believe there is a Gamma variant, yes. And she says, yes, the Georgia Guidestones are also an argument I've heard for anti-vaccine. And that's when Nancy Volker says, it's a virus that is being used as a weapon to close down everything. But you see, this is where it gets wonky for me, is exactly when it comes to the Georgia Guidestones and all this depopulation agenda. I think it's all crap, because first off, the wealthy people need an enormous amount of peons and impoverished people, because otherwise the wealth is meaningless. It's kind of like they need all of the poverty in order for the wealth to have meaning. The idea of closing down the economy or shutting down everything, how would that serve them, since they are dependent on a functioning economy? It's in no one's interest to shut the economy down, other than maybe a terrorist or somebody who's truly trying to take advantage of economic. If you're part of the establishment, if you're wealthy or government, in either case, the wealthy or the government, there is no reason for them, by any sane rationale, to want to shut down the economy, because they need that to function or they don't function, right? But when it comes to democide, which is the mass murder of the population by their own government, certainly there are cases of this. Not every government is operating rationally. And Jameson Reese brings up the cultists. So yes, with the cultists.
Let me give some context here, Douglas.
Sure. Yeah.
And I think it was Aleister Crowley who pointed out so astutely that the main conspirators, when you want to get down to the core Illuminati, and I say that in quotes, the core conspirators of the planet, when you get down to it, are the 12 signs of the zodiacs, or the archetypes associated with those. So when you get the virus is controlled by Pluto, and Pluto does many other things besides viruses. So you have these archetypal expressions in humanities, and for each one of these archetypal expressions, there will be an antidote eventually, but it will come out in the sun and have its day with viruses, nuclear explosions, nuclear assaults, everything that represents Pluto. And Pluto was transformative. And then you'll have healings, you'll have all sorts of things. So these things come out, and we've had history is a story of many broken dreams. And there is also great glory in the story of humanity. So it's like, this is all a game playing itself on a Shakespearean stage, which includes comedy and tragedy. And so it's not like, there are depopulation agendas, there are other agendas, but it's not all one thing. It's not all this, it's not all that. So there may be some misguided people who are on the depopulation bandwagon, either conspiratory fans or conspirers, but it's not all one thing, and life is too complicated. And those 12 signs of the zodiac and their myriad interactions and sub-manifestations and other, it's complex. So it's like one size does not fit all. Nevertheless, the game in astrology and in life is to negotiate your own bliss, is to negotiate your own survival. And this is what each individual has to do. And to campaign for the vaccine is, some people will really get into it. It's like campaigning for Trump. Some people really get into it. It's like, what are you going to get out of it? It depends. And you got to negotiate your own story. So,
Oh, by the way, and just about the door. So you've seen my front door is pointed south. Now, even though the back door that we're talking about is towards the north, it opens towards the, if you're facing the front door, which you've seen before, facing the left. So it opens facing the left. So I guess that's towards the west, where the down towards Marina.
opens, it's where the door is.
Yeah, it's where it's placed. Yeah, the way by that I mean where it's placed. Yeah, it's placed. It's towards the north of the house, which is the back ass end of the house. Since the
Right.
yeah, but it's facing towards the left. If you're facing the front door, then what's the left of the front door is south, and the left is east, right? East.
If you're facing your front door, where your front door is, the left is west.
Oh, the left
The
is
right,
west. Okay, and the right is east. Okay, then it's the west. The back door opens out to the west. Yeah, I mean, meaning it's framed. The door frame is facing west.
right. I get you.
Yeah. So there you go. So that might give you some feng shui hints there.
Well, it's more about the entrance of the house and where you enter, and where you enter is your career. That's your career, where the entrance to the house is. And then if you're entering, if it's a typical house where it's equal on either side, right to the back of that on the opposite would be your fame or notoriety. And so if that is to the west, if I were to look at it that way on a very knee-jerk reaction, let me see here, west, I think we're going like south or west, that would be your family. That would be your family. And if that knee-jerk analysis is right, this would have to do with your ancestors.
No
And
wonder.
it's
No wonder
yeah,
it's.
her ancestors. It's the NC. It's her building.
Yeah.
You're living.
Yeah.
So it really fits the fact that she wants it done,
Yeah.
because you're the bottom floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it really, what she's saying really makes sense. It'll adjust. It's like a chiropractic adjustment to her ancestors, which cannot have anything but a good positive effect on your ancestors.
Yes. That's right.
Sounds like a gift from the landlord, albeit it's a surprise,
Yeah, no, I agree. In every case, it's one of these things that this also explains why I have such a sense of foreboding and sadness about it, is simply because it's just moving all that is going to raise so much memory about my ancestors, about my parents. Again, just kind of get me weepy. This is just why. So I think you understand that as it would.
Good luck with this. Yeah, moving stuff, and it's a big deal.
Mhm.
All right, I'm going to sign off.
Well, we love you dearly, and everyone visit www.skybooksusa.com. Always wonderful to have Peter with us. Look forward to speaking to you soon. I'll let you know as soon as this stabilizes. Towards the end of the week, I'll be giving you a call.
Yeah, and I look forward to hearing about the door project.
Good. And hopefully, well, we'll speak a little bit again Wednesday, of course. That goes without saying. And Wednesday will be the day after the majority of it. Hopefully, it's stabilized by the time I'm back on Wednesday. So, it's Tuesday that we got to get something done with it. And so there we are. And all right. Thank you for helping me get through this, Peter. I couldn't get through it positively without yourself.
Yeah, 'cause I had absolutely nothing to say when I came on today, because I had the computer all down, so I wasn't able to listen to the rest of your broadcast because I shut the computer down for the storm, which turned out to be not necessary.
Right.
And I've been working on the house and so on and so forth. So I really had nothing to say. So it worked out well.
Yes. Well, bless you. And you helped it work profoundly well. And Salman, I'll have you take Peter's place for a few minutes while you then say goodnight to the audience yourself. I know that you have to get up.
You know what? It wouldn't hurt. Remember that I don't know what you call it. There's a name for it. When I was in Chinatown with you, I bought that thing for the door. Remember?
Yes. Yes. What of it?
I bought it, and of course I've taken it off the door because the door was, I repainted the door, the front door. It's time to put it back on. Time to put it back on the front door now.
Yes.
It'd be good for you to get one of those.
Yes. Is are you okay? So that's different from what Paula gifted me with kind of her blessing with that.
I don't know I don't remember what she bought you.
It was the coins. Remember the 5 coins we had, kind of the blessing, the 5 coins blessing.
That was for the front door?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so did you put it on the front door?
Of course, yes.
Good. Oh, excellent. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, I bought one for my, okay, so.
Yeah, you bought one for your daughter. It was a little bit different, more like a string, I believe, of coins.
Yeah, I bought one for my daughter, and she used it, and and then the house next door burned down, which was good.
By the way, for the people who don't know about that, it was full of squatters who were going to gain full ownership.
Yeah. $1.6 million house in LA that was full of squatters, and it was, I wouldn't have paid $1.6 million for that. It needed to be completely renovated.
Fumigated. Well, it needed to be burned down and rebuilt. Yes, after that.
Yeah, now it needs to be rebuilt. Maybe it will. Yeah. But in any case, no, that's good. So maybe there's something for that other door. But this sounds very good. Okay. Right. Good night, everybody, and I'll talk to you soon.
Blessed be.
Good night, Peter.
Good night. Good night, guys.
Yes. And Salman, we were so blessed to have you, and thank you again for spending time with us. I hope. I do hope you spend enough quality time with your family as well.
Oh, of course, Brother Douglas. You're my family as well. And I was watching something. I think Trump was delivering a rally in Alabama. It was on the news. And he had mentioned that one of the Taliban leaders he was negotiating with, his name was Abdul, which reminded me of the individual you were dealing with.
Yes.
Who wanted to be called Abu because he didn't want to be a slave of Allah. So I was laughing when I saw that on TV, and you popped up in my mind right away, and it was an amusing moment on top of the story that was described about the Islamic polygamist who was proud of his son.
Right, yeah, that was so bizarre. And then you wrote "Proud Daddy Abu" or Abdul, yeah, and then that's I got it. I was like, that's pretty much what I thought. I knew you were referring to Abdul Karim Haq, who had changed his name to Abu, as opposed to it's just when people do that, it's so sick. It's honestly, but one of these days we'll go over some of the nuances of that again, because it just goes to show where people come from the most bizarre kinds of angles. It's amazing how people see the world around them. And we are proud Abu. That's what our man Solomon wrote. And I knew he was referring to Abdul Karim Haq at the time, and just his bizarre behavior. I mean, we were talk about an asshole dad. The guy pulls his kids out of Hamtramck school when they had all honors and everything. I mean, and these are really young kids. I mean, he's destroyed their future just because. Of course, then he probably felt vindicated and probably told his kids how vindicated he was when the schools shut down over COVID. But that's it is what it is. Our world is very difficult to navigate, and it's one of those things where, unfortunately, so many people we know make it harder than it even needs to be. But other than that, Salman, I hope. Things look like they're going well with you as always. And did you have any other interesting encounters in the park? I mean, I was so touched the other day when that woman was with her children and asking you about finding peace. And, it's a pity that you don't act as a bit of a guru yourself, because it was like you said, watch out for all of these charlatans and hucksters. that you could exploit you. I mean, honestly, is there anyone out there? How would they know how to navigate a world full of predators? Other than yourself, I find it very difficult to trust anyone who's presenting themselves as a spiritual teacher.
Well, you have to realize, Brother Douglas, that we're living in a time of deception, which is prophesied by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that when the Arabs start building tall skyscrapers, know that you are going to start living in the end times. And the end times are what a lot of the Hindus describe as Kali Yuga, where brother is against brother, son is against father, father's against son, mother against son. It's like those kind of scenarios taking place where there's a lot of distrust and deception going on between the people. And there was a few stories that I had heard where I believe there's some kind of an imam here. He was an American imam or something from the Islamic community. And what he was doing, where the woman wanted to take the Shahada, which was the profession of faith, to become Muslim. And what he was doing was he was taking advantage of their ignorance by sleeping with them before actually giving them the Shahada, which totally goes against Islam. And what the Prophet, peace be upon him, teaches us is to respect the woman, because heaven lies at the feet of your mother, and the divine feminine, which is your sister, your daughter, your mother, and you have to respect those attributes. So I warned this woman because I saw the hurt in her eyes when it was a son that she had. He was sleeping, and she was sitting under the tree, and she saw me feeding the birds. And she approached me because women do have that intuition on who to approach. And I told her that just find that peace within your heart. As it says in Holy Quran, Surah 2, verse 62, that no matter what path you follow, as long as you believe in God and do the right thing, then no one can condemn you to anything. And you just have to find a path that works for you, because it all leads back to that one true creator, no matter what you follow. Even I was reading a story from a Sufi perspective, where there was a meeting between Prophet Moses, and Iblis. And Musa asks him, Iblis, why did you disobey Allah? And he said, the aspect of loving Allah more than any other thing that he had served, where he was also teaching the Quran to the angels, and everything was professed to work out the way that it does. And he said, even in my current state, I'm still serving the all divine creator, and I love him more than anything else, which brought that understanding even between Musa and Iblis. So it just goes to show you, Brother Douglas, that we're living in this time of great deception. And look, like I said, that you would stir up the Cthulhuids and look at all of the downvotes that they gave you. Right. And I would tell everyone to support you, to go to Skybooks USA, buy your book, go on Amazon if you prefer that way, report the gang stalkers, their 1-star reviews. Even if they can't do that, at least pray for you, give you moral support, send you some kind of monthly donation, but do something to make sure that you're giving something to Brother Douglas, who 12 hours twice a week, that's 24 hours, like a part-time to full-time job these days, without any fee. While you have these people that have their Cash Apps and Patreons, and they're asking for all of this money, Brother Douglas is giving you this service for free. So all of this education that he's providing us, it's important. I mean, there are people who listen to him. I was just wanted to bring this up, that when Brother Douglas talks about exposing the Marine Corps as a communist organization, there was an officer of the Marine Corps who was interviewed recently on one of these secular shows. And he was talking about, in our training schools, they were making us read Mao and all of this stuff. So it just goes to prove what Douglas is teaching you is the truth. On top of what the Taliban recently did, which Brother Douglas debunked the Iwo Jima photo op in his book. And what the Taliban did was, with the stolen uniforms and the stolen weapons, they reenacted the Iwo Jima flag raising, but with the Taliban flag.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, perfect. Go on.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's all of this education, and even what I saw in Assassin's Creed, when Brother Douglas talked about Rat Girl. Okay, now they have this expansion coming out where the female assassin can summon rats to attack her enemies. So there are people that listen to him and they follow him, including the powers that be. And it's not too many people that can handle his presence and his energy and the things that come along with that. There's a few people that can handle it. I mean, myself, Brother JMO, Peter, Daniel, all of us. I mean, we're in this together, and it's what the Prophet Muhammad said, peace be upon him, that before you come into this life, your companions and your friends and your brothers and the people that you will deal with, everything has kind of been decided, and you're just living out this script that God has made for you to live out your life in a way where everything has kind of happened in a way where we're just living out this this moment in the now that's taken place, including the past, present, and future. So as it approaches, it's past midnight. So with that, I will give my love to Brother Douglas.
Before you do, Solomon, for my own selfish reasons, I must have you stay for a little bit while Daniel Arola introduces himself. I do believe he's with us.
Yeah.
So you do have to have your customary exchange with him, Solomon.
Oh, yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel. Hey, where the white women at?
Hey, man, they're still here in Texas, man. They're staring at the full moon tonight, thinking about, shake it up, baby, shake it up. Come on, Solomon.
Yes. Well, when I come to Texas, you're going to help me find a white woman who I could settle down with and start a family and have kids, and the kids can call me Abu.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. Oh my God.
I don't know. I don't know how you're going to be able to make up your mind to choose which one first, though.
Yeah. I want them all.
There we are. Yeah. By the way, what Solomon brought up about Rat Girl before he leaves us tonight, what I noticed, which I haven't seen the film yet, and it takes a long time for me to get around to many of these films, but the second Suicide Squad, which for people who don't remember, there's a film called Suicide Squad, which was about the DC Comics characters, and the second Suicide Squad, which has come out comparatively recently, has been out already on the run. I just haven't had a chance to review it yet, has a Rat Girl character who I do not remember from any of the DC comics. There may have been one, but I do not have any conscious memory of there being a Rat Girl in the DC comics, which, by the way, is all based on a genuine lady in San Francisco who I brought up and wrote columns about, and I don't know if she's scrubbed from the internet at this point, but they certainly scrubbed my last Facebook timeline, in which I had spoken of her more than once, and she saved my ass, but that doesn't mean she's a nice person, and this is a person who's very dangerous, and she's someone who's caused a lot of deaths, and if people want me to relate that story, I'll relate it later, and Solomon can review it, but he's probably already knows about it. If that's not the case, he obviously does to a degree, but I don't know how much he knew about it, like how many details, how much in terms of detail. So the fact that they brought her into the Suicide Squad mythos, again, people have been listening to myself and decided, oh, this is a great character, and but these are not characters, these are real people, and the tragic thing is, I guess kind of, I'm not saying she deserves some kind of compensation for this, but the interesting thing is that there's no credit given to a real person, so people think this sort of thing is fictitious, and then they play games where they're given this ability, and that's it's all interesting, and Solomon, I am curious, what is the rationale? Why does the girl in Assassin's Creed have this power? It's just like it's a given, like they just say, oh, and by the way, here's a bonus, you press this button, she does this, or is there backstory to why she's able to do this?
Oh, so the Rat Girl feature is featured in the newest Assassin's Creed game, which is called Valhalla, and in it they have this expansion story which continues after the main story, where it's called the Siege of Paris, where you have to go to Paris and you're part of this Viking crew where you have to kind of take the city over. And it's just a given ability. There's no backstory to it. So it's just a summoning ability like you have in Final Fantasy, where you summon a mythical creature to assist you in battle. So that's the feature that they give this female assassin. And I'm thinking, right after Brother Douglas talks about this, all of this stuff is coming out about the Marines being communist, the Taliban doing the photo op with them, basically mimicking the Marine Corps, and the Rat Girl feature in Suicide Squad and Assassin's Creed. So there are the powers that be that listen to you, and those that put two and two together, they should be able to see this and support you, that you're telling this stuff and now all of this stuff is just coming out.
By the way, later on, when you and I speak personally, sometime later in the week or on Wednesday, again, I want to hear more about that Marine Corps interview with that individual because, obviously we must let you go now, but you have a blessed night and enjoy your, the company of the birds tomorrow and do your pull-ups and I'm certain that I'd like to see Daniel Arola and you arm wrestle someday because both of you are so well developed in that area and with that blessed night.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. Much love to you, Daniel,
Thanks,
J-Mo. Much love to all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. And again, I will be with all of you the remaining Wednesdays and Sundays in August. And also on Saturday, the 28th, I will do the part 3 with Brother Douglas, which will be pre-recorded, and it will also be the continuation of H.P. Lovecraft and Islam. Yeah. And then once September is out of the way, because September I'm going to be busy with my Masonic and spiritual endeavors. And then the first show in October, which will be 3rd on the Sunday, I'll be back full-time again with Critical Omissions. So with that, may Allah continue to bless my brother Douglas, J-Mo, Daniel, all of our brothers and sisters of Team D, and punish all of the gang stalkers and cultists and Cthulhuids on the Day of Judgment with the hellfire. Assalamu alaikum and peace be upon you all.
Blessed be.
Amen.
There we are. That's beautiful. And so, Daniel, so glad to have you with us and catch us up a little bit up on what's been going on with you. How was your day today?
Pretty cool. In spite of the heat today, I did manage to practice out in the yard. And the thing, my focus today on my practice was that I was practicing one technique, and I just kept repeating it over and over again. And I'm challenging myself to whether to get bored or not to get bored. And I know that when I get bored of it and that I want to do something else, then I would be defeated, in my practice. So what I did was I made a conscious effort to appoint my ego to be right there in front. Oh. I guess to keep myself too proud to ever get too bored, because all I know is for each stroke, I'm just going to get really good at this. And see, the thing is, what I've also noticed in my practice, when I'm practicing this one technique, I'm actually practicing every other technique that I know too, because I'm observing the way my body is moving, the way my body feels, the details, where my toes are positioned and my heel, the bend in my knees, to the flex in my wrist as I swing my blade. And I notice all these details, how much more complex it is when all I'm doing is this one silly stroke over and over again that looks boring to somebody else, that's watching. But I'm paying more attention to the space that's within, that has more activity going on, that no one's looking at, that no one notices, Yes. And so that was pretty much about half of my day. The rest, I'm trying so hard to rest, but my dogs wouldn't keep me at it. So I had to pay attention to them.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, these dogs, and tell us a little bit about what breed they are and why they're so needy.
They're two schnauzers. They're kind of like little guard dogs. Even though they're small, they're like these little tiny mites. With the way they bark. And boy, every time they see squirrels, they love chasing them around. So. Yeah, our backyard has quite a few of them, since we do have many trees in it.
Okay, that's delightful. And you have this kind of idyllic existence. You were mentioning how none of these girls know where you're located now, or something like that, in the chat room. Yes. Hell
yeah! Sure. Yeah, I think that's a proud accomplishment.
Yes. Yes. And so aside from that, Jameson, are you with us?
Yeah.
You're not falling asleep on us already, are you?
No. I was just working on something that's proving to be a little more complicated than I thought it would be.
Oh, what is this? Another shall we say sigil, or is this Magic the Gathering? Another match you're engaged in, or?
No. It's a spell I'm writing. There's a very specific process I use, which I don't like to talk about, only because you don't really want to give your enemies your strategies.
Understood.
So, but it's requiring a lot of focus. It's something where, like, I just enter the state where I just want to get, where I'm just focused on finishing it. It's something I've been working on for a while, because these things are it's never something where I can just do everything in one day and bang. That's how things work. That's not how things work with me for some reason. I'm not sure that works. I'm not sure any arcanist really worth their salt bangs everything out in one day. I don't know.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And
maybe I'd like to suggest on JMO, maybe you could add your motivation for the destruction of white trash civilization to that, so that would add to your focus.
Oh yes. What I will say is that's kind of been done before. So we're more or less living through it.
Well, there you go. I mean, well, that's just self-evident. Self-destruction is certainly a part of it. Have to.
Yeah, to think that they can't even see that they're destroying themselves. That's what makes it all the more amusing to watch.
Yeah, well, I don't know if amusing. Well, I guess it is amusing to an extent. Yes, it's definitely befuddling, and like I said, so glad that Daniel has joined us. So I want you two to engage in more conversation, because, like I said, I'll probably run and grab some Tylenol or something in a matter of some minutes or sometime soon, and then just kind of try and get over a little bit of a minor headache that I've gotten just dealing with the stress of preparing myself to move a bunch of crap that's going to change the feng shui of my my residence, but force me to relive all kinds of memories that I don't want to relive, really. And in terms of all of that, Daniel, I mean, now forgive me, Daniel, I keep forgetting your dad died, but your mom is still alive, right? Yeah. And I was just so touched when you talked about, like, all the books your dad used to read and all the Harlequin romances your mom used to read. I mean, that's the case, right? Your mom read Harlequin romances, right?
Yeah, she had like countless stacks of Danielle Steele, those types of authors.
Okay. Yeah. And that's cute. And by the way, his dad was a big fan of Mac Bolin, the Executioner. Yes, which was the basis for the stupid Marvel Comics Punisher character. These days, everybody knows this stupid Punisher, which is the stupidest fucking name. And he's based on the character, the Executioner, who, by the way, an independent comics company did try to make a comic run out of, but they never got anywhere with it, which was really bizarre. But I don't know why, but well, the other one was Marvel, and they had much more money to put behind their comic, so even though the franchise was a big deal in the pulp paperback world of the 1980s, it's like, fuck, nobody remembers that shit these days. Everybody remembers this weird ass Punisher character, which I thought was the stupidest thing in the world. Not that the Executioner was all that intelligent, but it was just a touch more literary than the crap that came afterwards from the Marvel Comics. But so there we have that, and but it would be like if you were to go through your parents' library, or just seeing that stacks of those executioner books reminding you of your dad, and Harlequin romance novels reminding you of your mom. Okay, this is what I got to dig through. So it's just stuff reminding me of my parents. It's just gonna, get me all teary-eyed. Not to mention the dust that will cause me to start sneezing and everything else. Oh my God, not something to look forward to. Oh my God.
It was. I mean, I also read some of those books off their shelves, just as my own weird way to get to know them. Yeah. Even though just because I'm their son, I think I know them, but I was still stubbornly curious.
Yeah, and that's something I would do, and it's admirable. And what did you find out? What do you feel you found out?
Well, I learned what explains why my mom acted a bit more reserved and aloof, and which explained why she poured a lot of her attention into these romance novels, because she exercises those sets of emotions and feelings through those words that she's reading, and I guess that kind of keeps her grounded in the way so that she can focus on putting up with the rest of our shit.
Yes. Thank you. By the way, Maria Gregorich says something that's very makes a lot of sense. She says, "Stop focusing on it." And so let me distract myself a little bit. I'm going to write myself here to Penny Bradley. Going to say, let me ask her, should I call now? Oh, there we go. Should I call?
Didn't you also say you were Amanda Ute said she could come on later?
Oh yeah, let's ask her. Okay, in her case, let's right. I guess I should have said this in both cases. Should we call now? So let me get over there. So let's see now. Should we call now? Here we are. Okay, and why don't you try calling both of them and just see what happens? When Daniel and yourself are done. I mean, you don't need to hurry. Daniel and you can talk alone a bit longer. When these ladies come on, I want Daniel to continue to participate. Of course, Penny, can sometimes take over the situation, and we don't necessarily want her to dominate completely. I mean, so both of you participate in speaking with her if she comes on. And I myself, what I'll try to do is, explain a little bit about the Ghost Month and the Ghost Festival to people, and I could start that now, I guess.
And I just want to add, I probably will be trailing off a little earlier tonight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Because I gotta be able to wake up for that appointment, and you know what happens, with
yes,
freaking appointments, and for some reason they only allot 2 hours, so I have a 2-hour window to get there. I mean, seriously, instead of having the thing open all day, like really early to really late, they only, it's like the people who are working there are only working 2 hours, and that's it.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
Get it.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing is just stupid as fuck. Reminds me of what I did with the dentist, of course, and our friend here in the chat room. By the way, I need to say hello to another young lady in the chat room who dropped in. Who is this? She was up a little further. Let me scroll up. She came in and I forgot to acknowledge her, or let me see. I did acknowledge Sarah Thomas. And I think there was someone who came in afterwards. Maybe I was thinking earlier. Okay, that's fine. All the rest of you handled that well. Maria and Daniel talking about dick growth with zinc. Wait
a minute. That's a thing.
Yeah. Daniel, tell us about how young men can make their dicks grow with zinc. Zinc is good for young men because it makes their dicks grow. And then Maria said, why'd he stop? Why'd he stop using it to make his dick grow? And then Daniel said, of course, because then I'd rip the ladies apart. And then they won't stop calling me. Yeah, this is high. This is highbrow. Yes, this is highbrow. But Dave G, D period AVE dot G, Dave G. He says you may be able to have a screening, not a test. I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. People are trying to be helpful to Jameson, but the reality is, when he gets there, it's kind of like your way or the highway, their way or the highway. They're going to shove some shit.
Yeah, they're more or less going to be like, listen, they're going to be like, we're either going to shove this up your nose, or screw you. You're not getting this. Not getting the procedure.
The endoscopy. Yes, there we are. Thank you.
And that said, I don't necessarily enjoy the after effects of having something probing my esophagus and stomach, because it causes, like, my stomach becomes more, the lining becomes really irritated. But it's the sort of going under in that initial anesthesia, that that initial ride, trying to resist it and fight it for as long as you possibly humanly can, and then being taken into that field of, like, just you know how, like, the old days the TV used to have the static, and it's just like, that's exactly what I experienced. So it's like literally dissolving into the static that it's odd how they don't consider that a hallucinogen.
Well, there you go. Of course, in my case, when people asked about the different effects I had with the endoscopy and the colonoscopy, a lot of people, didn't hear. Well, I never talked about them at the same time. So just so people know, when I talked about just going out, like, completely out, was with the endoscopy. Literally, they put the cock ring in my mouth, where they just the bondage device where you can't swallow or bite anybody's dick off when they're cock raping you. They put that in first, and then after that I lost all consciousness. At which point, they might well have been cock raping me, everybody in the room. But
so wait a minute, when you lose consciousness, it was abrupt. It wasn't like. There wasn't like a transitional period where you started to feel yourself slipping away?
No, when they did the endoscopy, I was just out. It was just like, somebody flipped a switch. But,
holy shit.
Yeah, that was just only that.
I envy people who can who have that. Wow.
It wasn't that way with the colonoscopy. Now, the colonoscopy going up my ass, I went down, which was okay. And not as abruptly, but, nothing to remember. I just went down. That was fine. But then I woke up in the middle of the colonoscopy. Not that anybody noticed. Nobody seemed to notice I woke up. But then I went back to sleep again, so to speak. So there you have that.
Fuck,
but
that shit must have hurt like hell.
Not really. I mean, my dad had the colonoscopy, and he was fully conscious throughout. That was the first time they gave it to him. Was a long time ago. I recall now, or have recalled in the past, and then didn't recall at the time they gave him the second one, which became a factor in what they call a comorbidity factor. One of the factors which killed him was the second colonoscopy that they gave him. Just stupid fucking bastard.
I am not taking any colonoscopies.
You've never had one before?
Nope, and I am not ever going to get one. If hopefully they have these tests where I would always say, they could do a test where they could test your fecal matter.
That doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, all I can say is that I would have just stuck with that too. It's one of those things where when I was beaten half to death, well, not half to death, but people, when I was beaten, attacked and beaten, and I fought them off, but it wasn't without damage.
Well, your case is different because they have to make sure you weren't bleeding internally.
Yes, which I was, but at that point, the blood was already being digested. So at that point, then what happened was they just wanted to make certain that that it was healing, and then it was healed. So I've described this in depth before. At that point, they began to think apparently that I was hoaxing them, and pretty much kicked me out of the hospital. Nothing hostile, and like I said, it was the most pleasant professional stay I ever had in a hospital in all my life. But let me see. So Maria Grigorich says I had 3 of those, and only one I was given a sedative. So there you go. So sometimes people get these things with the colonoscopy, and other times they don't. It's bizarre.
Screw that. I would honestly, I would probably rather be awake if such a thing would have to happen, so to make sure they don't try to put anything else up there.
Oh my God!
Because who knows what the hell they do while you're knocked out?
Well,
But I mean,
yeah, well, I think their motivation would simply be to get the camera. I mean, I can't imagine why they would be motivated to stick something else up there other than the
well,
camera.
yeah,
Unless
listen,
you're fearing rape.
yeah. Well, that's always a fear.
Understood. I mean, yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I say that, of course, just when it comes to these hospital situations, because I presume that they're professional in the hospital and have other things on their mind. Of course, you never really fucking know. I mean, but most of the time in those hospital gatherings, it's pretty impossible for them to get away with something like that. There's too much oversight, on each other for that. The real fear is their incompetence and their corruption. Anyhow, so Maria Gregorich says, "Fuck, it hurts, especially with IBS." IBS. What is the
Irritable bowel syndrome?
Oh, thank you. I was thinking, what is that? Oh my God.
I can imagine that. That sounds like a nightmare in and of itself.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, Daniel. I mean, obviously, Daniel was hospitalized when he was in a coma. Aside from that, I think Daniel's maintained such a healthy lifestyle. I don't believe hospitalization is even a part of his experience for himself. Is that not the case, Daniel?
No, I've hardly really ever been to the hospital much. I mean, for myself, I think the last time I was ever in the hospital was in the in 2000.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I had pneumonia. I had pneumonia for the first and last time.
Were you homeless at that point? Was that when you were?
No. This was when I was married to my second wife and I had my second child.
Holy shit! I never even knew about this.
I've lived I lived various stages in my life. My homeless period is just a small fraction of the adventure.
Wow, that's incredible.
You should honestly write a book, The Misadventures of Daniel Arola.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah. And here we are. Nancy Volker brings up the worst. She says there was a dentist busted for taking advantage of his female patients while for oral surgeries. Yeah, he was giving them oral surgery. All right. Yeah, that's and then that's horrible. Thank you for sharing that. And then
that's beyond horrible.
Yes, and then but it's not surprising. It's not surprising at all. I mean, and then Nancy Volker says, "I own Rat Girl. Laugh out loud. Lots of Asian movies and superhero movies. Only the very best." So I'm not quite sure what she's saying, but I'm going to assume that what she means.
Apparently. Yeah, there's other rat girls out there.
In film, okay.
Yeah,
you've seen them. You've looked this up.
No, not me. I'm just assuming. I'm just taking that from what I'm reading.
Okay. I'm not quite sure that's what she means. That's the first thing I would assume, and then so the second thing I would assume would be that she sees so many Asian movies and superhero movies that Rat Girl's got nothing on her. That would be the second thing that comes to my mind.
Or maybe she literally owns the woman who is Rat Girl.
Well, that
There's that possibility.
Yeah, that's the third. I thought of that, but I didn't think that's not realistic. Yeah.
Well, who knows? I mean. Come on, Douglas, with the people who walk into your life, honestly, if anyone else had told me they lived what the hell you went through, I'd be like, dude, you watch too many movies. But then again, I've never seen anything even uniquely touch your life in movies.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you take a look at that, the freak, Stephen Outroom, who writes that endless column about myself, at one point,
is he still writing on that thing?
He may as well be. I mean, that thing seems endless. You can take a look at it. Like I said, I've invited everyone to always take a look at that because it's indicative of his insanity. Anyone who sees that, and you can see his long correspondence. What's that, Danny?
Jabba the Kiwi.
Yes, Jabba the Kiwi. That's right. Oh, I still need to give you that meme to use about him. So I'll get that to you some point soon. But what was I? I'm sorry. Oh yeah, and what's this about this contest you had going with our man Jameson about which one of you could get in Facebook jail first. Jesus Christ, I need you guys out and able to communicate with the public. You know.
Oh no, that meme. I sent it to him. I warned him that people get sent to Facebook jail for posting this. So I'll share it.
Oh Jesus.
So he found out.
Oh,
he fucked around and found out.
Oh God. How long are you into Facebook jail, Jameson?
30 days.
30 days.
30 days.
Okay, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. That's like, okay, what is this stupid thing you shared? What is this? What?
It was something that was very sarcastic. It was trying to poke fun at, Facebook doctors, which is basically people who are claiming that, vaccines are fake and all this other stuff. And then immediately after, Facebook sends me a warning where they're saying, this is fake news, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. So I decide to test if I'm really like in Facebook jail. So I type yo. And it seems to post that. So I decide, okay, I'm not banned yet. So I go to post a comment on someone else's, like on something a friend had posted, and all of a sudden, you're banned for 30 days.
Okay, don't do this anymore. And Daniel, don't send him that sort of thing, okay?
Well, I warned him. I told him ahead of time.
Understood, but
Oh, wow. So somebody has made a YouTube video called Stinky Steve Outrims Bad Hygiene.
Oh, cool. Oh, is that you, Daniel? Did you make that?
No, I probably wish I did.
Wow, that's so funny. Yeah.
The caption of this in Google search says, Stinky Steve Outrim is worth a reported 60 million AU, but he suffers from gout-like symptoms and has bad breath, and he physically stinks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. His ex-wife said that, and not his live-in girlfriend, who became a common law wife, in effect. Spoke of that, and what's that?
Jennifer Del Bosco.
Oh, his wife. So you know her name? How did you find that out?
From you.
Yeah, I know. I forgot it over the years.
Many years ago.
How did you remember it? I mean, I forget. Like, fuck, I'd forget my own name with all the drugs I take if it weren't for like.
I was clipping the videos about it. Yeah. So the information was in them.
Oh my God! But still, that's incredible. I mean, it's like with all the pot you smoke, you should be in the same territory I am in. The usual fog. But somehow you maintain that. It's all the martial arts you do, I guess. It's what keeps you aerobicized and sharp. But in terms of the point that I was making earlier, what was the point I was? Oh yeah. So inside of his endless column, Stephen Outrim was trying to say that I was emulating Johnny Mnemonic, which is a movie that we're talking about. A movie that came out in the 80s? I think it was the 80s. Was the film Johnny Mnemonic? 90s, early 90s.
Yeah, the 90s.
Yeah, he said that was where the Dietrich Artilect is somehow that I'm just. I was regurgitating the plot of the film Johnny Mnemonic, which has nothing to do with anything that I've ever said about the Dietrich Artilect or anything that happened with that. But he'll come up with this bizarre shit. And but again, the reason I recommend people also look at his Warp column is then you'll see his demented interchange with Richard K. Cole Jr. And by the way, Daniel Arola or anyone else who's entered comments there to interrupt their little love fest. They will of course censor and delete anything that is said. And
they'll just keep going on as if whoever it is doesn't exist.
Right. Yes. As both Daniel Arola and Jameson Reese can attest to from experience. And these are the same people who claim, constantly complain about being censored. When they leave attacks on various other videos. It's the insanity that of the privileged whites. It's white privilege, really, is what it comes down to. And they keep claiming otherwise. So there you have that.
Anyway, these guys defying there, the textbook definition of white trash.
Yes, thank you. And unfortunately privileged white trash. Yes, and and you know, if people just don't get it, there's no way to explain it. Now, I have nothing personally against PJ Cornell. He's never said anything negative to myself, but I notice he tries to, you know, PJ Cornell, he's welcome to talk to me, and he's, you know, certainly not blocked or anything, but at the same time, it was like, Jameson felt there was no reason to continue communications with him because PJ Cornell was just basically essentially trying to not only come from a direction where he couldn't see this, but also he was kind of like trying to, for lack of a better word, defend.
Like win me over.
Yeah. And of course, because his parents had served as missionaries in Russia and he had lived in Russia, he was sympathetic to the Russian people. But you know, it's not the Russian people we're raving about. It's the freaking gay ass.
Everything.
Yes.
Russia, we bathe in ammonia and battery acid. It's like, who fucking cares?
Yes, Russian culture.
Potential gang starter.
Thank you. Yeah, what was that, Dan?
He sounds like a potential gang starter.
Almost. You know, I wouldn't say that.
On his own mission. His own mission.
Yeah, kind of like on his own mission. But I wouldn't call him a gang stalker. But you know, I get you. I get what you're saying. It's like. You know,
it's just I don't understand why. What I can't grasp is, okay, I'm a black dude. If you're gonna try to win someone over, why not win over another white dude? Why win over some random black dude who is like a co-host with Douglas Dietrich? Who am I?
I think that
I don't get it.
I think he truly believes what he's saying. He truly believes that if we only understood, but this is the problem that
that's even scarier. That's even scarier because that shows a lack of self-awareness.
Or well, I would say that he truly sympathizes with the Russian people, and that's fine. But that's the biggest problem is that the Russian culture right now is like America's. It's a prison rape anti-culture, and it's a toxic male supremacy culture. It's like a toxic patriarchy. So you've got this pedophilocracy, this pedopathophalocracy, this toxic patriarchy. Okay, if we take away the pedo trigger word, toxic phallocracy. It's toxic male bullshit. You know, that's what the Russians are suffering from, just like the Americans. And you know, hopefully this defeat in Afghanistan will improve America. You know, make them fucking wake up and face the wall and get people to stop looking at the military as something to idolize. You know.
I don't think.
Yeah, I know. I'm
short
being
of
optimistic.
A massive asteroid is going to improve America.
Yes, but we can hope. I mean, honest to God, it's so sickening, and you get so tired of it. Let's take a look at what other messages are coming in. Anyhow, Our Lady Penny says we can call her at 10 p.m. my time, which would be top of the hour. Top of the hour.
Well, top of the hour? All right.
Yeah, top of the hour, because I know you're on 3 hours ahead of me. Maria Gregorich says, good night. I love you dearly, honey. And I'll start relaying a little bit about Ghost Month now, so you can replay it later, okay, Maria? To hear what I say about Ghost Month and the Ghost Festival. So
what are your thoughts, Douglas, on necromancy?
Well, let's not talk about that. I mean, I'm going to go into that to a degree.
Could you and I talk about that privately at some point?
Maybe. I mean,
because I have been having dreams that have been instructing me to do certain things.
Okay.
And I'm probably going to have to talk to you about that at some point during whenever you're free to chit chat.
Okay. I mean, we'll see what happens. Hopefully I stabilize enough this week where we get to that point. I would say, of course, that don't enter anything casually, of course, and just, oh,
no, there was nothing casual about it.
Understood.
But it came after I started to do some work with what's called the Black Diamond, and that yeah, I showed you that message where I constructed something using the Japanese torii design, and I just wanted to see what the hell would happen. Apparently, the idea of the Japanese torii being a gateway is legit, folks.
Yes.
It's very legit.
Yes, yes. And so that is impressive, and I appreciate that, and it's not surprising. And to take us from this point to the top of the hour, so that people have a little bit of an understanding of the feasts of the ghosts, which is what a lot of this holiday is based on. There is, of course, a kind of a the history of the Ghost Festival itself is a little bit vague. It's seemingly lost to the mists of antiquity. But behind, well, if we part the veil of history, it's believed that this holiday actually began in ancient India as the root of Buddhism itself. By the way, when Salman Sheikh spoke about Buddha being this privileged prince with his wife and everything, obviously, I'll have to set him straight on that. Our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, was here when I spoke about the real history of the Buddha.
Yeah, he was in the warrior caste, so I don't think his life would have been really that silver spoon as people think.
Yes, yeah, that's all
I mean, the dude must have been fighting like 24/7.
Yeah, it was awful. He was someone who suffered post-traumatic stress disorder, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and was prone towards violence and basically trying to come to grips with his mental illness at that point, or rather his psychological injury. I disambiguate the scarification of post-traumatic stress disorder from mental illness, but at the same time, I want to destigmatize mental illness. So that's one of the reasons why
that difference can't be stressed enough.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But go on. At the same time, we don't want to stigmatize mental illness, but we're trying to disambiguate the difference between that and the post-traumatic stress disorder, so that people get somewhat of an impression. But make no mistake, certainly a person can become mentally ill from post-traumatic stress disorder, or it can be a factor, I'm sure, towards mental illness if it's not treated. So for God's sake, seek help if you have it or believe that you have it. And post-traumatic stress disorder, this is a point I do want to make, is that this is something that anyone can suffer who has been abused, who has been traumatized, who has been... So women who have suffered from abusive relationships have post-traumatic stress disorder. The idea that it is the sole proprietary claim of combat veterans is beyond offensive. And this is something that's a myth that I've seen promoted when Madonna was getting together with a bunch of women and trying to talk about PTSD. Then some asshole, and I'm sure he was one of countless many, some asshole dude was in there saying, hey, that's something that only combat veterans suffer from, not, a woman can't suffer this kind of shit. I mean, this is beyond offensive.
What an ignorant ass.
Horrible. I mean, the fact that we live on the same planet as these people. This is the reason why when Penny and yourself told me you should tell this guy, I'm a man, that's one reason why I feel so reticent towards using that term. So hopefully that puts that in something.
Yeah, I understand that.
Thank you.
What I would tell him instead is that I'm a saber-toothed tiger from the planet Yith, and I will rip your balls off if you look at me the wrong way.
Oh, gosh. I guess. So like I was saying about a Buddha, Buddha comes from India, but almost nobody in India is Buddhist. So I think most people know that, but maybe most people don't. So it's the same with the Ghost Festival. The Ghost Festival originated in India, but I don't think anyone practices it in India, or at least I don't know about it. Or I don't know enough about Indian culture to speak of it. Maybe Brendan Zogit would. But Brendan's been going through so much of his own shit lately. I don't know what. Hopefully things stabilize for him. Anyhow, it's believed that it goes back to the ancient Mahayana texts, such as the Ulambana Sutra and the Yulampen Sutra. And in these texts, there is this individual who has this extraordinarily complicated name of Modyal Yayanya. And Modyal Yayanya achieves a spiritual knowing, known as, well, a state of enlightenment, known as Abhijñā, or Abhijñī. And this grants him some supernatural powers, one of which is the ability to see past lives. But aside from just seeing past lives, he's able to, well, you know, kind of like the only film that M. Night Shyamalan ever made, who's an Asian Indian, that was worth a damn, was the one in which the kid sees dead people, right? So after that, of course, M. Night Shyamalan produced nothing but a straight sewer shit the rest of his career. And he's continuing to produce nothing but a straight sewer of shit. By the way, Maria Grigorich tells me, good luck with your door and moving your things around. It'll be okay. Sending you my hugs. You can always think of my silliness if it gets tough and have a laugh on my behalf. Yes, bless you, honey. And so when it comes to the individual that I'm speaking of, the historical individual, this is basically a situation in which the other way, if people can't pronounce this historical or legendary individual's name, Modyal Yayanya, which is more the proper Sanskrit, then the anglicization would be something like Moggallanya. And so Moggallanya was one of the Buddha Shakyamunis, the Shakyamuni Buddha, to use a kind of title, surname before the title would be the Japanese manner. So Shakyamuni Buddha would be how he's referred to in the way my mother would refer to him. He was one of his best students. So in other words, he was an apostle, an acolyte of the Buddha himself. And because of that, he obviously had talent and or natural abilities. We don't want to think in terms of this being a meritocracy, like a talent contest. It's not the way to think of Buddhism. It's basically this individual attained enlightenment by not being competitive. This is what, you don't try to compete to get enlightenment, okay? But he had these various supranormal powers and owned what they would call the divine eyes. And through this, one day he saw his deceased mother had been reborn among the ravening dead. Now, people have mentioned in the chat room when I use that term, and then they use the term hungry ghost, right? And that is an anglicization, or rather that's an Anglo-corruption, and I hate that. I hate that term. But yes, this is what we're referring to, and you know, you use that term, hungry ghost. I hate that. Okay, when I think hungry ghost, I think Ghostbusters, and I think the little green blob, right? Okay, that they run into in the hotel, the first ghost that they run into, that they clear out of the hotel, and there's that little green blob that becomes their mascot. He's in all the cartoons. You never see him in the rest of the films, but maybe you do with some kind of like what they call an Easter egg or some shit like that. In other words, like he's on for one film frame or something, one frame of the film or something. Before we went digital, they would use frames in film that are just to give you an idea how different that technology is. There was books that I've seen in the past that were based off of cinematic films that were produced in the 50s or the 60s, and you would see like the Wolfman or one of the Universal Studios monster films, and they've actually turned it into kind of like a comic book based on the film. In other words, they've taken scenes from the film and put it into a comic book, a storyboard format. And so the storyboard format would read like a comic book, but it's stills from the film. In order for them to do that, they would have to freeze the actual reel and take kind of like a shot of the frame. That's how they would do that. This is how difficult it was to work with film in the old days. Now that it's all digitized, none of you can appreciate how much work it would take to produce a book like that. It would take just committed work of what must have been months and months and months for them to produce books like that in the past. So in terms of where we're at today, you don't know how easy you have it when it comes to getting creative with projects like that. But, when it came to the divine eye and what this individual was able to see, then he saw that his deceased mother was reborn as in the original Sanskrit, they would use the term preta. Now, that would mean that the ravening dead, this is a ghost that is eternally famished and is in a state of suffering. So he saw his mother was in this terrible plight. And so when you're reborn among the hungry ghosts, the interesting thing is that when you transliterate the term from the Japanese, then it really is the ghoul path that you are walking. In other words, what they're really implying is that these people are reborn as ghouls. So in terms of that, there is a more spiritual dimension where they're not even necessarily physical, but we don't know that because the ghouls are in the realm of the underworld, quite literally. Since the majority of ghouls live underground, then when these Buddhist texts and the ancient mythos of Buddhism are referring to the ghoul, they might well be saying that the person is reborn physically, but they're reborn as a ghoul. And these realms, to explain them just briefly, there's 6 Buddhist realms from the Nippon Bukkyo, or the Japanese Buddhism. Tendo is heaven, and Ningendo is the human path. Literally, Ashurado, the realm of the Ashura, which was very weird. I don't feel that our man, Brendan Zogit, even reads any of my columns. I don't think he looks at any of my promotional banners. I don't think he ever goes on Facebook except to, publishes little photographs that he does of nature, which he hasn't done recently because of all the fires. And yet, the night that I wrote about Ashurado, he came on and talked about Ashura in the most negative sense, basically blaming them for all man's ills, which was kind of like, and then Jameson, jumped in to correct him on that, but it's the difference between this Vedic cosmology that he has and the kind of cosmology that I've come to familiarize myself with. But Ashurado are essentially what most Christians would interpret as demons. So the realm of demons, then there's Chukushodo, the realm of animals, Gakido, the realm of the ravening ghost, would be transliterated as the way of the ghoul, walking the ghoul path. And finally, of course, there's Jigokudo, the realm of hell itself. So since in the Japanese Buddhism, the realm of the ghouls or the ravening ghosts is disambiguated, differentiated from the realm of hell, then you could say that maybe this is the physical realm they're describing of the ghoul, and maybe what they're saying is that these people reincarnate as ghouls. But there seems to be very much a supernatural element to it in terms of the story of the apostle of Buddha, the Buddha himself, Mogyal Yayanya, because when Moggallanya goes down to visit his mother, he goes down to hell itself. So he goes down to hell, he fills a bowl with food to provide for his mother, and she's in this wasted condition of eternal suffering, eternal hunger, and so Moggall Yoyana tries to give her a hearty bowl of food that is based primarily around rice, of course, which is a very Asian thing to do. And but before reaching his mother's mouth, the food would turn into burning coals that could not be eaten. So she couldn't eat of the of the food at all because she was a preta and unable to actually consume the bowl of rice because it instantly would turn into burning coal. So this is something that implies a supernatural state, that she's in a very metaphysical hell. And so in one last attempt to save his deceased mother, he turns to Buddha to help him. And this is when he's confronted with his sorrow because Moggallana was crying sorrowfully at the plight of his mother, asking for help from Buddha. And Buddha said that the sins of his mother were deep and firmly rooted. It could not be forgiven just using divine power alone, that it required the combined power of 1,000 monks to get rid of her sins. And Buddha told Moggallana that the 15th day of the 7th lunar month is the Pavarana day for the assembled monks of all directions. So he was told to prepare an offering of clean basins full of hundreds of flavors and the 5 fruits, and other offerings of incense, oil, lamp, and candle to the greatly virtuous assembled monks. He said, your present parents and parents of 7 generations will thereby escape from suffering. So essentially, Moggallana was provided he was gifted, graced. He was graced the instructions he needed to help his mother by the Buddha, and these instructions allowed children to help their current parents in this life and their deceased parents in the next life by giving food and other items to the public or monastic community during Pravaranya. Now, of course, a very cynical person could see like a scam being settled in here, like tithe to the church, where, yeah, during this period of time, give all this good shit to the monks, and they can help your parents out of hell. Now, of course, some forms of this holiday are even older than the ones described in the Ilanpen Sutra. Theraveden forms of the festival in Southeast and Southern Asia go back even further to the Peta Vathu, a scripture that goes back to the 3rd century before Christ. So just to put some context here before we all escape into a kind of cynicism and think of this as some great scam that the monasteries developed to get all these good offerings. Basically, following Buddha's instructions, Moggallana's mother obtained liberation from suffering as a preta of the ravenous dead by receiving the power of merit and virtue from the awesome spiritual power of assembled monks on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. So today is that day, and today similar rituals are held in the Buddhist temples on this day for the deliverance of all suffering spirits. Of course, it's still this day today in the West Coast. For those of you on the East, it's tomorrow. And for those who were like myself celebrating this and honoring this with my son, it was yesterday, because Taiwan is a full 24 hours ahead of us. So the Ghost Festival observations are what we were involved with. The Ghost Festival is held on a day in which a confluence of different events are all taking place at the same time during this holiday. And it's observed, as I said, on the 7th month of the Chinese calendar to a degree throughout the month. And at the same time as the full moon, the rebirth of ancestors, and the fall of harvest. Well, the fall harvest, the harvesting of the autumnal goods that you've planted. So it also occurs at the same time as the peak of monastic asceticism in the Buddhist religion. So many things are occurring at once. Let me check into Our Lady Penny Bradley and see if I read right as to when to bring her back on. She says, sure, I'll be eating at about 10. Should only take 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, so we got 15 to 20 minutes more in which I can continue to talk about this. So according to tradition, and just so people get a little bit of a handle on this and why it's a bit more somber than you might think about what I've just said. And according to tradition, all of these people suffering in hell, well, the gates of hell are opened throughout this month, but especially tonight. And the ghosts are allowed to freely roam the countryside and among the living. And these ghosts are the ancestors of those who forget to pay tribute to them after their death or were never given the proper burial rites, which means millions and millions of people, because we all know the overwhelming majority of parents have children who don't give a shit about them and don't offer them anything after they die. Of course, if you were somebody who was raised outside of this cultural matrix, maybe things work differently. Maybe you're not guilty of this. But for those of us raised in that cultural matrix, if you didn't offer things to your parents throughout your life, you're just one stupid, evil, callous, thoughtless, heartless son of a bitch. So these ghosts, they are known as the Preta. And to the Asians, they are perceived as having giraffe necks. Basically very long necks, like that of a giraffe, that are needle thin, so thin that they're unable to swallow food. So during this time, prayers are offered to these deceased relatives, as well as food and drink to appease these spirits. It's also a time when people burn hell money, which is joss paper that resembles banknotes. And it is believed that this joss paper has value in the afterlife and is used in much the same way as money. And people also burn paper houses, paper television sets, paper cars, even paper servants as a way to please these spirits and provide them solace in the afterlife. Some form of housing and entertainment and service. And on the 14th day of the 7th month, this is when the large feast is held for the ghosts of the spirits that roam the earth. So this is what we were involved in earlier today before I came here to speak to all of you. And when you're at home, of course, people at home prepare lots of food to worship gods, pray for their spirits of their ancestors. This is what brings us to the concept of the Chinese ghost festival altar and the offerings thereupon. This is how we treat the homeless ghosts. So some cities will spend weeks building a multi-story sacrificial altar. And the Taoists will fast and take a bath, wear formal dress, and perform the religious ceremony to pray for good luck for spirits on Chūng-Yuan Day. This day today, and the lighting, the decoration of the altar vis-a-vis its lighting at night is also entertainment for the ghosts. It's like a giant condominium or hotel, a luxury hotel for them. And certainly Chinese will bring children for sightseeing to learn the traditional culture about all of this. Let me try and take some minor photos of this and give people an idea of what I'm talking about. Well, at least the men who are with me, by putting these images into our little chat box here. And so give me just a few seconds to deal with this. I have to find the right file. I'm trying not to put this into a file full of porn, because that's just disrespectful. And of course, since most of my files are full of porn, this is what I have to, avoid doing. So let's see if I can get this up into the chat room so people can get an idea of the scale of what I'm talking about here. When you've got a society that truly respects its dead, there's no society that does that more than China, and this is going on in Taiwan. So what my son did was he got this basically for me, but these are not really sized right. So they're very small photographs, but this was going on in Taiwan while he was celebrating with myself on this side of the Pacific. And so this is what one of those altars, shit, wrong one. Come on, let's get this right. Altar, there we are. And instead, the first thing I typed up came with altar as an altar personality. So there we are. Let me press the entrance button here. This is an idea, and hopefully this will give you some idea of the magnificence and scale of these luxury hotels built for the wandering dead. That were built in Taiwan for this day today. And when we go back into the other image here of it at night, when it gets lit up at night, that will also give people some idea of the scale of the honoring of the dead. And eventually this is burned so that the people will be able to enjoy it on the other side, but it's to provide them shelter while they're on this side. So this is the same structure at night. When it's lit up, again, people get some image of the scale. This is like multiple stories. And this is night and day in Taiwan of a supermassive luxury hotel built for the dead. This is done every year. And so the children are taken here, and they're explained about it's explained to them that so many people sin, or so many people have thoughtless relations and children. And you want to always honor the dead because they're always family. Dead or alive, they're family. And so thank you, Jameson. He says it's beautiful. God bless him. And yes, it is. They're spectacular structures. And I should have integrated them into my promotional banner for tonight, but there was no real way to do that. So basically, throughout the day, people are holding Buddhist and Taoist ceremonies, burning incense, floating their water lanterns. In Malaysia and Singapore, live concerts that are known as Getai or Kotai. They're performed by singers, entertainers, dancers, and other performing artists, and they're performed for the dead. The front row of all of these concerts are always left empty for the roaming ghosts. The roaming ghosts, the wandering ghosts get the wandering spirits get the front seats. And anyone who would ever dare to take those seats, no one would do that, who is a product of that culture. But if anyone ever took those seats, it would be an act of your own damnation. It's considered unlucky for any living person to sit in them during the concert. So in Taiwan, where my son and I, he was able to just, get these photographs. They're not that clear because he's just using a camera to get them off of a television screen. It's just so people understand why they're not as clear as I'd like them to be, and therefore they're not really publication worthy, but they certainly give the visual message. They deliver the visual message. But in Taiwan, the entire 7th lunar month of the year is celebrated as Ghost Month more than anywhere else. On the very first day, which this year was August 8th, is when it started, I believe. Let me check my calendar here. It was the Chinese Ghost Month commenced on the 8th of August this year. That was the first day of the 7th lunar month, and it will end on the 6th day of next month, the 6th day of September, when the 7th lunar month comes to its conclusion. So when you reflect on this, of course, which I invite everybody to do, on the very first day, the 6th day of August, as it was this year, the gate of a temple in Taiwan is opened, or every temple was opened, and that represented the opening of the gates of hell itself. And on the 12th day of the lunar month, all of the lamps on the main altar of these temples are lit. The day thereafter, there's a procession of lanterns, and on the day after that, a parade is held, and the water lanterns are released. It's common for people to try to avoid any surgery during this month. Of course, Jameson's not going through surgery, he's going through a procedure. But people want to try to avoid surgery during this month. They want to avoid moving, which is not what I'm doing. I'm moving things within the house. I'm not relocating myself. And they want to avoid marrying their significant other or taking any pictures after the sun is set, which I noticed that Brendan has been doing. By the way, Our Lady Penny Bradley says she's ready to come on. So let's bring her on, and she can hear me prattle on about this for a little while longer. How do I get her on here? Penny, there we are. Okay, press the add button. Okay, and oh yes, let me give a response to our dear Jameson Reese. And there's Penny Bradley, our lovely lady. And so how are you, honey?
Guten Abend. I'm doing pretty well. I've had a busy weekend in spite of my producer being off on vacation.
Oh my goodness. And how long is Daryl Neely on vacation?
He should be back Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay. And
it's actually kind of a working vacation. He's one of our hosts died from COVID.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And he was business partners with Daryl, so now Daryl has to go take care of the radio station that he had. I believe it was K-Corp, out of Las Vegas. And so the business aspects had to be handled, and the man's father and brother are still in the hospital with COVID.
Oh my God.
So it's been a disturbing situation for all of us on the network.
How old was this gentleman?
My understanding was he was in his 50s, so he was not terribly old. He did have a weight problem that was related to diabetes.
Oh, I see. Okay, that rendered him quite vulnerable. And
yes.
So his father is surviving. So it's got to be horrible for his father to survive the death of his son. But if the father and the brother are both hospitalized, I mean, that's
it could very easily be a full sweep, which would be a complete tragedy. So, I've been listening to your discussion about.
By the way, I was drinking my tea when you said that, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's nothing. That's hideously funny the way you said that. All that tea went up my nose when you said it could easily be a full sweep. I'm sorry, that's horribly funny. I'm sorry. You've got to avoid using terms like that. Just the way it comes out is wrong. But yes, no, the whole family dying would be horrible, but at least they'd be together.
Maybe.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, they could go in different directions too, right?
Isn't that what you've been discussing, is family members being stuck in a form of torment?
Yes.
I do actually listen to your show before I come on.
Oh, thank you. That's appreciated. Yes. So yeah, just so people know what to avoid doing in general, like I said, avoid surgery, avoid moving this month, avoid marrying your significant other, or taking pictures after the sun is set, which Brendan has been going around and doing. But then again, it might be full daylight where he's at. In particular, the fires are thick, and it always looks like the sun is set where Penny is too, right? I mean, half the time your sky is orange.
During the fire season, yes, which is now 6 months of the year. It's interesting that the Asian community would consider this the time of the veil thinning between the worlds, because my ethnic group's tradition is that veil thinning is in the end of October, first part of November.
Yeah, you're talking about the Celtic tradition of yes.
Well, it's Northern European, not just Celtics.
Right. Also Walpurgisnacht. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's Celtic New Year basically, though. I mean, for the
well, in America it's considered Celtic, but in Europe it's considered pagan.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Good point, and well taken. And also, by Asian disposition, people should also avoid buying cars or swimming or whistling, like Daniel was doing earlier when he came on. So just
I don't whistle very well, so I won't be doing that.
Understood. So Ghost Festival is celebrated in there's other Asian countries, just so people know. That celebrate this. That would include Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, what used to be Ceylon, the island off India, Thailand, India itself.
I think they always called themselves Sri Lanka. I think it was just what the British called them.
Yes, understood. I appreciate it. Yes, and Indonesia, of course. So this is a pervasive Asian festival. It's simply, of course, I think it reaches its apex or its pinnacle of celebration in Taiwan. I would be biased in that direction. Next year, yeah, it will be on August 12th, will be a Friday, will be the Ghost Day itself, the Guǐjiē, the Ghost Festival at its peak. Last year it was September 2nd, which was Wednesday. This year was just right, of course, because it fell on a weekend and made this much easier to contend with. But
does the full moon hitting today make a difference in it?
Yeah, because of the lunar calendar. It's basically the middle of the lunar calendar. In other words, the lunar calendar, as I said, caused it to cause the lunar month, the ghost month, to begin on the 8th of this month and then end on the 6th of next month. And so the middle of that is the basically today. And so still today on the West Coast where you and I are at. And Daniel Rollo, of course, it's just turned about 17 minutes after midnight where you're at, right, Daniel?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
bless
it
you.
is.
Bless you.
Oh, hello, Daniel.
Yes. Oh, by the way,
Hey.
yes. Yeah, and you both have been introduced before, I know. And
Yes, I just didn't see his name on the list. So yeah, okay.
yeah, no, he's definitely with us, and so glad to have him, and yourself, of course, and maybe you heard earlier that it was is one of those nights where I'm just not going to, deliver much of anything myself, so I want as many people as possible around me to help with. How much longer can you stay with us, Daniel? You good for a little while, or are you going to go turn in soon?
But I got about a handful more minutes because
Okay.
I still have more chores left to do.
Oh,
go to bed.
okay. Are you just out of curiosity? Or around around midnight, whatever, what are the final, shutting down chores that you kind of do before you check into bed? What are they kind of like? Security of the home, I presume, the locking some things up or checking some things around. What?
Yes, I do that. I do walk around the house. I check the lights. I do a little perimeter check here and there, and make sure I got my booby traps set up just in case.
There we are. Cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm not the only one that does booby traps, huh?
There we are. Yes. Well,
I grew up in the Philippines, so I still remember a lot of the animal traps that they taught me.
Incredible. Yeah. And they work just as well for men, I'm sure. Animal trapping and man trapping. Well, the traps for men are they're bigger generally.
It depends on which animals you were dealing with.
Yes, good point. Oh, bear traps are horrible. Oh shit, I don't even want to think about bear traps.
I grew up on a dairy. Come on.
Yes. And so tell us a little bit what. Both of you share a little bit about your trapping secrets here. This should be pretty grisly. Yes.
Oh, it's usually just mostly traps that require rope or twine. A lot of them, some of them will involve netting, but for the most part, the ones that I have around the house usually involve them tripping into something that makes them a whole lot dirtier than they came in.
Oh my god. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's cute. And of course I could go to town on these taboos, but Daniel only has not that long with us, so I do want him to share some more stuff like that, because of course it's always profoundly entertaining and informative. And then when he takes leave, Penny can take over from there. Jameson's gone at the moment, but he'll be back soon enough. Tell us then, Daniel, what else comes to mind? Anything else you want to share with us? Now, the Philippines, of course, they were heavily Catholicized in the north. Is there something similar to what I'm talking about that goes on in the Philippines?
Oh, yeah. Well, the Philippines, they're they're fundamentally pretty much, I mean, just as indigenously superstitious as ever, but with a strong overlay of Roman Catholic-based Christianity, even the Protestant Christians, but the more Roman Catholic Christians even more. And in fact, I think they're even more in touch with the old indigenous spiritual stuff. They just don't know it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, and so so tell us about something that is similar to what I've been discussing. There must be something in the Philippines that this reminds you of, yes?
Yeah, I could shoot it from every angle, but just for the most part, it's just pretty much that. Just people making sure that everyone thinks a lot like each other before they find some other target that doesn't think the same way as they do.
Thank you. That's you can tell Daniel didn't enjoy his time in the Philippines very much. There's good reason for that. Yes.
Oh, I built a rather astonishing level of tolerance. I spent a lot of time listening and just waiting.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely appreciated. And so, aside from all of that, shall I continue a little bit? Because what I'm going to do is when Jameson comes back, before when he comes back, I'm going to have him and Penny kind of talk while I refresh myself. And, maybe then I can get into it. I guess one thing I should do with Penny while she's with us is, first off, I'm going to bow to her and ask her to please be patient with me, because what I've been trying to do is I've received, of course, some checks that will help me out through this month. And Mr. Benestenius has helped out with a bit of an advance for this month. This way I can make rent this month and hopefully have enough money for some other supplies. But when it comes to mailing things, I've got to mail Benestenius an autographed copy of the book, maybe 2 of them, because he knows someone who is the granddaughter of a person who is a historical figure who might be interested in the book, maybe. And he is someone that, along with Judith Agard, I want to get one to her in Hawaii, and as well as Penny Bradley. So I'm trying to mail all of these out at once. And when I do that, of course, it would just be easier to do that all at once. And so what I'm thinking is that the way this month is going down, if I do all of that at once, and I try to get to it a little bit before Judith Agard has her birthday, then and when's your birthday, Penny? I don't want to wait till your birthday to do this, but I was just curious now that I'm thinking about Judith Agard's birthday. When's yours?
My birthday's in October.
Okay, yeah, so it's like mine. Yeah, all right. Is that something
I was born on a full moon.
Okay. Wow. Good. Wait, what day are you hiding the date itself, or is that something for security reasons? Because I know some people hide their birth date.
I don't like to give
Understood.
the date because my bank and my doctor use it for identification.
Got it. Okay, no worries then. No worries. Understood. So looking at the...
I mean, I can give it to you privately in
Understood.
Messenger. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So let me see now. So what I'm thinking is maybe I'll mail everything out, all of the books at once on September 17th. Friday, September 17th would probably be the most ideal date to do this. And that way, so do be patient with me. Try and get it out before then, maybe for you. But honestly, it'd just be more convenient for me to just get them all out at once. I don't usually do bulk. So it's one of those things where, it'd be much more, God, I hate going to the post office anyway. And when I go down there, it's like, it's one of these environments where I believe I'm saturated with COVID. But then again, I see the people who work there and they work there day after day and not all of them get sick. though some of them do. Yeah, so I'm just being cautious about making one trip there rather than several. And let me see. I just received a big message. What is this? I heard the bong sign. Oh, there she is. I'm not going to read it out loud. So she'll be turning 26 this year. So just make a note of that. Yes. And whereas Lou will be turning, I think, about 80. All right. And so there you have that. Hope he didn't hear that. And yeah, of course, I'm just kidding, Lou. She was saying that he was going to come over to San Francisco and that we were all going to have fun, but I shudder to think of what Lou's idea of fun is. Okay. Yeah, so with that, and dear Daniel chuckling from the Peanut Gallery. So in terms of, oh, by the way, Penny, did you hear at that time that, James is back? So Daniel can of course take off whenever he wishes, but before you go, Daniel, I don't think Penny ever heard about that time you were saying you were hanging out inside of the not inside. I mean, basically they did a bunch of this taxidermy work outdoors, not taxidermy. They were working with cadavers, and it was embalming. That's it.
Yeah, they were embalming.
Yeah, so he and the other kids used to hang out and watch while they were like, what the fuck did they do while they were embalming? Disembowel the internals out of these people, or pump their blood out and then pump in all the formaldehyde and shit?
Yeah, they were pumping fluids out of them, and plus we were paying more attention to, or anticipating watching them cut open the bodies, just so we could watch them pull out the organs, and me being curious enough, I wanted to see if they matched the pictures that I've seen in the books.
Well, that's reasonable curiosity.
Huh?
That's reasonable curiosity.
Yeah. We were all a bunch of curious kids, and they didn't tell us to leave. We just respected their space. We stood far enough, to watch, and so that they can watch us in case we acted a fool. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
in case you passed out. Some people do that.
Well, yeah, it is a very, very smelly process too. So that is also the reason why we also stood our distance.
Wow.
Which is also why it was in the open air.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. I grew up in a dairy, and from the time I was about 10 years old, I was involved in butchering cattle. I was not involved with the killing process. My father did that. And he made it as merciful and quick as he knew how. And so I learned at a young age about innards and skinning and what humans could eat and what my family chose not to.
Yeah. Thank you. That's nice. And and
yes, several of my younger siblings did throw up and or pass out every time.
Well, yeah, that's amazing, and I appreciate you sharing that. And it's kind of apropos. It's an apropos kind of topic for what I was going into with tonight. And so again, just to cover some more of the month of ghosts, and Jameson, you're back with us to say hello, because Penny and yourself will be dominating when I go to refresh myself. And
hello, Penny.
Yes.
Oh, I would like to add something before I go.
Yeah.
Concerning the slaughtered animals. Now, growing up in the Philippines, I've been around. I've seen enough slaughtering of pigs, even dogs too. And I thought that I felt a little tough, but none of that prepared me for the first evening at age 11, going with my uncle to watch the cockfights on Sunday evening by the beach. And the thing that I was never prepared for was that it was that quiet time right before everybody starts getting really noisy, placing bets, that lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, but it felt like a whole damn hour. and me being an 11-year-old boy and having to stand all that noise, I mean, it was. Oh, I cut both my ears, stuck my. I mean, I just bent my head in between my legs, going, "Oh man, please stop!" But I noticed that when I knew that even when I covered my ears, I could still feel all the noise, the vibration on the ground. I'm thinking, wow. I mean, these guys are violent about their money. Wow. Because that's what they're doing. They're betting. It was like they're ready to fight each other over it before the fight starts. And that was the first phase. And then watching the Cox fight, I'm thinking, okay, cool. You know, I've assisted a lot in the training. You know, I've watched these birds spar. You know, with the spur gloves on, of course. But this was my first time ever seeing them with the actual blades on their spur. And then as soon as the first draw of blood, of course, you know that chill that you feel, you know, that when you see blood splatter, even if it's on TV. Oh man, I mean, you know, it's the same. It's no different. But man, I mean, but then I noticed that it was going to keep continuing until one bird could no longer fight. I'm thinking, wow. So this is what this is about. It's like these guys are violently betting their money on watching these birds die that they train hard to, you know, to hope to win. And so, you know, that became a regular thing every Sunday evening, you know, because I assisted my uncle in the training of his birds. I mean, I gradually got used to it, but I still can't forget that. I mean, I guess that's about as close as it gets to me for a traumatic experience. You know,
wow.
It was violent. It was loud. I mean, of course, the volume of the voices made me scared shitless at first. I mean, I gradually got used to it, but I still can't forget that feeling though. Yeah.
That's amazing. I really want to thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that profoundly. And, you know, of course, the Philippines is right below Taiwan, and really, they're kind of an extension of the same island system. Just Taiwan's the northernmost island, and the Filipino archipelago has two islands right next to Taiwan, just south of it, that they're beginning to reinforce just in case something happens with communist China. But they're going through so much right now, and it really is, you know, even though our man Daniel's not talking about it too much, it's pretty much like a ghost month that's in the Philippines. I was trying to draw that out of him. There's enough of a Chinese population, of course, in the Philippines, where kind of like the Asian Lunar New Year is known of in the United States, the Ghost Month is known of in the Philippines, and certainly many people are influenced enough by the economics of the situation, where the Chinese own so much of the Filipino economy, that that was kind of
my Catholic friends, they actually observed more of the All Souls, All Saints Day thing.
Yes,
the one day holiday,
yeah.
but the Chinese holiday stuff, we actually noticed that more in Chinese funerals, where they were during the whole process, the paper money that you're talking about, I mean, it was like trails of them, you know, throughout the whole process that just left behind up until they bury them.
Yes. Did any of the Filipino kids ever pick that up and play with it?
No, they just left it alone. They respected it.
Good.
I mean, well, there were some that did collect it just more for the memory, but not many did. But for the most part, yeah, we just left it alone.
Yeah, definitely. Well, certainly, the one thing that we noticed, certainly my son brought this up when it came to the Philippines. As I said, today was the August 22nd, but of course the Philippines is a day ahead of us, as is Taiwan. was the feast day of the ghost month pretty much yesterday. But if you're on the East Coast, it was the day before yesterday. And of course, where Daniel Rolla is, they just crossed the midnight line. So it would be the day before yesterday for him by now. But for us, it was still yesterday. And yesterday was when many people were offering their prayers throughout Asia for all our dearly departed, for all those who have passed. And when we've reflected on last year, then hell, at this time of year last year, the Philippines was already on its 4th month of lockdown, and their numbers were averaging 2,000 cases daily, with about 85,000 plus cases and 1,962 reported deaths by this day, in terms of the actual ghost festival, the heart of the ghost month last year. I know that from Asian people, of course, who work in the Philippines and were relaying what was going on at the time, and everyone was already frustrated.
I remember when the AIDS epidemic was bad in the Philippines. Now that was scary enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they could remember that. Then that would make COVID scary enough for them.
Well, you know, it's interesting you say that. I've mentioned before how it was easier to meet people during the age of AIDS than it is to meet people during the age of COVID. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Nobody gave a shit about AIDS. They were all still fucking each other. But when it came to COVID, you know, all that shit's come to an end. But fast forward to 1 year later on this day today, and the Philippines is still, well, they're back to ECQ, the Enhanced Community Quarantine, as they call it, at least till August 20th. They were supposed to be. In fact, might still be on it. But they were averaging 5,000 cases daily last time I checked, which was just days ago. In fact, they've reached more than 1.5 million cases with over 28,000 deaths to date, and the numbers are not slowing down. What I was able to see of news from out of the Philippines, there was a consensus among businessmen that if there were plans to lock down again, they preferred that it happened during the ghost month, since business is slow during that period. And, of course, that's how influential much of the Chinese culture is and how they spend their money. And during the ghost month, the Chinese culture around this time slows everything down because the gates of hell itself have opened and the ghosts are coming to visit their families while feasting and looking for victims, basically. So during this time, the living relatives are all expected to offer sacrifices for their deceased ancestors and relations. So on this day today, which was yesterday across the international date line, the feast day of the ghosts, everyone was lighting incense and saying prayers in the Chinese community. What they were doing was putting food like oranges, peanuts with shells, and candles and flowers and incense and coins on their altars at home as offerings. And bear in mind, all these rituals help appease the ghosts, and you must always make certain that none of your children, and nor yourself, eat the food that you offer. Of course, offer only inside your house if they're your relatives. If not, it's best you do your offering in the temple or outside your house if you're aiming at appeasing those that aren't your immediate relations, because you wouldn't want them in your house. So just a little...
You don't want to invite those kinds of spirits into your house.
No. And of course, there's a little bit of what we would call safety tips. Avoid staying out late at night, of course, especially if your qi is low or you're feeling down. If that's the case, it's best to stay indoors anyway. And of course, that's certainly not difficult in places like the Philippines, because curfew's been imposed once again from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. So, of course, it's always best that kids don't stay out at night either. But if you must be out at night, avoid whistling is what they've always said, because the ghosts might think you're calling them. And what they do advise the ladies to do is to avoid wearing high heels, as it's easier to get possessed if your feet are elevated. Because you're off the ground.
Really?
Yes, that's what they warn against during this time. Also, keep the entrance to your homes bright, and that goes for your clothes as well. Avoid wearing dark clothes like black or red or navy blue or brown. Opt for bright colors like pink and yellow. By the way, that this is pure safety as well. I mean, God knows I've heard horror stories all the time at Halloween where poor ladies get drunk as hell and they're dressed like witches, and then their car stops, and then they get out of their car to try to look for help, and of course they're wearing all black and get run over immediately. This is the kind of thing that, physical safety.
I wear black all the time.
Well, there you go. Yes. And Jameson saying he's a spirit trap. Why? Because you're wearing dark clothes all the time? Is that what you mean, Jameson? Let's see if he answers.
Well, I'm more like Johnny.
Well, yeah, among other things.
Okay.
I'm more like Johnny Cash, Man in Black style.
There we are. Yes. Delightful. And of course, one is advised at this time of the year to avoid swimming or camping in the woods or moving houses or offices, or certainly no opening of any business, or no getting married, no getting surgery, as I said, unless absolutely necessary, of course. If you're going to die without it, then go get it. Of course, avoid otherwise signing. Yeah? Yes, honey?
Listening to you with the descriptions,
yes,
I can't help but recall that this month, lunar month, was called consecrations in ancient times in the Middle East.
Thank you.
And it was a time of offerings and often human sacrifices. And a lot of those same restrictions applied then as well.
There. Thank you. Yes. There's a universality in all of this. Of course, also, aside from avoiding signing contracts, avoid buying a new car or starting any construction. Of course, our man Peter.
Those are the rules if it's Mercury retro anyway. Come on.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, sounds like it. Yeah.
Yes. And, of course, Peter started what he's doing with renovating his house a long time ago, so he's not really guilty of that. There's no harm in practicing anything that I'm just bringing up off the cuff without even formalizing some of the more, how would I say it, pronounced taboos. But all of this is best reinforced with lots and lots of prayers, of course, not only for the dead, but more so for the living, honestly, at this point.
I can see that with this being a time of awareness of the veil thinning and the presence of other beings, that fear for the living might be actually quite reasonable.
Thank you. Yes. I'm hopeful in Central East Asia. One really needs to look at, this is exactly what our man ̔̔'Gh̔ was saying when he was talking about Gene Roddenberry, about how he was given the name Sulu because Roddenberry felt that was the center of Asia. What he really didn't understand himself, but what Roddenberry was alluding to, was that Taiwan and the Philippines archipelago is known as Central East Asia. It is Central East Asia in the sense that people know about Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, and they think of Central Asia as Inner Asia, meaning the continental landmass inclusive of the heart of Mongolia. But Central East Asia...
Yeah, just saying it, I would think of Tibet and Nepal.
Yeah, but that would be more like Inner Asia, more like Central Asia in the Inner Asian sense, in the continental sense. But Central East Asia, when you think East Asia, think of the Far East, think of Japan and Korea as Northeast Asia, and China, of course, is East Asia itself. So Central East Asia, central to it, as opposed to Southeast Asia, would be Taiwan and the Philippines archipelago. So I'm hopeful that after this ECQ, this enhanced community quarantine, and the end of Ghost Month, that we'll finally see some positive news and that this COVID nightmare will be a thing of the past. But until then, actually, yeah. I'm sorry. What's that, Daniel?
Oh, nothing. I was just coughing.
Yeah.
That's it, me. I'm getting good.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, honey?
I said I'm being good.
Okay, good. Yes. And so, of course, until then, much of what applies as taboo during the Ghost Month is really quite sensible in terms of actually helping you towards protecting yourself from the COVID-19 that is just rampant in so many places. And honestly, the number of hospitalizations and deaths is really in the United States no better than the Philippines. And a lot of this has to do with simple COVID-19 denial. And so if we take another look at the traditions originating from the Chinese, well, really the Buddhist and Taoist influences upon the Chinese, and of course take into account the fact that the spirits are breaking free from the gates of hell to roam the living world, is that really any different than the COVID-19 itself? When you think of these as the ravening dead, what goeth by that vulgarization that I despise so much, hungry ghosts, then you might have heard me say, Penny, all I think of when I hear Americans use that term, or any English-speaking people use that term, all I can think of is the little green blob from Ghostbusters. As rather.
Actually, that's kind of appropriate.
I knew you would say that. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm one of these. I grew up Christian. I have Jewish in my background, and I have explored everything because nothing felt right.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to the that little green blob in Ghostbusters, it's hard to think of that as some individual who's died violently. But when you think of the ravenous dead, they're usually believed to be people who have died in some form of violence or violation. Maybe people who have been emotionally abused to death.
So the victims are being punished again?
It could be that. It could be that. It's
that sounds like a most
heinous,
unjust, heinous religious belief.
That is why they always imply this kind of detachment.
Well, life is not just.
Yeah, no one ever said life was just, honey. And that the idea of the Buddhist and Taoist syncretization in this regard is, particularly the Buddhists, is to try and get people to, you're not seeking justice, you're seeking escape. The ultimate objective of Buddhism is escaping from the wheel of samsara. And so when it comes to samsara, or the infinite wheel of incarnation, this endless cycle of birth and rebirth and violence and being violated.
Hell. It's just hell.
Yeah, it's hell itself. So,
well, I've known for some time that 3D was the overlay between heaven and hell, and that both were possible and prevalent.
Yeah. Well, when you take a look at it from this kind of fatalist perspective, and the only escape being attaining enlightenment, which is detaching yourself from so much, you might note from the story I told earlier, because you did say you were listening, that that apostle, that student of the Buddha himself, still cared for his mother. So that's an attachment, right? Still cared enough to.
Of course, it's an attachment.
There we
go. He cared enough to want to help her, and that's been one of the biggest issues that I've had, is because I was taught dissociation very brutally when I was a child. And I have actually been working to be able to feel. Meanwhile, I'm looking at these religions that are all saying that this place that I was at before is where they want to go. And I'm like, why?
Because
You're
feeling
just
is misery.
numb.
It's better to be numb. Some of us have to drug ourselves out of oblivion not to feel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I do.
Rather
I dissociate.
Rather than fix your conditions?
It can't be fixed.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, that's kind of...
I've done the piece with it already.
We assume it cannot be fixed. Okay. So that's one of the problems that I have with my work, is that people assume it cannot be fixed and so don't even listen to try. I understand that it is all Maya, illusion, that it is all controllable at some point. And what I'm saying is that we, the people, take back control, because don't we co-create this?
Of course. And
we could also choose to destroy it as well.
Well, that brings us
that's
You're going to
another
get
avenue.
more cooperation for fixing it rather than...
No, you're not. Actually, it's easier to destroy in this world. Dark reigns.
Well, before
I mean,
going into a direction of, shall we say, it's always easier to destroy than it is to create. Yes, but before we go,
Douglas.
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering if you could go back to Gene Roddenberry's purpose for naming =̶CHU쌓NGG-YUÁN Sulu after the Sulu archipelago.
Thank you, because this was a circular argument these two were getting into. So thank you for pulling us out of that. There's there's no going anywhere with that. So
I was waiting for that.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of Gene Roddenberry's choice with the name of Sulu, of course, it wasn't based on what =̶CHUÐNGG-YUÁN thought it was. =̶CHUÐNGG-YUÁN was under the impression that Gene Roddenberry felt that the Sulu Sea was the center of all of Asia, and there was a element of that. There was an element of that in the sense that because Taiwan and the Philippines archipelago is essentially Central East Asia, when George Roddenberry felt that the Sulu Sea acted as a bridge between the Malayan and Austronesian and Indo-Asiatic realms, that came to mind. But he was really thinking of the character of Sulu as being Japanese from the city of Davao, from back when they had a huge Japanese population there in Davao. That was where Sulu was descended from, and therefore his name was kind of like a regional adaptation, because many of the Japanese changed their names after World War II, and because many Japanese tried to appear more Filipino after World War II. And to put this into some perspective for people, if you ever see the movie Krakatoa East of Java, and Krakatoa East of Java is about the explosion of the Krakatoa volcano. It's a very romantic film, but has some very specific cultural realities that it puts on screen. And one of these is the Japanese pearl divers. So they bring these Japanese pearl divers aboard who are to help them locate a treasure that they're seeking in the film. And the captain of the ship hires these Japanese pearl divers, but they're all Filipino acculturated. In other words, they appear and look as Filipinas. They dress as Filipinas. They even perform that. Danny, what is that dance that they perform with the sticks, where they close the stick, and you...
the nickling. They call it the nickling.
Yeah, thank you. You see these, but they all speak Japanese. So they're speaking Japanese in the film, and but they're obviously Filipino acculturated. This is what Gene Roddenberry had in mind when he created the character of Sulu. And so he had in mind a individual who was born of that subculture and he was therefore representative in that sense of the crossroads of Asia. This is what Gene Roddenberry.
That's also an island chain that connects the Philippines and Indonesia, also.
Yes.
Which is why they all look alike there.
Yes, yes, and of course.
Well, they're mostly how to say they're ethnically Austronesian for the most part.
Yes, and do tell people that during the time of Ferdinand Marcos, he fought to basically take Sabah as part of the Philippines. Sabah is a part of the island that used to be known as Borneo. It's now part of Indonesia. They call it Kalimantan. And but it's part of Malaysia is this quarter of the island, or this segment of the island known as Sabah. That
actually Sabah borders with another land that's part of the Sulu archipelago.
Yes, Bangsamoro is what the Filipino Muslims call it. And so Ferdinand Marcos invaded Sabah, which is got him involved in a covert war with Malayas. And so the Malayans and the Filipinos were fighting over that land for quite some time. Of course, I personally feel it does belong to the Bangsamoro culture, the Filipino Muslim culture of the Sulu archipelago. And at one, yes,
gold. It's all about the Yamashita gold. They had it in Indonesia too.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, which is why when I served as a how would I call that? A consultant again, the consultant for the Dead Mine film. That's why I had them. They placed it in Indonesia because of that very reason, and for that sake of that film, the element of the Yamashita gold that they were talking about, which was of course in this case used by Unit 731, and had nothing to do with the Yamashita gold as understood by many people, but he had many caches everywhere. But anybody who doesn't understand that, you'd have to see the film Dead Mine. It's a film you could look up. You could probably find a copy on YouTube. It's hard to find. People keep reloading it, thank God. But then, surprisingly, HBO keeps copywriting, calling copyright on it, and it gets taken down again. But
hell, they still make movies in the Philippines about unearthing Yamashita gold.
No, it's a common theme, yes. And of course, it's there's so much of it that's in the Philippines. But then the Philippines is so gold rich anyway. It's
yeah, very.
Yeah, what people are looking for is Yamashita gold because they're hoping they can claim it, and therefore, because if they get it from a government mine, it belongs to the government, but this way they can claim at least part of it for themselves, right? Yes.
Pretty much, but I think that's a pretty boneheaded way to do it.
Thank you. I agree.
Everyone else would be all up in their business.
Thank you. I agree. You really can't win. But yes, so hopefully that puts that into some perspective. Now, of course, with these ravening dead who are let loose throughout the month, this obviously might strike anybody I'm trying to explain this to who's a Western listener. It seems like a fearful time that would bring forth everything but good luck. But of course, it's not exactly that. While all traditions discourage launching new ventures or big events in your career or relationships and domestic life during Ghost Month, you should never live your life at a standstill. So I do want to emphasize that and tell people not to be discouraged from doing anything. Rather, you want to proceed with caution. As we said, we've got until September 6th for this period of time to survive it. And during that period of time, take some time to commemorate and honor the dearly departed, especially tonight, the 15th lunar day of this lunar month. And during this year's Ghost Month, of course, those spirits that will unfortunately gravitate towards some people, they will tend to gravitate towards those born on the year of the goat. which was the year my dad was born, really. But of course, my dad is among the dead now on the other side, hopefully the more peaceful dead. But of course, I can't imagine it any other way in his case. But in 1919 was the year of the goat, and it's just the way it works this year. Just the zodiacal aspects are converging on that particular sign that would be vulnerable in particular. But instead of letting anxiety and uneasiness consume you, I would recommend using the spirits to your advantage this ghost month. Basically, rack up good karma with various practices that could keep you on the survival path in what weeks we have remaining until the 6th of September. The general rule would be to pray. Nothing is more effective than prayer when warding off bad spirits. Since the ravening dead will most likely feed on those who spark negativity and foster wrongdoing, I would, of course, recommend being the opposite. And, of course, stay positive, maintain a clean heart and an overall hopeful state of mind. And, of course, that has no expiration date. You should do that all year round anyway. Of course, be extra watchful. Security can be a big concern this ghost month. If I were a parent, I would only get to sleep once all the kids were tucked in bed. So I would advise being very extra careful and discerning about the approach of any strangers or something that was suspect. And, of course, stay away from bodies of water. The Chinese believe that spirits are they're also out for rebirth. And these ghosts then take advantage of the month's luxury by going to bodies of water where the living swim. And the goal is to drown them and switch places with them. So avoid even artificial bodies of water like swimming pools. Trust me on this. And also, this should go without saying, avoid the dark. The lack of light attracts the spirits. It's best to keep your surroundings and even your clothing bright, as I said, and that's just common safety as well, of course. And transfer homes the proper way. Another taboo is moving into a new home within Ghost Month, as I've mentioned. But if you really have to, as some of you might, because of being evicted or something of that nature, there is a ritual to follow, a prayer, and that must be recited only on the next day should you be able to move into your new place. Unfortunately, I forget exactly what the prayer is, and I would have to look that up. Speaking, of course, right now from the top of my memory and what I can remember from the drunken torpor and drugged state that I had to pull myself out of to get here at all. But one thing I can remember most immediately is for you to stock up on salt. The Chinese understand that salt, being one of the 5 flavors embedded in our culture, sends bad spirits away while inviting good karma. Thus, it is suggested that you keep rock salt, not the iodized kind, which is industrially processed and takes all the magic out. Keep rock salt with you at home or even in your travels. That never hurts. Very much consider it a ward. A lucky charm for you who don't get what ward implies. And of course, change it once a month. Refresh it. Refresh your supply. It's like mothballs, right? It gets old and absorbs all that ghostly essence, and you've got to, just throw it away. And know, of course, that this is all just temporary. The bad spirits will always return to where they came from. Don't let Ghost Month own your life. I think that many people can go wild with it or just take it too seriously. While all of these beliefs are mostly rooted in tradition, obviously the practices that I'm relating during Ghost Month they should not necessarily be overwhelming, especially when it comes to your health. I mean, display discernment, be wise, in other words, and understand understand things within reason, and that's the best way to always understand them. But that being said, when it comes to what was going down in Taiwan yesterday, with everyone sending offerings and praying for their ancestors, the gods, and the ghosts that we don't know, the strangers, we are in this halfway point. And bear in mind, we've already been through half of it, where the gates of hell have been open for a full month, and it's halfway over now, and we're over the hump mark come midnight here, which is a little less than an hour from now. And all devout Taoists and Buddhists understand that during this time of year, when the gates of hell are thrust wide open, the ravening dead are roaming the world of the living in search for, well, food, money, entertainment, and yes, possibly souls, if they can grab a hold of them. So the other offerings that come to mind in the most traditional sense, something my mother would do rather than something that I recommended that most of you cheap-ass white people would do, would be like peanuts and shells and shit. If you're truly serious about this and want it to really work, as my mother would use, you'd be providing rice wine, fruit, chicken, pork, fish, snacks, incense, and of course the joss paper, the money for the dead. Gold joss paper, burned for the gods. Silver joss paper is burned for the spirits. Understand that. So if you don't want to be a pagan and just want to kind of give some money out to the dead, you'd stick with silver.
My Chinese friends back in the Philippines, they did all that stuff that you just described.
Thank you.
Yep.
There.
In regards to the dead, and the ancestors.
There. See how pervasive this is in the Filipino culture. This is what I've been trying to draw out of Daniel. Now we've got that out of him. There. Thank you. Thank you. See the universality of Asian culture.
Well, I did attend a week-long wake of a very rich Chinese old man who was a patriarch of that family. It was a very interesting event.
Tell us about this.
Yeah.
Tell us what you remember, please.
Oh, well, he was the grandfather of one of my classmates that I shared the same grade with. He's one of those friends that we were off and on friends, where I'd end up kicking his ass one day because he annoyed me or whatever, and then on the weekends we're cool again because him and his family have all the tapes of the kung fu movies that they get from Taiwan or Hong Kong. So that would be like my only reason why I'm friends with him until we're back in school again and we hate each other. It was like one of those kind of relationships, but one of those kind of friendships. Plus, our shops, my aunt's shop was across from his family's general store, so we put up with each other a lot. But I also hung out with the rest of his family because I knew the rest of his cousins. They pretty much kind of ran that town economically. They had stores like in every corner, all these rich-ass Chinese folks. But my classmate, his name is Alan, he was one of the snootiest, most bougiest little shits. You know, I mean, one of the light-skinned Filipino classmates that I've had, and I don't know. It's like I wanted to hate him so bad, but I knew that I'd feel sorry for him if I did because I would just end up being a bully because I knew I could kick his ass because I always ended up doing it anyway. You know, it was one of those things. You know, I wanted to be friends with him, but you know, he would just end up fighting again.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. And that's so important. And it brings up something. When we reference these spirits, remember that we refer to them, in my culture that I emerge from, we refer to them as good brothers and good sisters. What we would call them, for good brothers, we would say, Hao Zhongdi, that how means good, like how, it would be like double good, meaning very good. How Zhongdi, that would mean good brothers. Or for the sisters, how Jimei, how Jimei, and that would be good sister. Again, how meaning good, Jimei meaning sisters. So good brothers and good sisters, how Jimei or how Zhongdi. This is how you reference these wandering spirits. Don't call them ghosts. It's considered preferable when referring to the lost souls, because if you refer to them as such, you're just going to offend them. Now, these apparitions are not worshipped in the same way as ancestors, and they vary in nature from pitiful to dangerous, and they can be both at the same time. So just simply referring to them as good brothers and good sisters when they're all about you is a way to placate them. It's something that you might not understand how helpful they can be. So again, in terms of some taboos, so that you'll dodge a ghoulish gaffe during the Ghost Festival, from my own cultural perspective, don't ever take the last bus or train. It's believed the early morning hours after midnight are the strongest in yin energy. Therefore, it's advisable to avoid taking the last bus or train of the night to avoid being taken away by a phantom driver, because that's the most common experience that people have related, believe it or not. You never pat a person on the shoulders. The living are believed to have a protective, invisible flame, an aura, that emanates from either shoulder, and thus patting a person on the shoulder will snuff out that flame. So it's something that you would do as a kind of a, that would be a very negative thing to do, like cursing someone. And as I said about what Brendan Zogit is doing, don't follow his example. Don't take photographs at night. Avoid taking photographs or videos in dark corners, especially at night. Otherwise, a phantom photobomb would ruin the picture. This happens all the time on security cameras. If you don't believe me, you can just look anywhere on YouTube for this sort of phenomenon, and security cameras pick this shit up all the time. If anyone's worked in security like I have, you'll run across this so often. It's becomes a part of your life, and you begin to realize the reality of the other side.
Actually, Douglas, just this evening, before I got on, I was outside and I videotaped the full moon in the sky, and it got photobombed by a bird flying through it.
That's funny. Well, that's my mother.
That's kind of cool.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it was badass.
Yes. No, that's nice. And my mother would also interpret that as a spiritual phenomenon. That these things happen, of course. By the way, another thing that is acculturated into myself is don't take a mirror inside of an elevator. Elevators are generally not exposed to sunlight. They tend to gather yin energy. And while mirrors are an object that are good brothers, as I say, or more properly in the Chinese, are how Zhongdi, are lost boys out there. That would be something that they would be attracted to. It's also something that, how would I say it? It's an object they love to possess. So it's advisable to spend less time looking in mirrors and avoid unsightly spectators that you might see if you looked in a mirror at the wrong time. And so that's why it's advised, particularly from our cultural matrix, not to take mirrors into elevators. And don't ever suddenly look back, because ghouls with guile, they'll call out their victims' names or pat them on the back, hoping they'll suddenly turn their head, rendering them vulnerable to attack. And the solution is to turn the whole body at once instead of just the head. A little bit of spiritual martial art there for you. And don't hang wind chimes. The ringing of the wind chimes sounds similar to the ringing of the soul at the same resonance level. Therefore, it's understood they attract ghosts like flypaper. And don't pick coins off the street. After you burn clothes for the lost souls, which is what we do in Asia, and you burn clothes for the Haozhongyi, the good brothers. Then after that, of course, people often toss coins. So they're giving coins to the dead along with the clothes that they burn. If a person picks those coins up and takes them home, you'll get uninvited guests that tag along with it. Don't walk near walls. Ghosts like to stick on walls because they're cooler. It is therefore advisable to avoid contact with walls as much as possible during the Ghost Festival. Well, throughout Ghost Month in general. And don't engage in water sports for reasons I've already explained. But believe me, it's considered highly dangerous to go swimming in coastal areas in particular, or streams, because it's believed that evil spirits have drowned and will try to drown the swimmers to gain a chance at rebirth. The upside for non-believers is that the beaches are pretty much empty for the whole month if you're in Asia, certainly Far East Asia. I don't know what it would be like in the Philippines. Of course, I would think that they'd be irrepressible over there, and
I'm sure the tourist spots are busy.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know what it's like in COVID. Is anybody visiting the Philippines during COVID these days? I mean,
shit, I hope not, but I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, it's true. It's this cheap place. But so you've been warned. I mean, just understand that it's one of those things where. Yeah.
I remember something else about that wake. They had a band there, playing traditional Chinese instruments.
Yes.
And it was playing throughout the whole week. See, the wake was like 24/7. I mean, there was always coffee served, and not only that, I mean, it was active because there was a whole lot of people gambling. See, and the week of wakes, funeral wakes, is usually the only time when the locals are permitted to gamble, unless it's at the cockfights on Sundays, because even casual gambling is kind of illegal. They don't, you don't want to get caught gambling until certain designated times. And during the week of someone's funeral wake is when everybody's there, either 247, they're playing mahjong, playing cards, bingo, or whatever. They're just making bets. And these Filipinos are just some gambling motherfuckers.
Yes. Yeah.
But the band though, they kept playing on, and I mean it's so entrancing, like charming a snake, in India or whatever. But these people were playing, and they were definitely playing to the spirits, or at least maintaining the energy of the atmosphere, in order to, as if they were giving permission for certain spirits to be allowed in the area. At least that was what I was feeling from the experience. But man, they were so badass.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. By the way, I'm just going to put an emoji up because I hit the fucking emoji button by mistake, and then the only way I can get rid of it is to put an emoji up. I thought I did, but it's not. I'm pressing the enter. God, none of it's working. So I'm just going to hit the, a casual emoji. I think it's fit for this day. There we are. Press the enter. Is that working? Shit. There we are. The only way to get the emoji out of the way. That, by the way, was totally random. The emoji that came up is once I hit the emoji button by mistake on the text box in the Skype, I've got to enter something, or I'm stuck with these stupid emojis all standing up and staring at me all night. So the one that I hit is pretty apropos.
That one's funny.
Yes. And so the one thing that I'd like to put up is, maybe you can scroll up a little further up, Penny, and you will see the pictures of the hotel for the dead that the Taiwanese build every year, and just how that hotel, is lit up at night, and then later is set to burning. And so when it comes to the other thing that I described was never get on that last train. This is an example of a photograph somebody took when they got on the last train. And you can imagine what that feels like. And the person later claimed that they were taken by a phantom driver and basically thought they could never get off. As a matter of fact, effectively, they don't know if it ever stopped. They had to jump off of the train eventually. They left off and wound up in a hospital. So that's an example of why you don't get on the last train. And they spoke about this when they were hospitalized, and they had the photograph of that last bus, so to speak. It's really a bus, and but the bus didn't stop. He claimed that when he went to the front, the driver that he thought he saw when he got on wasn't there, that the wheel was moving by itself, and he jumped off. It's obvious no one else was on the bus. So it's one of those things. Yeah, that's an example. Just feeling isolated even when the last bus departs and there's no one else aboard. You don't need to worry on a night like this because you're most likely not alone. The last shift on public transport is believed to be brimming with invisible customers who are probably just waiting to pounce on the first vulnerable mortal they can find. So be sure to avoid the last round of transport. You simply don't know where you might, well, who you might end up sitting on. And so just a little bit of further for that. Now, as I said, don't let this rule your life, but at the same time, I enjoy sharing some of the cultural concerns that I grew up with. The funny thing about Lena Shea was, you may not know her, Penny, but you may know of her. Lena Shea, of course, was someone who married this Chinese guy who is he's Taiwanese. He's from ethnically. I mean, just his parents were from Taiwan, but he was born here. He was raised here. He's totally fucking acculturated here. What we call an ABC or an American-born Chinaman. Go on, honey. Yeah.
So he's a homegrown.
Yeah. He has no culture, and so
Yes, he does. He's American.
That's an anti-culture. You've heard me say that. Yes. And anyhow, he would dry his clothes. Basically, Lena said he always had this funny smell about him that everybody complained about when he went to get his massages or, his, hand jobs and blow jobs and shit. And so when she got to know him better, she found out his mother and his family would hang their clothes outside to dry, and this is why they had that funny smell. So when she convinced him to change to drying his clothes inside of the fucking dryer, then that smell disappeared. But
what were they burning in the area that his clothes smelled bad? Because usually clothes dried outside would smell better
theoretically
than in the dryer.
Yeah, well, they're in Albany, New York, so go figure, right? I mean, God knows.
Okay, God knows what's in the air.
Yeah, but certainly don't hang your clothes outside through the night during this month. Of course, Jameson Reese says it's mildew. That's the first thing that would strike me. Yeah. But certainly during this month, don't leave clothes outside on the balcony or out the window.
Well, you don't leave them out overnight anyway.
True enough. But it's said during this month that the human shape of clothes is, well, it attracts visiting spirits who gladly come over to borrow your garments for the night. And the apparitions may also leave behind their misfortune-inducing aura upon your clothes. Which would explain a lot about Lena Shea's husband. As if doing the laundry wasn't enough of a chore already, right? Now we have to worry about ghosts possessing our favorite pair of jeans, too. But just another aspect of it. Someone's asked me...
Well, I'm going to come up with something that you're going to think is bizarre.
Sure.
My grandmother, she was born in 1918, so we're talking a whole 100 years ago. And she had this attitude that you were never supposed to show your underwear, even hanging on the clothesline. Now, this was the days before dryers. And she would go outside and she would hang towels in front of and behind them on the same line, which almost guarantees that they don't dry properly. And so she would also have a funny smell, but that was why. And I can remember her and my mother getting into these loud arguments about this. And one day my mother just blurted out, "Well, at least people know I wear them."
That's so bizarre. Yes, that is bizarre. Thank you.
Well,
That's what.
Yeah. When you start dealing with generations that are that close together and yet that far apart, it's just some of the things that I was introduced to as a child are very different from what is popular today.
No, I think that's important. I mean, obviously, we're definitely, bringing up the elements of people's quirks. This has a lot to do with that. Okay, Jameson Reese says, "Douglas, I'm going to trail off here to make that appointment." Okay, Jameson, say goodnight to our listeners.
Good night, listeners.
Yes.
Later.
Yes.
Good night, Daniel, Penny, and Douglas.
Yes.
And Douglas, I do certainly hope I can chat with you much later on certain of the undead arcane practices.
We'll see. I mean, you do know I discourage you from practicing anything.
Yeah. I know. It's you. Well, that's the thing, is that I do understand the weight. Because you do at least teach me the gravitas of using such, implementing such techniques in arcane pursuits. And so this isn't something I would approach without respect.
So I'll listen to what you have to say.
Respect at the very least.
Yes, I'll listen to what you have to say.
Some of these things should not be done at all.
Thank you. But I make no promises as to giving you any advisements or anything at all. So understand that. It's something that, okay. So you have a blessed night, sweet dreams.
I should just I'll leave everything on, right? And
go ahead and leave everything on. But one more thing before you go to bed. Understand that when it comes to these taboos I'm bringing up with people thinking about this time of year, don't leave your slippers faced towards the bed. It wouldn't be the Festival of Ghosts if you were safe in your own home, after all. So rumor has it that slippers act as compasses for victim-seeking phantoms. So pointing them towards your bed is like handing out the spiritual keys to your open door abode. And of course you could just circumvent this by not wearing slippers, but then you'd have to deal with an even scarier phenomenon, which would be dirty feet. So
you could always wear socks.
There we are. And that's all that. So love you, dear.
With that, I bid you all adieu.
Yes.
And a good night.
Good night.
All right.
Yes.
Good night, Jameson.
This is the first time Jameson left before Daniel Arola. That's pretty neat. And
and I'm here.
Yes, thank God. And Penny's going to have to hold the stage by herself if I go to refresh myself. So, but I know you're more than capable of doing that.
I just got to get ready to get going too.
Yes, so we love you dearly, Daniel. Blessed be thy dreams.
But,
yeah,
I do. Well, I was listening to you guys. I would like to bring up maybe the subject one of these evenings about nocturnal supernatural beings from when I lived in the Philippines, like old supernatural beliefs before Christianity came and robbed it.
Wonderful.
Oh my!
Wonderful. We would love to hear about that. Yes.
Yeah, I've been collecting some pretty interesting stories. I mean, on the side, I like to explore indigenous beliefs of various people from different countries, including all the way up to the Icelandic, the Norse people, and the Germanics and all that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it surrounding indigenous living and their spiritual beliefs and practices, I did learn as much as I could back when I was in the Philippines, but a lot of my classmates weren't interested in it because they were more Christian superstitious. So they think this is old stuff that's for savages, and And I told him I didn't mind. I like to be a savage.
There you go. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's cool. It's cool stuff.
Yes. No, that's delightful.
Yeah.
And thank you. No, we definitely look forward to that, and certainly appreciate so much of what you do. And and of course, say hello to your loved ones for us, as always. And we look forward to Wednesday night. Hopefully you can join us again.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Hey guys, talk to you later.
Yes, look forward to it. Yes.
All right.
So thank you. So it's just Penny and I for now, and like I was forewarning people of, I don't know if you heard this, Penny. This is a kind of stressful time for me because I have to clean up a lot of stuff, preparing for my landlady wanted to do something with a door. In a sense, she did me a big favor because she's forcing me to clean out a lot of baggage in an area of the home that I never thought I was going to use again. And so that in itself is a positive, but it obviously has its stresses. And because of that, I might not even be on for the full transmission tonight. Oh. And so having you with me helps. But I may not be making this an all-nighter. So just to get some of these other taboos out of the way that come to mind, because people are asking me some questions for some more details on certain taboos that I brought up, such as, walking near walls and taking pictures in the dark. When it comes to not taking pictures late at night, think of the horror films like Shudder or Paranormal Activity. If they've taught us anything at all, it's that cameras and ghosts don't mix. So thrill seekers who dare to expose their lens at ungodly hours will run the risk of capturing ghosts in action, and could even end up trapping vengeful spirits in their cameras and phones. So unless you're looking to be haunted by terrible misfortune and bad lighting, you should probably save that selfie for the day after. So some common sense is involved here, as well as a kind of Darwinian selection. Don't tempt fate. And for the people asking about walking near walls, don't stand too close to them in particularly. That would imply loitering, and you'd be up to no good anyway. But when it comes to posing for the gram that we were just talking about with photographs in the dark and the like, well, you can never go wrong with leaning up against a cool-looking wall or having it as a clean background to show off your OOTD or other outfit for the day or whatnot. But, well, you might want to hold off doing that during the Hungry Ghost Festival because, according to Chinese folklore, walls naturally give off a cold and sinister aura, and that makes them major hotspots for ghostly gatherings. So it's also best to avoid any narrow alleyways, no matter how grammable they may seem. Obviously, I'm very different, and you see me taking photographs like that. It's not usually during ghost season that I do that. And so with that in mind, of course, dear Penny is probably got some experiences in this regard to share as well. I don't know if that brings anything to mind for you, Penny, but you're welcome to share whatever it does.
There are traditions that I've been taught about attracting ghosts, and I do have a English translation of an Assyrian banishment spell that I do use regularly. My partner Lou is the apartment manager, and in between tenants, I use that to clear out everything. It brings it down to simply what is there physically. It takes everything else out so that it's completely fresh for the new people.
Wonderful.
And so, yeah, I do have something, and it references Ea and Nenua as the deities. So it's definitely Assyrian.
Wonderful.
And there are ancient remedies for spirits that decide to take up habitation with you. One of the ways that Westerners are acquainted with is, you mentioned mirrors. It's not just enclosed spaces, but mirrors are felt to be portals that at all times of the year can allow spirits to have access to our realm. And so anyone that has mirrors in their bedroom should cover them when they're not in use. And if you have glass over a photograph that reflects like a mirror, you should consider covering that too if you have problems. Now, problems can be things like things being moved on you, things disappearing for weeks on end and then suddenly reappearing, keys being lost, things you put in a certain spot and they are not there. And I've seen children screamed at whenever it was actually an entity. And so make sure you know that who you are accusing is who's guilty.
Thank you. No, that's good so far. And
there
yeah.
are entities
Yes.
that are stuck in between. And from oh God, how do I describe this? From Kabbalah, they are like they're not the soul, but they're like an echo of the energy.
Yes.
And
a shade.
And they can go back and forth, and because the echo remembers you or your father that you look like or your grandmother that you look like, because they can go back approximately 150 years before they fade out. So shades can interact with you, and they think you're the person that they remember, and you may just physically resemble them. So those also need to basically be put to bed. And if you do not have psychic abilities, leave them the fuck alone.
Yes.
Because if you don't have abilities and you're interacting with something that is native to another realm, you're just going to draw problems.
Yes.
And you're not going to have the ability to send them home.
Thank you. That's very important.
That's very important, because some things, like I mentioned earlier, some things simply should not be messed with.
Yes.
If you're going into a place that is a long-time haunting of a shade, it's not a real consciousness, it's just a memory of a trauma usually, but it is capable of action. And it will act in accordance with the trauma it remembers.
Yes.
So if you're interacting with something that was, say, murdered, then you've got the sudden possibility of being killed by something that can manifest into our reality.
Indeed.
And it cannot inhabit you, but it can kill you. It can mess with everything in your life. And I'm not wanting people to be terrified. What I'm wanting is for people to stop messing with stuff they don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, I've been called in to clean up more than one of these messes. And the more that the normal interacts with these things, the harder they are to get rid of.
Yes.
It's like, it's almost like they're sticky on the outside, and the more interaction that they have with you, the more they've stuck to you, and the harder it is to unstick them.
Yes.
But explaining that to someone who might have half-assed read the Bible when they were a kid, and now they're in their 20s or 30s, and they really don't believe in much, and they're playing with a Ouija board, or they're playing with doing weird shit in the mirror because they think it's funny.
Yes.
And then they've got a whole house full of shades, and 2 or 3 of them are stuck to them, and they're like, I can't do anything anymore. My stuff keeps moving around. My dog stands and barks at the corner, or my cat is constantly hissing, and I'm like, okay, what did you play with?
Yes. Thank you.
What do you mean, what did I play with? Well, okay. So then I pull out my printout. Yeah, I printed it out on paper. I pull out my printout of my Assyrian banishment, and I tell them to get the fuck out of their house till I tell them they can come back in. And I start at the back of the house. And everything's open, all the doors, all the windows, everything. And I start in the back of the house with incense and chanting this thing. And I basically smudge the whole house while I'm chanting this ritual and closing everything as I go. So whatever's there has to come out the doors. Mm-hmm. And then when I'm done, I shut the door and put salt.
Yes. Again, the importance of salt. Go on.
Salt is an incredible thing. It's a barrier to entities from other realms, positive or negative. It keeps everything out. If you mix iron filings in with the salt, it will primarily stop dark. It will primarily stop dark. I was looking for the right word.
Okay.
I don't like using the word demon.
Okay.
Because these are, many of them are human beings that have gotten themselves stuck in another realm.
Yes.
Usually because of their own actions, their own attitudes, their own personal beliefs. A lot of the religions that humanity follows, if you judge yourself as being evil, you are going to be trapped in some pretty dark places after you die. And I'm not sure if that's the Asian approach to it either, but my experience dealing with the leftovers is that most of these beings are either judging, they're humans who have judged themselves to be evil and so have ended up in a place meant for the evil.
Yes, this is what happens. It's truly, yes.
It's really difficult to deal with some of them, especially when you've got a normal standing next to you freaking out because their grandmother has suddenly appeared in front of you and they have actually seen an embodied spirit for the first time. And I'm going, okay, why do you think you need to be in this place? And I'm trying to interact with the spirit, and you've got a normal basically frothing at the mouth because they didn't believe this was possible. And so suddenly they think, I'm the one that's evil.
That's so
Like-
typical. That is really so typical. This kind of, what do you call it? It's kind of like reflection as opposed to projection. There's a different term other than projection for that. Where
Yeah, projection is your fears, but this is like I'm showing them the reality that they have produced by whatever fucking game they've been playing.
Yes.
And then afterwards, not only do they not want to pay me for my services, okay?
Right.
An exorcism or a house cleansing is supposed to be $100 minimum. Not only do they not want to pay me afterwards, but then they are terrified of me because this entity appeared and they could see it with their own little eyes. Therefore, I must have summoned it. No, it was what they summoned. And yet, when they needed help, I was willing to help them. And it's frustrating.
Yeah, you can sense your frustration. Yeah.
It's crazy making. And I've gotten to where when they come to the door, especially if it's someone who won't speak to me on the normal, because you're weird, you know. And I've gotten to where I ask them, well, why are you coming to me? Well, you people in the community say you're able to do this. And I go, and you believed them? You believed this, okay. So what are you going to do when I fix your problem? Are you going to decide I'm evil because I could fix your problem? And they go, I go, you think about that for a while and then come back.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah, they don't usually come back anymore because they don't want to deal with the reality of what they've created.
Or drawn into themselves, yes, what they've drawn in upon themselves. And even though this sounds like blaming the victim, honestly, take a look at all of these idiots running around with these stupid night vision goggles, hunting ghosts, ghost hunters, bullshit.
Yeah, these people, they want to treat it all like it's a big game.
Yes.
And they're out having fun, but this is a very real part of reality. What I do in the Black Ops is dependent on this capability that I have. It's not something that they turned off when they sent me back. So my view of reality is different from most because I have these abilities all the time. And so, yeah, they come to my door. I can see three spirits standing behind them, poking them, giggling at them, waving hi at me. And this person's at my door saying, well, I have a ghost problem. And I'm like, really? You think? And, but if I tell medical people this, then I'm not a medium. I'm not someone capable of seeing interdimensionally. I'm suddenly a schizophrenic.
Well, there you have that.
So
it's predictable.
It's predictable. If you can see more than 3D physical reality, they put a label on you and they want to medicate you into oblivion, even if you're dealing fine with it. Now, I can see somebody that's losing it all the time being medicated. If you're drowning in that water, you need help. But if you're swimming along fine, you don't.
Yes. Yeah, very important. And also, I don't know if you've ever read the book, I recommended it to Jameson, and I'm trying to recall the title now, by Julian James. It was the book on the bicameral mind. You might be familiar with it.
No, I haven't read that one.
Okay. It's something that I do recommend.
I've read the ones about the guy who hypnotized people and found out about their past lives and what happens in between. Okay. I can't think of the title of that one either, but he had a series of 3 or 4 of them, and I've read all of them.
Oh, okay.
But
yes.
My memories of the in-between time don't match with what he describes. So
Understood.
I may not be the kind of being that he's describing either. Because not all of us who are incarnated as human technically are.
Okay. Oh yeah. Well, I appreciate that. One of the things that I want to do now is just say hello to a few people in the chat room. They've been kind enough to check in, and they're wonderful people. And so we have Veronica Barrera, if she is with us right now. Hola and buenas noches a todas, Senora Veronica. Love you dearly, honey. And Penny Bradley, of course, was there. That's you, of course. She's guesting with myself now.
I'm here.
And she was talking about, in response to Veronica Barrera saying, happy full blue moon, is when Penny Bradley said, it's dark orange here. And of course, it is, of course, a blue moon. And it is one of those moons that happens on the Ghost Festival evening. So it's a perfect night for that. And then Pixie Princess Starfox came in to give us this wonderful dark heart. God bless her. Love you dearly, honey. Thanks for that black heart. And then that dude, 873210, says, Doug and Jameson are you guys aware of the crate challenge? Okay, well, I, for one, am aware of these various challenges. The crate challenge, I'm not quite sure about. I don't believe I've heard of it. And then I'll check into it. Chris Collins says the books, I believe he's referencing the books that Penny Bradley was referencing. He's referencing Life Between Life, Life After Life, etc., all by Raymond Moody. So does that ring a bell, honey? That's what you're talking about, right? Or is he bringing up something else that kind of, complements what you're talking about?
The name doesn't sound right, but the title does.
Yeah,
so.
well, Raymond Moody has been around forever. So, I recognize Raymond Moody. He's a guy who writes about death and processing all the time. Deathing, the process of deathing as opposed to living.
Oh, my.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I come from more alchemy, where it is you find your balance, you make peace with your shadow, and then you don't have to worry about it later.
Okay. And also just to look up the book that I was referencing, Dr. Julian Jaynes. Here we are, Julian Jaynes. Surname spelled Jaynes. A book I highly recommend to anyone and everyone. And so his book is basically entitled The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind. So everyone, do find yourself a copy of that book. And The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind will help many people come to terms with these concepts that we, in today's world, interpret or filter as schizophrenia, etc. And there is, of course, for those of you who are willing to pursue more of his writing, there is the Julian Jaynes collection. And that is something that, if you just can't get enough of him, as I could not, wonderful human being, to compare some wonderful human being like that to the idiocy of Joseph Peterson, or and not even the same species. And this individual, of course, pioneered his work around 1976, that great year in which we were all, it was such a different world back then, and so much more optimistic. And, obviously that's the biggest problem I have with Jameson, is when he gets into these nihilistic trips that are just, you had this person confronting you about Jameson, and it's not even like you speak to him other than on my show, essentially.
We've started talking once in a while. He makes comments on my wall.
Oh, good.
And he has moments when he's very nihilistic and moments when he's more reasonable. And he's a very intelligent person, and he puts these in a way that it's really difficult to argue with him.
I wouldn't say that.
It doesn't feel right.
I can tell you this. It's like it's not a question of arguing with him. It's just basically you can just tell him you don't want to hear it when he goes into that mode. And basically, what I do is I just say, let's shut it down. To me it's just redundant, and it's monofocal, and it's repetitive, and it's really boring. It's boring as all hell. But that's the space he falls into. It's indicative of it's symptomatic. It's symptomatic of and so it.
I still believe there's some hope for humanity, and that
of course,
enough of the people that I interact with are worth giving us a chance.
Yes. Well, he feels the same way when, as you said, he's in his more reasonable moments, and he's not into his angst. But other than that, let's, with all these wonderful people in the chat room, I'm tempted to just carry this on for a while longer. Though I hope people understand, I've explained it. I'm just not really here tonight because coming back from the communion with the dead, and hopefully people understand that in light of some of the taboos I've been expressing, and people, of course.
Okay, yeah. I have some real questions about that. When you say you're communing with them, do you actually see and interact with them, or is this something more on a belief structure?
Oh, no, it's when I'm communing with the dead, I'm speaking of my ancestors, and I'm dealing with my parents in particular in times like this, where I'm entering a meditative state and communicating with them as best as one possibly can.
Okay.
And but hopefully people have learned to appreciate through what I've described about some of these taboos. People have now asked me about putting your hand on someone's shoulder, how they feel that's comforting someone, and isn't that universal to comfort someone, especially in times when we're dealing with these existential subjects like this. And, well, just understand that from the traditional Chinese perspective, we all have invisible flames on our shoulders. For a Christian, they think of this in this invisible flame over the head kind of enlightenment kind of concept. With the Chinese, it's on either shoulder, and it's essential in warding off evil spirits and misfortune. So if you get too chummy with your mates and you get hands on the shoulders, they put out the flame. And so you want to avoid doing that. It's a small price to pay to avoid any ghastly surprises, if you were to ask myself. But then I come from a different cultural matrix. So
I learned doing home health care that you always ask the person before you touch them anywhere.
Yes, thank you. And aside from that, there's several reasons I wear shoulder pads so that people understand this. First, when you go around and drag, it usually helps because men have broader shoulders than women, and the shoulder pads help to basically disguise that. And when it comes to the protection of those sacred flames, that's also where that comes from. A kind of armoring of that, if you will, from people directly touching you on the shoulder. Kind of, there's a little, at least, buffer between their touch and your sacred flame, so to speak, your oral emanations from that area that are deemed so vital. Yeah. Yes, honey?
It was a noise of understanding.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And by the way, okay, my voice is also kind of fading, but I'm going to let Penny take over, kind of. And, you know, take it anywhere you wish. I'll just be here. I'm just kind of here, but not really here.
Anywhere I wish. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's yours,
You've
honey.
never given me permission for that.
Yeah, it's kind of, now I'm wondering if I should. Yeah.
I don't even do that for my own show. Oh my God.
Yeah, but you know, since you're being so patient with me about the autograph book, I mean, oh my God, the least I can do, right? Holy shit. You know, she's this wonderful lady. She gave me half $100 and then another 20 towards the shipment. It has either arrived or it's en route. You may have given that to me already. Either way, you know, I trust you.
I've sent you some money.
Good. Yeah,
you sounded like you needed it, and
Thank
I had it. So
bless you, honey. I love you dearly, beyond expression. And of course, you know, thank God Lou's taking care of you. And so,
yeah.
yeah.
Lou is taking care of me. He has done a wonderful job of that.
Yes.
I've had some trepidation because I see the surgeon on Wednesday this week.
Oh, what is this about, may I ask?
It's about the epidurals for my neck injury have been failing at 6 weeks, and my insurance will only pay for them 3 times a year.
Okay.
And so I've been in a lot of pain, and we are finally to the point of the pain management doctor is sending me to see a surgeon for to find out if surgery will help me.
Okay.
So we are looking at a potential spinal fusion this year.
Okay. And could you explain to us what a spinal fusion is? That sounds horrible.
Okay, I'll describe my injury. In 1977, I was hit across the back of the neck with a broom handle. And the vertebra that would be called C4, which is for cervical number 4 from the top, was broken. And it healed in the wrong position because my husband at the time did not want to be arrested for assaulting me. And so I've been having trouble with my neck ever since. And I finally, 7-8 years ago, found a doctor who was willing to do anything for it. And he tried the epidurals, and they worked really good up until this last year. And I was willing to just stay with them as long as they worked. And now they don't. And last year, there was an MRI that showed the damage had shifted all the way from C3 to C6. And so what the spinal fusion would do is they would enter from the front of my neck and attach bone to the insides of those vertebrae to fuse them into one position so that they would no longer be pinching the nerves as I moved. And there are bone chips on the inside that are intruding onto my spinal cord, and they will have to be removing those. So it's potentially a serious surgery.
Well, potentially by that you mean if, as in the case of all surgeries, but particularly spinal surgeries, if something goes wrong, they could leave you paralyzed for life, right?
Yeah. And if they don't do it, I'm to the point where it's nerve pain down my left arm and my right hip, and it interferes with me walking, it interferes with mobility, it interferes with me even dressing myself. And since January or so, when the epidural has worn off, I have basically a concussion headache, which makes it really hard to think and remember things like names of books. And it also makes control of the psi abilities more difficult.
And yeah, altogether just a bad deal all around. Hopefully this surgery will help. If they decide that it will, then hopefully the surgery is successful.
Thank you. But I'm a tad bit nervous because the doctor, it'll be the first visit with the doctor, and it's during the COVID stuff, so, you know, he may simply put off surgery because of the COVID thing. Our local hospital has shut down all surgeries during times of high COVID, so I don't know what's going to happen. And I have to go in by myself because normally I shift alters, and normally I take Lou with me because somebody has to remember what the doctor said. And not all of my alters share memory. So it's trepidation going in there by myself to see a new doctor and having so much writing on it, especially since my new regular doctor, primary care, has now put in my chart that I have the worst PTSD she's ever seen and that I have DID, which I had not been officially labeled that before. As far as my medical team was concerned, I was depressive. They never really looked at what was behind it. So now I have all of these letters.
Letters?
Letters.
Oh, letters. Okay.
Letters. PTSD, DID.
Letters. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I do try to make jokes, but you know, I keep them kind of dry in case nobody gets them. That way I don't feel foolish.
Oh, no worries. You know, it's a sign of it's a sign of one's intelligence when you tell jokes and everyone else is too stupid to understand them. Yes, but so when you know, by the way, our dear friend Chris Collins, I believe, let me take a look inside of the live stream again. Chris Collins says, curious if you're willing to share any rituals you may have for such ancestral communion. Well, I brought up the altar, and of course that's, yeah, go on, honey.
No, he's asking you.
Yeah, okay. So I brought up the altar at home and the kind of offerings that are provided, which is basically a full course meal. And along with that, the kind of meditative communion one goes into. I, in the end, of course, am reluctant to share the kind of rituals that I go through, because I don't think many people would understand what I was trying to describe anyway. It's one of those things that people might be able to witness it and basically get a kind of understanding of what I'm doing, but it's mostly one of those things that it's intensely private. There's an intensely private aspect to it, but at the same time, I certainly don't mind you're asking. I just don't feel at this point right now, tonight, my descriptive capabilities are not up to the task. So maybe some other point in the near future, if people remind me to go back to that, I'll get to it. But certainly right now it's not the night for it, when I'm facing what I'm facing, which is the next few days, and making certain I get enough sleep during that period of time as well. So honestly, honey, for as long as I can stand it, which is like, I'll go refresh myself a little bit and then, maybe come back. I have to come back, but
yeah, you have to come back because
yeah.
I can usually go 45 minutes to an hour on my own.
Okay, and that's about what you're providing as a time limit. That's about pretty much all you can do, right? Before things kind of start getting, iffy is what you're saying, yes?
Things you would consider iffy.
Okay. And so what I'll do is I won't leave just yet, but when I'm ready to leave, I'll let you know, which will be soon enough. And then until then, you can start right now going in that direction where you're going to head in when I'm gone. This way, if I feel you're going in a direction that's just too much for me, then I might.
I was going to mention how that your description of your experiences over this past couple of weeks reminded me of an episode that I had about this time of the year 2 years ago. I had I don't know, most people would think of it in terms of a dream because I was semi-asleep when this took place. Mm-hmm. But I had an encounter with my great-grandmother, who I knew. Mm-hmm. She died in 1980, so I was in my 20s when she passed. Mm-hmm. So she's been dead all this time, and I had never gone through the morning rituals like you described. Mm-hmm. And she appeared to me in my dream, and I was at her house, and she invited me in, and my great-grandfather was there. And he had died when I was 9, so quite, 1964. And I'm looking at her, and I'm looking at him, and they're sitting in an old-style couch, the old kind that's all carved and a little bit of upholstery, and they're very stiff and uncomfortable, and they usually hold 2 people. and then across from them was another one, and there were these 2 men who wanted them to sell the property. So they were basically real estate agents, and they were high pressure pushing my great-grandparents to sell their property. And she was saying something about, well, that nobody's been to visit us, and then today we have all these visitors at once. I'm like, okay, because I'm aware they're dead. Mm-hmm. And I locked eyes with my great-grandfather, and he was aware they were dead, but she didn't. She wasn't. Mm-hmm. And so we had this little talk, he and I, about he knew they were dead. Mm-hmm. And he says, but she doesn't, and I'm going to just wait for her. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay. And I took her aside and I go, do you know what year it is right now? And she said, 1970. And I go, really? And she goes, what is it? And I told her the year. And she says, really? And I said, yeah. I said, remember how little I would have been in 1970? Because I was a freshman in high school. Mm-hmm. And she says, that's true. And you were still blonde then. Mm-hmm. And I go, yes. And she said, why am I not understanding time change? And I said, that's because you're not in the 3D world anymore. Mm-hmm. And she said, that means I'm dead. I go, yes. And I said, I want you to think about, when did Grandpa die? When did Grandpa Bill die? And she says, you were real little. I go, yeah, I was 9. And we stayed with Aunt Emma during the funeral. And she said, yeah. And then the 2 real estate agents just disappeared. And so it was me and her and Grandpa. And suddenly the house was just fading away, and it was this like a meadow in a forest. And the 3 of us were walking hand in hand with Grandma in the middle. And we were walking towards what, at the distance, it looked like a forest, but as we got closer, it was people.
Wow, yes.
And we reached the borderline, and she wanted me to come with her, and I said, no, it's not my time yet, that I will join you when it is my time. And she said, we'll look forward to that. And then she and Grandpa went on across, and their family was there. Most of their kids have died since they did. And so it was a big family greeting them together.
Yes.
And I'll never forget the look on her face when she realized she was dead and that she wasn't trapped anymore.
A relief.
And it was things finally made sense. And when she had died, she was 80-something. We're not sure when she was born because there weren't records for it.
Right.
And so she was in her 80s, and she was living alone on this ranch. And she had gone out to fix a rafter in her barn. And the ladder had fallen out from beneath her. And they estimated she had hung by her arms for 8 hours before she
Oh, God. Oh, my
fell.
fucking God.
Yeah, this is a really old woman doing this.
Jesus Christ.
And when they found her, they took her to the hospital, and they couldn't get an IV to hold. And she ended up dying because they couldn't get an IV into her. But she never came to from the time she fell until she died. So I can understand why she was confused and didn't know she was dead. Grandpa Bill knew he was dead. And he had just been there with her all these years.
Well, it's an interminable period of time. Understand, of course, their experience of time is different on the other side, so it wasn't necessarily that tedious for him.
Well, he looked younger. Both of them looked younger than I remembered them, even when I was a child.
Yes.
But
and
in my
this is
family,
how
we
spirits
had
appear. Yes, spirits. Yeah, they tend to appear in their prime. Go on.
Yeah, in my family, we tend to have a generation every 21 years for the men and 17 or 18 years for the women. So for normal families, it was not that unusual for us to have 4 generations know each other. I was the 4th generation and already had children when she died. So there were 5 generations of us at one point. So yes, I knew my grandparents. I knew my great-grandparents. These were people important in my life. But for her to appear like that in what seemed it felt like I was summoned.
Mm-hmm.
That
what
it was my duty to walk her across, and
right.
I felt like it was my privilege.
Yes. Yeah, no, this is beautiful. I mean, this was beautiful, and you helped someone out to come to terms with where they're at, and this is something that is a wonderful thing to do. This is what people do who are serious and well intentioned, who are sending ghosts to the other side who may be haunting a place. But there's enough of the consciousness left where you don't want them to suffer to go on haunting a place like that. And so in her case, though, it seems very different. It seems more like not that she's distressed particularly, but rather that she's yet to realize that she's dead. For some reason, not that I'm faulting him, your grandfather wasn't able to tell her this, and or he.
I don't know. I don't understand a lot of what happens.
But that's fine. No, it's fine. Yeah, we don't need to understand. I believe you, and I believe that what you did was the wonderful thing. By the way, in kind of a response to your experience and a kind of response to Chris Collins combined, as I said, what I said to Chris Collins about not being able to really describe the rituals in a way that I think I can do justice to them. What I can tell both of you is that when it comes to the West, here's what the West is missing. Certainly, and maybe this will help, of course, with ritual. When it comes to ritual, take a look at the image of myself in thumbnail of Livestream Tonight. The image of myself in thumbnail of Livestream Tonight, I am wearing basically the kind of cross-dressing that I'm most comfortable with, what I feel at home with. When I visit my son on the various estates and he takes these wonderful photographs because of his own training in photography, then what I have is someone who's able to convey what I feel most comfortable in, and this is of course a more classical kind of cross-dressing that would be used throughout Asia until fairly recent times, and it is something that I've told people to be on the lookout for, and I don't think most people really get it. I guess they think that it's part of the lingerie, so to speak. But I'm always bladed, and so the amount of blades, you can turn it into kind of a counting game. Is how many blades you can find on myself, or but most Americans or Westerners can't even identify what I'm wearing that is a blade. And that's because the blades are sheathed, but they're ornate, and so there's kind of a difficulty for Americans in identifying them. But this is a way of communing with my mother, because it was the assassination technique she taught myself through the school of Inindo, which is, again, so people understand this, the word do in the Japanese means way, as in path. And so Aikido, this is the way of the dynamic use of energy, of breath energy. So Aikido is that way. Bushido is the way of the warrior. Bushi meaning as in warrior. Of course, you can use the term Budo because Bushi sounds very odd to most Americans, or it doesn't sound warrior-like. It's because you're not raised with speaking a certain language. Certain words don't sound as euphonic as others. So Budo, warrior, would be something that sounds a bit more euphonic to Western ears. But Bushido would be the warrior's way. And so when it comes to Inindo, it simply means the way of the invisible warrior. The Nin is the character that's used for invisibility. And so That's the proper name for what Americans vulgarize as, quote unquote, ninjutsu. And as I've said before to most Americans who watch too many martial arts films, and bear in mind, the purpose of a film is to show you things. And it's not necessarily to show you things in an entertaining, well, in an educational manner. It's not necessarily for that. But one thing it always has to be, whether it's educational or not, or entertaining, the one thing it has to do is capture your interest, or there's no point. And of course, there can be films that don't capture your interest at all, and they're manufactured or produced by people in Norway, and they call it some kind of art film or something like that. Then the idea is how much you suffer. You're suffering for art, right? That's what you're doing as a viewer. But for other
there are so many films out there that are simply to muddy the waters.
Yes. But the one thing that, I'm making an inside joke about Norwegian directors because, it's by the way, there's a joke about another tangent here, a European hell. In a European hell, they take all the stereotypes of all the European cultures and put them in a position of power that you'd never want them to have. Like if you went to European hell, all the chefs would be British, because British food is shit. And all the police would be German because Germans are particularly strict as police. All of the mechanics would be French because they're renowned for just producing horrible cars or motorcycles, etc. Everything would be managed by the Poles. It'd all be Polish management, which was a German joke for many generations. All the lovers would be Swiss because the Swiss are renowned as terrible lovers. All of the
repressed.
Yeah. What else would there be in terms of all of the authors would be Russian.
I've read some English translations of some Russian books, and they tend to be very long-winded.
Yeah, it's just awful.
They use 20 pages to say what should have taken 2 sentences.
The British do that too, but with the Russians, it gets worse. Yeah, it's I mean, with British books, you'll read them half the time and wonder why you bothered. It's with Russian books, it's more like by the time you've invested so much energy in it, you're committed, right? So it's considered like this great work of art to have suffered that long. Again, you're suffering for art. In European hell, all of the comedians would be Romanian. Peter Moon would understand that perfectly.
You would understand that, since I haven't dealt with anything but the Americanized version. I don't. I spend a lot of time talking to people from other countries because I have not had the money to go and see them myself.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I've been very curious about how other people live and how they see the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried very hard to not stereotype them, regardless of what my culture said about them.
Well, yeah, that's fine. And but yeah, that aside, back to the European hell joke. And all producers would be Norwegian. That's part of the European hell joke. Now, I worked with a Norwegian producer for a number of years, and I got to learn exactly why they say that. Just like why they say all the comedians would be Romanian in European hell. Of course, because the Romanians have a very, a culture that's racked with a turbulent history, and so they've developed a very warped sense of humor. And,
trauma tends to do that.
Yes. And
you get this, you laugh at inappropriate things.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. The folks on my YouTube have taken up complaining about me and my guests laughing inappropriately. Mm-hmm. And I just quietly say, guys, when you've lived through trauma, you laugh at inappropriate things. It's a stress release.
Yes, it's like when you said, if the whole family dies of COVID, it would be a clean sweep, and I started laughing. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
This
is the kind of thing that my YouTube following has started complaining about.
Oh, there you go. Well, they just don't get it. I was annoyed once. Just further tangent upon tangent. I was annoyed once when I was being interviewed by some people who supposedly had suffered trauma. They had a trauma kind of based therapy group going on. We're trying to talk about, ritual abuse and various other kinds of child abuse in a serious fashion. And I brought up the fact that many of these pedophiles that I personally had to deal with in the military, because it's saturated with pedophiles. Now, just so people get this through your goddamn heads, when people sign up for the military and they're sent overseas, the overwhelming majority of them are interested in sex with underage kids, and they face no repercussions for it because they're in the U.S. military. They go around, they have sex with kids, in Thailand and anywhere else, that they're stationed.
It was so bad in Afghanistan that they had a designation of dancing boys.
Yeah, go on.
That described the boys from the community that they had basically purchased from their widowed mothers and were given full rights to do whatever they wanted to these boys.
Yeah.
And this was the only support that the family had.
Yeah. There you go.
And now I'm looking at this and going, the Taliban's in charge there now. I hope to God they have mercy on those boys.
Don't bet on it. We were talking about no justice in this world or the next in some ways.
Yeah, exactly. Because their fathers were killed. They were expected to support the family because they were male and they were children. And they were literally grabbed.
Yeah.
And this is the one thing about how the United States behaves in these countries that just turns my stomach is what they do to the kids in these countries.
Thank you.
And then when they do finally leave, we hear all of this righteous indignation about, and what are they going to do to the women?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that too.
What did we do to their women?
Yeah, well, since I'll tell you something. Since most of these GIs are basically faggots, they were going mostly after the boys, but yeah, they did things to the woman as well, almost collaterally. Yes, it still will be worse for the woman because the Taliban is basically pathologically misogynist, but everybody should get that by now. If they don't get it by now, they haven't been listening. But all of that aside, then where was I? I was talking about, the GI's doing this and that, and then, so I was telling this older woman, I was being interviewed at this point. This was like when I first started off as a public informant. We're talking about at this point feels like 100 years ago. I
understand that feeling. I've been public for 5 years, but it feels like 100.
Jesus. Wow. Anyhow, I thought you were doing this a lot longer. I've been at this longer than you.
Yeah. Yes.
Jesus.
You were public before I was. Yes, definitely.
Holy shit.
I went public about this, in September of 2016.
Oh my fucking God. Oh, that's
and it feels like forever.
Yeah, and so anyhow, what was I talking about again? It was
talking about this interviewer.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
So she was bringing
two of them.
up.
There was two females. It was two females, maybe three. And this was like when I started. So we're talking about 2011, the year my mother died, 2012, something like that, the year after. And so long time ago, and 10 years ago by now. And which is why I've got to move out of this shit. And so then what happened was that while I was describing that many of these pedophiles I was working with in the military, via the Department of Defense, you begin to notice, and this has since been verified and proven by many other sources and research studies on the subject, is that they have an off smell to them. They smell as if they're like a stale loaf of bread or something like that. Their hormones are all fucked up. So that since their hormones are all jacked up and fucked up, they have a musk. They exude this stench of like stale, musty loaf of bread. It's the closest kind of probably descriptive. And when I was describing this, then the old woman who, I'm talking like ancient. I mean, this woman was like in her late 80s. And she started cackling and, laughing, which I thought was really, that's the only time something like that happened that I found offensive, was just the stupidity of what she was doing it was like, it was really inappropriate, and I didn't think it helped to communicate anything. So it's one of those things where, it also made me wonder, like, certainly all of these people were supposedly victims at one point in their life. Certainly they must have ran across this, smelled it themselves. I had a word.
I've noticed that in my community, those of us who remember certain events tend to have a smell similar to a lizard.
Okay.
We've all played with snakes and horny toads, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't retain a particular odor necessarily of lizards or even amphibians, but it's, so I just don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't. How would I say it? I believe what you're saying in terms of what you're saying, but I just don't. I don't retain that physical memory, so I don't understand it. Yeah.
When I've gone to conferences, certain individuals definitely smell reptilian.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying that makes them more valid or not, but there's definitely a smell that goes with some of the people in my community. I haven't noticed it outside of it.
Interesting. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Of course, as I've expressed, all Japanese have a touch of the serpentine blood in them, or the draconian bloodline. So I'm not quite sure how you might find my smell. I'm not quite sure how you would identify that, but that should be interesting. And aside from,
I'm going to have to meet you real to sniff you.
Understood, but you brought that up before, visiting in San Francisco and the like. So obviously,
you acted like that you were somewhat frightened by that.
Of course I am. Oh my God, yes. Lou is frightening. Of course, you were bringing. Yeah. I guess I'll take your word for it. Well, he's not frightening to you, at least. So, aside from all that, and of course I do hear him.
Why would he frighten you?
Oh, he's big, he's white, there you go.
He's 5'5".
Really?
He says 5'6". He's under 200 pounds. He's 72. He's Swiss and Iroquois, and if you just saw him on the street, he would probably not even register on your mind, except that you would think he looked like Santa Claus.
There we are. Okay, maybe it's that frightens me. Might be that, but. Such as it is, moving right along.
But I have seen wild animals come to him, sit in his hands or sit on his shoulders.
Yes, you've mentioned that. Yes.
So, yeah.
There we are. So, aside from that tangent, where I thought that was inappropriate, and aside from the European joke, which, like I said, brought me to the point where I understood some of these nuances of European hell, why the comedians are Romanian, why the producers are Norwegian. When it comes to I forgot what the European hell role was for the Italians. I think maybe they ran the trains. That was it. And all the trains are run by the Italians. Yes.
That's because they claim that they're always late.
Yes, that's right. Yes. So what I was on about that, which brings us back to kind of the communion with the dead, which, after all those tangents, when we get into Inindo or ninjutsu, the kind of impression that people get of ninja from watching films, of course, is that they dress up like miniature hardware stores and go around, throwing various bits of metal and just leaping, over tall buildings in a single bound. It's and it's not
and
that,
they can hide anywhere.
they never show that in film. They never show that in the films, because in the films,
Really?
well, I mean, they show that maybe to a degree, but it's not like they really show them camouflaging themselves or something. It's just like they jump out of walls or something.
No,
Yeah.
they're dressed in solid black.
Yes,
and
yes.
yet they can hide
Yes,
anywhere.
the absurdity
and
of that.
and
yes.
it's
Yes.
I keep looking at this and going, how the hell do they do this?
Yes. Well, beyond that, some of them are dressed in solid white, and then of course you see some of the martial arts films that's all kinds of colors, like because the you want to stimulate the eye. The whole idea of a film is, especially an entertainment film, is to stimulate the eye. You're just trying to provide a splash of color and action, right? So it's not meant to make any sense, but all of that aside, there is a stereotype that develops from that. And the stereotype is these cartwheeling, people jumping out of, walls and shit, like you said, perfectly hidden, but suddenly they jump out and they're in this solid red cloth costume. It's just silly,
Yeah.
but everybody thinks of these as kind of like the precursors to, these days we'd view them as jihadi or some kind of Muslim terrorist. And, in a more innocent time, this looked neat and something that kids would want to emulate. Of course, if some white kid were emulating that now, they'd think he'd converted to jihadism. But
There's a lot of things that we did when I was a kid that you'd get shot for now.
yes, oh God, yes, and
Pop guns that looked like real ones.
oh yeah,
When I moved up here into Redneckville, there was a kid at one of the state parks that was sitting in the back seat of his car playing with one of those pop guns, and the local sheriff's department actually arrested the whole family because of it.
Well, there you go.
That-
That'll show.
And I was like, that's completely ridiculous.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I can see that. And that is taking it a bit far. So my point is that, of course, when my mother raised me in what's real Inindo, or the actual art of ninjutsu, understand that, like any other organization, there are different roles that different people play as part of a larger network. So there are guys who would do that, which would basically be a commando raid style of tactical operation. And that's usually when everything else goes balls up and everything is gone wrong. It's not something that you want to depend on as a first strike. The first operation of a ninja would be, and no person has all of this combined. This is the point. People think of ninjutsu as this holistic art form, which would be like saying someone is a quote-unquote special forces commando who knows everything. That, again, they show this in films as if someone like a Rambo fantasy character knows all about explosives, knows how to fly a helicopter, knows how to do all of these things that one person is simply not trained to do. And there's very, it's there are people who fly helicopters and this is what they do. There's chopper pilots. There are people who are explosives experts. This is what they do. They're explosive experts. They're combat engineers. Yes.
My uncle who fought in Korea was an explosive expert, and his particular expertise was blowing up bridges.
Yes, there we are. And there are, so with all of these specialties, the idea of some person knowing all of this, camouflage and explosives, piloting vehicles, it's preposterous. It's something that doesn't exist, never did exist, and
will exist.
And some people may try to aim for being as holistic as possible and doing as much of this as possible, but honestly, it's not something that is produced by any normal military. Some normal military doesn't do this. There might be weird, off-the-wall experiments where maybe it's just, if with an endless budget capacity like the United States has, maybe they tried to experiment with like some ultimate soldier thing. It never works. These people,
even among the ultimate warriors, they will specialize in something. They may be able to fly the helicopter well enough to if the pilot gets shot, they can get their crew out.
Yeah, something but maybe.
They're not going to be an expert at it. They're going to be.
Yeah, it's just you can't because it takes experience to produce that. It takes
practice.
Yes.
Have to practice, and there are only so many hours in the day to practice.
Thank you. So many years in a life, and beyond the practice, of course, it takes experience that produces a genuine expert in these things. So just understand this. So one aspect of classical Japanese warrior status, and this is like with the most admired of the warriors that are mythified, like Yoshitsune, is cross-dressing. And so the aspect of ninjutsu that my mother taught me was to appear as a female, to present myself as such, so that there would be a letting down of the guard of the enemy. And this is something that I'm most comfortable with. And of course...
I thought the female was the most dangerous of any species.
Well, yes, certainly it can be. But of course, tell that to most men and, most men just don't, they never...
They just don't get it.
Yeah, they just don't get it. And in terms of, say, for instance, as I said in the photograph embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, even as we speak right now, and I made the mistake of just trying to click that on as a full screen, and it's just not working. So I'll just press the escape button and let it go back to a norm. Basically, for those of you who don't know, the certain shapes that you may not be able to ascertain that are all over the cross-dress that I'm wearing, these are blades. And so there's literally 6 of them right across my torso. There's literally at least 5 of them on each leg. There's 2 of them on each arm. And so obviously that's a lot more blades than most people would imagine. And yet most people don't even notice that they're there. Of course,
I noticed the little cubic things and assumed they were the tops of knives.
Thank you. Yes, so you get it. There we are. And so there you have that. You can understand there's a few more down in the boots as well. And there we have that. So
the ones in the boots, how do you walk without them scratching you?
Well, it's not that difficult, really, because oftentimes there's high heels involved. So it's not really that they are scratching, because most of them are sheathed. So there we have that. Though I've taken some photographs for effect where the blades are showing and scratches could potentially happen. But, honestly, it's those I'd have to show you how it's done. It's one of those things where it's hard to describe. Again, it's kind of like, communion rituals. There's some purpose.
So basically what you're describing is that this is your particular assignment in this particular military type group.
It's what my mother raised me for, to keep the art alive. Of course, I'm not connected with the ninja clan she was a part of, her Japanese side. And so in terms of that, people do understand this much. They were talking about ninjutsu many times in Japan as being a dying art, and that there's no one really to train people in these ancient techniques. And so I was very privileged to receive this kind of training from my mother. In essence, if I were back in Japan and had been raised there, I'd probably be considered what they call a living treasure, or a cultural treasure. So it's one of the tragedies of my existence that I'm not there. I'm stranded here. And because of the circumstances of my birth, the resettling in Japan would be very difficult. Also, Japan would be very alien to me. I wouldn't appreciate Japan of today, because my mother was a product of the other Japan, the Japan before their victory, the Japan of a much more Spartan time, and a time before Japan was astride the world and the third largest economy on earth. This was a time when, the Japanese were very different. They're very different now, and I couldn't relate to the majority of them. So, that's sad. I'm the product
How
of
would you do in Taiwan?
It would be hard to say. I don't know, really. Probably better, but again, there's a reason why I can't go back to Taiwan. I've explained it before. I'll happily explain it again. Tonight might not be the night to do that, though. It's just, I'm not in the mood.
I wasn't meaning to pry.
Oh, no, it's not prying. I welcome your questions or anyone else's. It's simply like, tonight's not the night for it. But in terms of my point is that when it comes to what I was doing, dressing like this is part of the communion ritual with my parents. In terms of my mother, this is the way I commune with her, is to dress in her clothes, which she raised me to wear. And I can certainly have a communion, a kind of sense of bonding with what she did when she was active, and can certainly relate to that. So that's part of the communion. Does that make sense, Chris Collins? So do respond to that. I would appreciate a response from Chris Collins. But with Our Lady Penny Bradley, I assume it makes sense to you.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yes, there we are. And so in terms of that level of communion, this is something that also involves a prayer and meditation, and all of this combined is part of of course, since, I do this often in the kind of partying that I do at the estates, wearing my mother's clothes, just kind of having myself made up in this regard, literally dressed to kill. Yet that is also, to me, relaxing, liberating. It's when I'm most at home with myself and with the world around me. So that in itself is an act of joy. Of course, you might notice in the photograph there's other blades, the Japanese katana, this smaller blade, the wakizashi, and so the samurai accoutrements. And all of this, of course, understand the ninja and the samurai were totally different families and dynasties, and not related to each other. But because the ninja wanted to pass in disguise as various castes or other parts of society, the ninja possessing samurai swords, there's nothing that's surprising about that. Shouldn't be surprising, though they had their own brand of specialized sword as well. So all of this I can go into for hours, and it's one of those things that understand that there is a martial art to cross-dressing, and at least from the cultural matrix from which I derive my identity. And so this is much more than simply, this is why when people ask me, oh, why don't you go, and they say this being friendly, they're not being sarcastic, they're saying, why don't you go on RuPaul's Drag Race? Okay, totally different trip. These are people who are ambulatory parade floats. This is on something like RuPaul's Drag Race.
Actually, I would consider them an art form.
Well, being an ambulatory, thank you. Being an ambulatory parade float is, yes, a kind of an art form. That's right, of its own.
They're an art form, and in some ways, the I don't know what the proper term for them is these days, but the men who dress as women as an art form, many of them end up actually more beautiful than natural women.
I've heard that stated.
And it's sometimes intimidating to watch them because clothes are designed for a form similar to theirs, and so they look better as us than we do. And it can be very intimidating.
Well, that can be the case. It can be the case, but honestly, I think that what you're thinking of are some cross-dressers that are truly trying to emulate women and therefore carrying the poise, carrying the manner of walking, etc., to a degree of form that most women don't bother to practice because most women are busy.
Well, some of us used to, but
right.
We are now at the point of we're trying to do too much.
Yes, that's the
and
problem and challenge.
What's giving is the art of our femininity.
Yes.
And that's what's being lost in the mix.
Thank you. This is what's being lost. And, well, there's several other factors involved. I mean, there's all kinds of factors involved. The
honest truth is, when I was a teenager, I was taught how to do all of that.
Yes.
But it was very expensive. It took a great deal of time and money.
Yes.
And effort.
Yes.
And it was painful.
Yes.
And today's young women are not willing to go through the painful aspects of it. Trying to wear a girdle and a corset in those days, yeah, I did. Compared to Spanx today, is as like going from full armor
yes
to Kevlar.
Yes.
The effect is not even the same. It's not nearly the same. And I have a daughter-in-law who wears corsets.
By the way,
they make her look good. But
by the way, that's a wonderful analogy from full armor to Kevlar. No, it's a beautiful analogy.
It is. And
it's perfect. Apropos.
The work that I went to, because we didn't have pantyhose when I was in high school. They were developed later. So I was wearing a girdle to be able to wear stockings. And trying to get the girdle down to go to the bathroom without ripping the stockings was an art form in itself.
Yes.
You had high heels, and I'm already 5'7". So put 3-inch heels on me and get me to try to walk across the room. when I'm being escorted by a young man who is shorter than I am when I'm barefoot.
Yeah.
And pretty soon I'm beginning to feel like I'm a clown.
Well, yeah, that's not how you should feel, but it can get awkward or just burdensome.
It gets
Yeah.
awkward and uncomfortable, and you're going to all of this work and all of this expense, plus you have to put on makeup. And in those days, the goal was to look like you didn't need it, but had made the effort. Where now, I don't know what the goal is. I see some of these young women, and they're all completely covered with glitter, you know. So,
well, it is what it is. But
it is what it is.
yeah.
It's the style these days.
Yeah.
But the art form itself has changed.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, it's no longer anywhere near as involved as it was. So in terms of these men who are putting in all the effort to emulate a more classical form of femininity, this is where it carries off to the point where you're thinking about, however, a true transvestite as opposed to someone who's investing the time and discipline to do that, as opposed to the different type of involvement that would appear on RuPaul's Drag Race, which is, as I said, more as an ambulatory parade float. These are people who are costuming out. They're not parading. They're not dressing as woman and comporting as woman. They're comporting as things that are
they're an art form.
Yeah, it's not particularly an art form that I appreciate as much as the men who are simply trying to portray themselves as women and taking the time and discipline to do that. It's very different. So that being said, hopefully people understand some of the nuance. If they don't, then what can I say? Hopefully they understood.
And then they're listening to me and realizing that my life has been a lot weirder than I've told them.
Well, I think we all understood how, strange it was, or certainly not the norm. Is aside from all of that, so like I said, I think I've responded in general to Chris Collins in that regard. And as opposed to, and in terms to what you said, okay, here's now something as a response to what you said. What we're missing in the West, now that people have understood at least a little bit about my communing with my ancestors, which I think is quite visible by what I've presented in the photograph we've embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. Then think of the fact that in Asia, the concept of ancestor worship has been integral to Asian culture, and that this has to do with respect for your ancestors to the point whereas in the West, say in the sense of the Roman Catholic Church, where you would call upon the saints or pray to the saints for specific emergencies. There are patron saints for various professions.
The Catholic saints that, I was Episcopalian, which is Church of England, which is Catholic Light. And our saints were more of the martyrs rather than the ancestors.
Yeah. And so when you call upon these beings, say if someone were a, God knows what the American Protestants and evangelicals do, they all think that they're talking to Jesus directly or that they somehow have a direct link to God. In the old days, more humble people who were less full of hubris would call upon the angels. But the one thing that Westerners don't seem to understand that they have access to is the help of their ancestors if they call upon them. And in Latin America, say for instance, Vero Reina Borrera would appreciate this. The fact in Latin America, you have that concept of the Day of the Dead, the Dia de la Muerte. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you at this time. The Dia de la Muerte is one in which people are really interacting at the level that we're doing on the Chinese Ghost Festival. But this is based on the aspect that dead or alive, they're family. So your family is is here with you at all times, but especially on times like that. And so when we're dealing with that concept, then you have the understanding that there is a respect for your family. Now, the way that they presented that in Dawn of the Dead was that taken to a neurotic level where they could not abide with the severance with their family when the family was undead. So if you see that in the original film Dawn of the Dead, where the third world families are maintaining their families in the basement, then you're...
I haven't seen that one.
Well, you may not want to, but it is what it is. And if you, so long as you don't take that to extremes where it is, shall we say, burdensome to a negative degree in the extreme, the idea of your relations with your dead relatives being vital is one where you can actually call upon them for help. So in the ancestral worship sense of East Asia, we can call upon our ancestors for help in crises, or for help with haunts, supernatural elements that are plaguing our home. So if your home is plagued with supernatural elements that are negative, in Asia, we can call upon our families to protect us. With the Hmong tribesmen, this is where they needed to make sacrifices onto their ancestors so that their ancestors would be able to protect them from the ̶Chuo, or the way the Americans interpreted it, dà-Chò, or the death spirit. And so the ancestors needed sustenance. They needed blood. So they needed animal sacrifice. So the Hmong tribesmen have this much more primal, direct feeding of the ancestors that is even more direct than the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Far East Asians who leave food for the family. And
that's not too awfully far from the ancient Middle East either.
Yes. And in terms of, like I said,
that's something that I've been asked about in terms of certain groups that are out there as to what their beliefs are, and they're really just Middle Eastern worship of the old gods, and they're all very bloody and primal.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and in terms of what I was saying about the ancestors, as far as Americans are concerned in particular, since we're talking mostly to Americans, but any Westerners, English included, across the Atlantic, you can also call on your ancestors, and yet you've been so severed from your ancestors, you don't know you have this option. So understand that when you're feeling that you're persecuted or that you're under siege from forces that are negative, from negative forces and influences, powers and principalities, you can also call upon your ancestors to help you. And,
do you know who my ancestors are?
Well, I guess that could be awkward in certain cases.
My ancestors are some of the most evil motherfuckers that have ever walked the planet.
Well, you might want to unleash them upon your enemies at that point. Maybe that would be a sensible thing to do. One way that you could get some use out of them. I mean, if they were that vile, certainly there are people who would deserve that kind of negative company to assail them. But just a point to be made. And so hopefully this makes some sense to people, what I'm saying. But it is for those of you who are just brainwashed in some televangelical kind of black and white world where everything is two dimensions and you're living in flatland.
Those people listen to you?
Yeah, well, hopefully not. But they would certainly consider that to be some form of idolatry. Now, bear in mind, I'm not even speaking or suggesting anything to do with ancestor worship. I'm saying you can call upon your ancestors for help. And respect for your ancestors is not worship. Like I said, the majority of you Americans are not going to pull out a full course meal for your dead relations anyway. You're going to put things like fucking peanuts in their shells and shit. Maybe some fruits up on the altar. Understand, of course, once you do this, that's not yours anymore. If you eat that food, then you
can't eat that.
Yeah. So there we have that. It looks like chat is totally dead. So unless somebody,
it looks like everybody left.
Oh, it's not that. No. Do understand our concurrent viewers is never accurate. When the video does upload, when the episode does upload, the first thing you're gonna notice it's gonna have hundreds of viewers. You know, because basically all you're seeing is the worst possible, shall we say, filter. For the numbers, so it looks like far less people are watching than it is. I do remind people of that.
I wasn't talking about the people watching now.
I was like everybody left in chat.
I was talking about the people that are talking.
Yes, in chat who stopped talking the moment Chris Collins asked about tell us about some of this communion and come on, Chris, come on, anybody there? Let us know you're there. If not, we'll the real tech geek says, I am here, been listening for an hour. That's so cute. We love you. There we are. Hugs. With that, I'm going to semi-refresh myself, and I will leave the stage completely to Penny, who can do whatever she wants. Do you want to go to bed, or do you want to talk for a little while? Because I'm just going to let you talk about whatever the hell you want, if you want. I owe you that much.
Stay up too much longer because I do have one of those headaches coming on.
Oh shit! What do you do what do you do to treat those headaches? Is there anything you can do?
There's not much I can do. I pretty much just lay down with them because that takes the pressure off of
the head.
Of the neck.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. It's because of your back you get the headache. Okay.
Yeah, it's because of the injury in my neck that I get the headaches. Instead of going downhill, it's going uphill is the problem.
All right.
But yeah, it's that zone. Okay. So what I'll do is talk about.
It's only if you want to. I mean, if you
I can talk about.
If you want to go to bed, I mean, we can shut the show down now. I mean, I'd be happy to do that myself. Either way, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Do you want like maybe take the stage another night and you know how?
Yeah, that would probably be better.
Okay.
Because tonight I'm just like,
okay.
You know, I took something before we started and it's worn off.
Okay. All right. Well, I love you dearly. Show that love.
Or I wouldn't have been here.
What was that, honey?
I love you too, or I wouldn't have been here.
Okay, thank you, honey, and share that love, mine as well with Lou, and you know, honestly, you know, and my love to everyone who's here, who's been listening, who supports us, all you wonderful people who have put in your upvotes. And God bless you all who support us and, you know, do maintain both Penny Bradley, you know, Jameson Reese, myself in your thoughts and prayers. You know, I haven't included Peter Moon and Daniel Arola in that because they seem to be doing just fine.
Guys, include them in your prayers too. They're decent people and need the support.
Well, I think they're doing fine. I mean, you know, well, maybe keep them in your thoughts. I don't know if prayers are needed for them. I mean, you know.
It's your month of hungry ghosts. So you don't abandon them then.
Okay, there we are with that. Good enough point. So with that then, and Brendan Zogit, God, that poor bastard's gone through, you know, all kinds of shit. You know, you can maintain him in thought and prayer. At least he's got a decent job, you know, and in something he likes and is interested in. So his organic foods and stuff he can indulge himself in. So other than that, hopefully, I guess one of these days I'll explain the occult nature behind the action figure of myself in the promotional banner for tonight. And
you have a lot of artwork that is just incredible, and I know it all has symbolism, but I don't know what it all is.
Thank you.
So,
we'll get into it sometime in the future.
I have appreciated your artwork, and
you.
even when it's really dark, it's really good art.
Thank you.
And I just thought I would toss that out there.
Yes, yes. And anyhow, I love you dearly. And okay, everybody, good night. And we'll close down with, of course, my solicitation for the man who sponsors me, Mr. Ben Astenius. And of course, you can go to bed, honey. I'll remind people about John Warrington. Understand that John Warrington is taking all of my archives, and he's putting them aside from the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel. You can view my programs and catch up with a lot of my archives. Search for Douglas Dietrich at odyssey.com/@maggot:"E. Okay, now I'm going to spell that out. That's ODYSEE.com. ODYSEE.com/@ maggot with 2 G's, MAGGOT, colon, and then the letter E. Okay, it's maggot E. Yes, odyssey.com/@ maggot:"E. Okay, just do your best to access those programs. I know it's problematic for a lot of people, but if you're able to access those programs, it boosts his credits, which allows him to upload more shows. And as he himself has said, the user interface on Odyssey is, his own words, but they're very fitting, retarded. But Odyssey has no censorship. So do go there and support him morally. If you're having any problems accessing it, let him know. Befriend him and let him know what problems you may be having. The way you would befriend him would be to, well, the Maggot Man would be on Facebook. And so that would be at facebook.com/John.War, WAR, short for his name, Warrington. So facebook.com/John.War. All right. And with that, we will go towards a solicitation of my, my sponsor, basically, the man who puts out $100 a month to maintain myself, as well as that can help. And it doesn't go far, I can tell you that much. And I mean, without that, my life would, be in a lot more danger. But with it, it's, as good as it is, as welcome as it is, it doesn't go far. So I do need your help. But before I ask for that, bear in mind that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book by that very title, The Unfinished Man. And, of course, that book is yet to be published. He is accumulating much trivia to add to this fascinating volume. But in interim, you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production at theunfinishedman.com. And other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejedine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com or, well, remember that's Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. Remember, Family Guy voted the city of Tucson as the stupidest city in the world. You wouldn't want to miss a tour of that. And, therefore, call the Baron Ben Astenius privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. You can tell him I said that Family Guy voted Tucson the stupidest city in the world. He'll say that that was based on his expert consultation. At any rate, he could tell them in and out the stupidities of Tucson, which are probably too many to relate in a single lifetime. Again, call him at 1520-323-3406. All right, let's check into live stream again. And, oh, there we are. The Real Tech Geek says you can use Butterbur for headaches. Thank you, sir. Wonderful human being. And so I've delivered about 8 hours, a day's work for you tonight, considering everything that I'm dealing with. I think that's pretty reasonable. I love you all who have provided my self-support. I appreciate those who change their minds in terms of the upvote, downvote affair. And aside from all of that, it's just overall positive responses. It's a wonderful thing. And I, those who have stayed with us, the 22 watching now, as per the aggregate, we know it's much more than that. As soon as the episode uploads, you'll see the hundreds that are there. Always appreciated, and my best wishes unto all. We got a little bit of time before next time I'm on. Oh, no, we don't. Fuck, we're on Wednesday. Holy shit. Day after tomorrow for all intents and purposes. Oh, God, maintain myself in prayer that I make it through the next 48 hours. Oh, God. Oh, yes, pray for me with all your heart. Oh, God, I need all the support possible. And, for God's sake, if you can help at all financially, every penny helps. PayPal.me/Douglas Dietrich. It's right there on the screen. In bold writ, white over the darker colors in the background. And just if you don't want to use the PayPal, which of course if you do use it, make certain to indicate myself as quote-unquote friends and relations. That's the only way to maintain the integrity of your contribution. Otherwise, a blood tax is excised. And to evade that, you say this is headed towards Douglas Dietrich, Friends and Relations, at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. That will help immensely. And if you want to send it to my direct address, it's check our money order. It's don't ever send cash. Check our money order. That would be to 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California. The zip code will be 94109. Again, all my appreciation, and we will see you, in a sense, all too soon. In a sense, it can't be soon enough, because I do want to report success and happiness. And then I can thank you all for your prayers that carried me through. All right. And join us on Wednesday. And make certain to pray I make it that far, considering what I'm dealing with. All right, then. All my best. And let's see if I can turn this off. It's not responding. I'm stuck on forever.